it on like something that can stand, like wood, and the recommended dilution is 70% acetone, which is, girls know it as nail polish remover, men know it as paintbrush remover. But it is not rated as a volatile organic compound, and that's very important. You don't want to mess with volatile organic compounds.
Mike, I just wanted to mention to everyone the difference between fiberglass, or typically any kind of fiberglass resin. The difference between fiberglass and epoxy. When fiberglass dries, it pulls together like a mushroom, linear. When epoxy dries, all of the molecular structures draw to the center. It has a 100% porosity rating, and the fiberglass that they use on boats, depending upon the thickness of the layer and the time of the layer, only has like a 65 to 75% porosity rate. So it's actually porous.
Do you think that which would be better for
we don't want
radial? You don't want porosity?
No, we don't want something that dries linear. You're going to have, everything's going to grind up in one direction. So unless you want something like that, I would stick with the epoxy. It's a lot easier to use. And this Goodyear Brothers, I can't actually pronounce it, but you can find it in marine, any kind of boat shop. Interesting.
I've bought and used epoxy, but never on this project.
Yeah.
And I think it would insulate. I think it's going to be an insulator, not a conductor.
Okay. Well, you can scratch through it and find out.
Yeah.
Small piece of experiment. But if you're scared of, you got to picture these air molecules being sucked out of between your carbon.
Right.
So,
I mean, are you? I'm envisioning the process of, like, the first you do the dry processes, right? Like, I would do it during the dry process first, but I could also imagine what you're saying, like the wet epoxy in the vacuum chamber also giving off bubbles.
Yeah, getting rid of the bubbles, gets rid of the air. It decreases the distance between each carbon particle. And I believe that sound is, like you said, the best way to pulverize carbon. Make it as small as you can make, and that's the idea of the touch. But you gotta experiment.
Yeah. So this wonder material they always talk about, it's just graphite that if you can exfoliate it to one layer of the hexagon atom structure, it becomes a superconductor. Not a superconductor, but yeah, it is. It's amazing. It's an amazing. If you could paint your house in graphite, you could make like the most powerful solar panels imaginable. The one thing, Frank, is you reminded me of first, and I kind of went all the way around to talk about it. The polyurethane paint. If I go to Home Depot, I tested latex, acrylic, I tested a lot of different stuff. The polyurethane, not for floors, not the floor polyurethane, but one for like wood and furniture. That one actually gave me the best conductivity.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows. But even more powerful conductor as a base, as a paint base, is to go to Kramer Pigmente, which is like European paint for painters, they sell the constituent chemicals of painting, something called wall binding. Wall binding. Now, if I go get some paint right now, darkness, you don't want that plastic stuff. You just want that wall binder.
Oh,
You
yeah,
pour off the top and use that fluid. You'll have a much more conductive paint. So yeah, I have to report. That's what I've found in my work.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to add that if you want some help with the epoxy, I have worked on fiberglass hulls for years and years and years, and also epoxy, which is taken over recently.
Yeah, a gallon or 2 gallons.
Yeah, I used to pay $165 for like a 5-gallon canister. It was like a jug, actually, but it's 1-to-1 to go with this one company. Nobody wants to sit there and mix 5 parts of anything. So this is, out of one can, you use 1 pump. Out of the other can, you use 1 pump. So,
well, I can't say it. I would believe. I think I got epoxy I bought, conductive particles, and then surround the whole thing with an insulator. That's organ.
okay, what you want to do is, as soon as the epoxy goes, and scratch through on both ends. Scratch the surface off of it. It's going to be glassy. And scratch the surface off and put an alligator clip on it. And go to the other end and put your continuity meter in there and see what you get. If you come up with zero,
I will. I'll definitely have to get back to you on the epoxy conductivity. The measurement I use is ohms on the multimeter. I mean, it's pretty simple, straightforward, but the higher the ohms, the more resistance it is, which means the less conductive it is.
yeah, so that's what I said. That's what I meant. When you see it hit zero, you see it hit zero conductivity. In other words, 0 ohms. That's maximum conductivity.
Yeah, that's a superconductor. That's a scientist's fantasy. But the EMF paint from Y-Shield, that's $250 a gallon, but before you mix it, the carbon settles to the bottom in a very fine gum. The powder is so fine it's a gum. And the ohm resistance value is 0.4 to 0.6.
Okay, we have questions from the chat. It's Jay. And she wanted to know, or he wanted to know, his question is, I thought Y-Shield graded over time. I thought maybe UV light would be the only thing that was graded. That's the only thing that was graded.
Ow! Fuck, that hurt!
I'm not the expert. I have painted somebody's room, and I have a few gallons. You can buy an additive from them, which is carbon nanotubes, and it looks really crazy if you look at it up close. It looks like hairs on an alien planet. But that one, that additive, and then I took it to Home Depot, and I had to ask the manager approval that they would shake it into the can for me.
Perp said they're gonna kill me tonight. We're gonna watch it live.
The carbon nanotube, if there is
First, I gotta make it public.
That's the one that gets the conductivity through the cracks.
Oh, you piqued my interest.
That's a idiot.
Experiment myself. I'm going to try using
Smoke normal.
plastic tube as a mold. And I'm just going to use that as a control. I mean, they've used carbon for years, believe it or not.
God
we
damn.
used to throw them away. But they used to use carbon in sparkplug wires.
in the wire itself, the conductor.
Right. And the reasoning behind it was the FM radio or the AM radio.
Listen! There's no reason!
Because if you put your AM radio on, and you have any kind of action going on electrically with your engine, it's not quite the way it should be, you'll pick it up on AM. With AM, you pick up anything. Anything, right? If it's land use, high tension leads, everything.
Any type of scrap wire. That's really interesting. I had a one car with a distributor cabinet. I never forget, a distributor cap's like a pacemaker for the heart. Those pistons in the car. But if you mess with the ground to your radio, when you're installing a radio in the car, you'll hear the engine all the while also. But that's not even AM, that's just coming up from the ground, I guess, or something. So I guess we have to do some testing because the Navy patent could even apply to Wingstat. So on all this carbon that we're talking about, you could call it something called piezoelectric. You have to bring in the name piezoelectric. And piezoelectric. That's actually how a lot of speakers, I think that's how speakers work.
Yeah, they're also microphones. I made a headband for recording BPK, and I'm looking for victims to try it on besides myself.
All the way over there.
Piezoelectric is something that when you pass voltage through it, it vibrates, or when you physically
That was good.
it causes a voltage fluctuation. So the old static telephones were using granules of carbon on the microphone. And the Linkstat, when you have it as a conductor and you move it, the voltage reading will change. Now, in another case, I believe there's an application where you're actually producing sound like high-powered, it's a very high-powered speaker, that it causes vibrations in reverse, right? So it can go either way. So, okay, the point is this Navy patent is two layers of any piezoelectric. It doesn't even have to be carbon, but you have to put an insulator between it. So you could take 2 layers of Linkstat and put Tyvek in between. Or it might be, you could even do something like epoxy. You could do an epoxy organized layer. I mean, we have
capacitor. You're making a giant capacitor. You realize that? That's cool. It's a good idea. But you're not the first one to thought of it. That's
I know you mentioned that. The reason is magnetic shielding is so hard. Now, this is the pitch. Magnetic shielding on your air conditioner, and your refrigerator, and wherever you have a coil of wire, it's an inductor, right? Or a transformer, doesn't matter. It's giving off magnetic field, and that's very hard to block. You could have a Faraday cage that can't block magnetic fields. In fact, that's probably going to end up being the case. Okay. The question is, this patent from the Navy, I don't have the number in front of you. You take the homemade paint. Let's say you only have $50. You get that's all you have, $50. You get graphite powder from eBay or any source of carbon black from the tire industry is for dye. That's carbon, or dope chocolate, stuff like that. Drive over to the car, but you're going to have a hard time getting that thing in small little particles. I'll say that. But when you apply an electronic source vibration signal, when you apply a signal in the FM range, in the FM,
Don't put the big wire on.
right? We've been talking about these people patent earlier, but that's how they look through our eyes. They bombard the body with 2 different FM frequencies, and the body re-radiates a third one. It's all FM, all 3, right? So this Navy patent is telling us to take 2 layers of link stack or 2 piezoelectric, Y shields, put an insulator between them. They have to be insulated. They can't touch at all. Nothing, right? And so there's going to be a charge builder between those surfaces. That's a capacitor. And then you roll it up to a giant roll. That is a capacitor. That's exactly all it is, right?
Now,
But
you're creating is for, because you can take one side of that, and you always have to use the same side. You never flip a capacitor over and start using the other side, or it won't work. But ground that one side, and you get this massive buildup of electricity in there. It's going to bleed the gravity. You have to figure out what capacitance level will create. But it's going to go to that. You got to give you one hell of a shot.
Oh, that's right. A capacitor is the flash on everyone's camera, right?
Right. I'm going to make a pot of coffee. I will be back. Michael, you have the floor. Okay. I'll be right back.
So I'm just scratching my head on this. Like, so we have to put on we have 2 conductive layers with an insulator between them, and we put 100 megahertz signal across the surface. Okay, and I'm saying this because it's Navy patent, and I have to make a disclaimer: you're not allowed to transmit FM. Okay, just saying. Robert Duncan made a statement that a full spectrum jammer is very effective, but highly illegal depending on the computer. Okay, but we're not even transmitting FM. We're not doing that. We are just looking to fulfill the Navy patent on 2 conductive surfaces with 100 megahertz signal going across both surfaces that somehow, being a piezoelectric, vibrating, which goes into inductance, because inductors are a alternating current resistor when the current is changing because of the magnetic field property. I'm sorry if that's confusing, but that's a capacitor is sort of wholly charged because the one surface wants to go to the next surface, but it can't, right? So that's like a charge buildup device for the flash on a camera. But when the current changes, that means any time the current changes, it gives off a magnetic field. If the current is, let's say it just stays steady at 1 volt, 1 amp, there is no, the inductor does nothing. It's just
Fuck.
but when it's changing, it's giving off a magnetic, it's a type of inertia. It's a resistance to a change in motion, right? That's actually the principle behind every electronic motor. That's the principle behind every wind turbine, is that current doesn't, a body in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon. The current doesn't want to change, and if you have a coil of wire, you're ripping out that magnetic component of electricity. And that's what every coil of wire on the refrigerator, the air conditioner, the transformer, drum, the giant drum on the power line. Okay, but what we're doing is taking a piezoelectric. We're taking something that the carbon has a slight vibrating property when it's changing. And it's 2 layers.
Doesn't matter what you
separated by an insulator. So this is all in testing. I don't know why is this important? Because the Navy says that if you do this, you create a superconductive surface. A superconductive surface could bring all the electricity from New York City, and it wouldn't get hot. It wouldn't even get hot because nothing resisted it. It would just transmit just easy. And also, that's where you see the demonstration with the not a room temperature superconductor, but a super cold superconductor, and they put the magnet right there, and it has this weird property of whatever, small atomic particles. The magnet just hovers and spins like it's weightless, and they can even move it. They can move, like they'll put it, change its position, it stays right there. So that's the weird stuff that superconductors do. And don't ask me why the Navy released this patent. And do I trust it 100%? No. Do I think it has something to do with China? And that's what the Navy said. Yeah. Could this be their way of secretly telling us how to block the mind control? I'm kind of leaning towards that theory. This might be how the Navy is telling us how to try and block the mind control. And I would remove the alien stories from the Hall of Mirrors, because we have enough trouble for people to believe us, even though I'm sure God is much larger than this tiny little planet. And incidentally, Trump released an executive order that the military will begin residential deployment experimentation of small modular nuclear units, because that's the future, is distributed energy production. The fact that our power lines are just a sitting duck, and apparently Russia already got malware into our power line infrastructure. China knows it. They all know it. And Trump, one of his last moves was pushing the military to start rolling out residential use of these small nuclear modules. They're really small, and they're underground, and they're I don't know. But one day of war budget, one day could. In Europe, they have this thing called solar vacuum tubes, right? A vacuum, kind of like Frank was talking about. The power of a vacuum. Do you realize you could have snow on the ground, and you have a vacuum tube, a solar vacuum tube, and you could boil water? Think of all the children in Africa along the coastline that would give a few drips of fresh water. And we could do that with one day of war budget. Wouldn't that secure our country? If we guarantee that the land resources of people belong to them for their free market, right? Because it takes land to have a free market, and we could be the protectors of that. But Satan is trying to beat us. He tried to run out there to these countries, little developing countries, their open arms, and he signed them into contracts to roll out our power line infrastructure. Yeah, it's on satellite. But I dream of a safe world for everybody. I don't want to talk too much. Waiting for Frank to come back. But I would definitely, I wouldn't. There's so much to do with getting away from technology, right? For us, like spiritually. But there's also a lot to do with signals intelligence. And I studied some science in the past. It's been years, a little rusty, math, calculus. but I'm not really up and up on signal intelligence, and I know it goes deeper, and I've seen a lot of videos, and I see the guys, and they got to spend days and days to focus in on one little part of the spectrum, set up your boundary lines for demodulating an FM radio. Oh, look, now I can hear this music. Well, what about the demodulate what our cell phones and digital TVs using for quadrupole amplitude modulation? Why does it say quad? Because it's basically, instead of just amplitude modulation, it's phase shift modulation and amplitude modulation both at the same time.
We have
Yeah.
Ann who would like to speak. Go ahead, Ann.
Hello. Those radios,
Hello.
are they acceptable by anybody with a disability? You said they're $20, so that's not that expensive. But how can somebody that's totally blind or somebody that's
Make me play Pantera.
Do you have a Windows computer
no,
set up for?
That's also one. I just on the other side. One. I want to see this motherfucker.
Like a voice command on the menu.
no, it's not a business software. But as far as that paint, I'm just keeping a part of it. They're not going to let me change my paint around, so.
I would get cardboard boxes and take them and create panels that are mobile.
Yeah, you know,
Ground.
find out the color, exact color of the apartment.
Yeah.
Two little sections, carbon, paint it over.
You send me a picture?
Oh. Yeah. What about the CI Better Ultra?
I wouldn't leak it.
Money in
I
it.
promise.
I just always
You got control of my phone.
ways to combat.
I hear you. Well, Linkstat, I'm looking at Linkstat. I still want to do the same research, but the Linkstat's right in the same alley, and you can roll it up. You could take the teams, make a little pen, right? And when you're done, lay it flat and roll it up and move on. And you could just use a 1 foot nail for grounding the Linkstat, and then use a second for your body to ground your body.
Okay. I know I asked about these one time, but I don't know if they're griping about it. If they griping as they always do, or if it's
You talk something.
really getting to this. Watch out, open it, the floor is out. I don't know where.
Okay, Ann, does that conclude your question?
Yeah.
You know, call me.
All right. I'll ask one of my friends about the accessibility. All right.
Yeah, the RTO SCR is a USB. It looks like a size of a large flash drive. That's all you'd have to do is have it plugged in, and I'd be happy to help you. My email, maybe you, maybe Frank, or we can arrange for me to get you my email address, and I'll help you.
Do you know what our favorite one is?
Okay. And we'll be in touch. Okay, next we have Deborah Chase. Go ahead, Deb. Debbie.
Yes, sorry, I muted myself.
Understanding that it's happened before us.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're gonna love this one.
I had a couple questions
What
for
do
my
you-
friends. Do you
You're
make
gonna
panels?
love it. I
Do
love
you use
this one.
styrofoam sheets to make those panels?
Thorough it burn.
I actually tried to post it
You're gonna love
Oh, okay.
but that's
it. So friend you came.
Okay. I just got a little summer.
This question haunts our mind. Here we go. You ready?
It's a little bit more
Will we
strict,
survive this night?
Can you The other thing I wanted to ask is,
Oh, the wind would be.
say that the name released that patent.
In 2019,
As soon as you started talking about it, and when you said, I don't know why, it popped in my head, I know, they're trying to tell us how to protect ourselves.
Planning a
That's
reprise.
exactly what they're doing.
I kind
More
of agree.
It was like my heart.
stronger and prevailing.
Tell us how to protect ourselves.
Yeah. Hey,
Without
so sweet. This question on some
one
mind.
more question. Or one more thing I wanted to say, but I can't remember it now.
Will we survive this night?
I can tell you
Well, will it be?
what he was telling you about. Accessibility.
Will we survive?
Would like me to help you. Let me know.
I'll put this on I'll grab some of this. And V2K'd me. I was in jail with it. I liked it.
I'm sorry, you said the patent was what?
Sick.
The patent number is US 2019
I wish I would have got the whole song.
005 8105A1.
Well, I got problems.
There's the website is called The Drive. It has several articles on this. One of them, the title is
It's good so far.
Documents show that the Navy's got UFO patent grants by warning of similar Chinese tech advances. True story,
Wow.
at least on the surface.
I have a couple of things that I discovered that might be of interest to you guys. One of them is an app that, this is crazy, it's an app that allows you to see through another person's camera. Okay, let me explain. It's called,
You made me play Pantera.
it was actually designed for
No
Apple
bullshit.
iPhone. And this is how it works. The mole lets users create two different types of accounts. Moles are regular users that hire agents to spy on things for them through their phone's camera. Agents get paid for the task, and moles get the benefit of having seen something outside their field of vision. It's a win-win. What's the cost? The app charges a base price of $1.50 for the connection between the mole users and the agent. And then the extra 50 cents per minute, a good amount of footage without breaking the bank. So,
Will we survive this night?
okay,
You know, I
you
know
can download
fucking
this
do.
app for Android as well. So, when those perps are pointing their phones at you, now I know why. They're not shooting you with something. They're holding their camera so somebody else can see.
Well,
Will
we survive?
I know. Here's the other thing I found. It's called Access Dot. You probably already know this if anybody has an iOS 14. Okay. So it's a new feature on the iOS 14 that shows an indicator dot when an app begins to use your camera or your microphone.
Parts are shooting my heart right now and it making me think I'm gonna die.
Android users,
Oh, okay.
let's see, haven't been unfortunate, but thanks to this app, now they can. Okay, let's see here. So Access Dot
I think I believe a
is
word.
beta,
Hmm?
and the app you downloaded, and here's the features. An access log that shows when the camera microphone was accessed,
Part of the game.
which app was in the foreground when access was initiated, and how long the access lasted.
So forced
It can also customize the color of the access dots, which by default are green for the camera and orange for the microphone. On Android 10 and above, the access dots by default display next to the camera cutout of your phone, if you have one. Your phone has one. And it also configures the indicator dot locations as X and Y coordinates, so you can see where you were when your phone and your microphone, or your camera and your microphone were accessed. So the app is free to download. However, the donation, you can get a few more features. It is beta, so be aware of that. But I thought that was very interesting. It is, let's see, is a free ad-supported app that displays an indicator dot at the top of your screen whenever a third party uses your phone, camera, or microphone. The indicator
Oh shit.
Got what?
Foundation.
Oh, foundation. All right, thank you.
All righty. Thank you. Nancy.
Hi, Brent. Hi, Rachel. This is Nancy from Washington, D.C.
Hi.
Hi.
didn't quite catch what you said about the rolling up the link stack and what you put in between it and then what you do with it.
Oh, that's sort of a research project for getting relief, you know, for all of us. I mean, LinkStat will help you even if you just make a little tent out of it and roll it back up. But the research project is to put a insulating layer between two layers of LinkStat and put a 100 megahertz electronic signal source across those two surfaces. So that is a theory that it would begin at that point to absorb magnetic field.
Mike, how about putting them across? How about giving it to one side and use the other side as a transmitting antenna?
Yeah, that actually is what's his name, Robert, who's the fancy radio guy? I think he did that job for somebody with the Mylar emergency blanket. That one side was transmitting and the other side was receiving, and the customer was not very happy with it. But I don't know. If you bring in the carbon component or different frequency range,
I'll find some instances with Mylar. And Mylar is actually one of the things they use sometimes in capacitors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some LinkStat from Mylar, and I'm going to have fun.
The signal source is a challenge. I mean, I don't have a function driver, you know. The other one is a direct digital synthesizer or something like that, the DDS. I mean, it's hard to get a DDS on eBay that goes into the megahertz range. And the thing is, what we need to do for this research is get power behind it. We need to get 100 megahertz of power behind it, but not offend. You know, you don't want to get picked up transmitting that FM. So there's like it's a hard thing to do. Not just the money.
Okay, now, does that do it?
I think so. It sounds like it's not something I can do, but
We'll help you.
yeah.
You can still buy LinkStat, though. I do highly recommend if you already have some.
Thank you.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have Rob. Hey, well, Bob, did you freeze up yet? Doesn't look like it. Go ahead, Rob.
We heard hello.
Okay. Maybe he got cut off. He's still here. He's unmuted. Okay, Rob, one more time. Oh, that's too bad. He's got a lot of, yeah, he got knocked out. He's got a lot of good stuff to offer. Okay, next we have Red Lion, Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Red Lion.
Hi, this is Tina. How are you?
Good. How you guys?
Good. I was listening to Dad talk about the access dot, and man, was she right on target? Because I've been noticing this dot on. I just got my phone recently, but all my family members and my friends, I've been noticing the orange, the green, and it's been a question in my head for 4 months, and I just got my phone, and I'm starting to notice when I'm on the phone, when I'm FaceTiming family members and friends, I'm seeing a dot as well. And I just wanted to know if Dad could explain the colors to me again, if she's still online.
Sure, let me grab it. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
I'll definitely put tape on the camera.
I'm getting ready to do mine again too. I normally keep it taped up, but I just got the new phone and I actually forgot, but I'm getting ready to.
Yeah, the colors. I know some phones you could actually change the color yourself, but it's like an indicator light and green. There's green like the battery's full, but that can mean you got a message, blue or red or yellow.
Okay, Debbie is on.
I'm here.
Hi, Dad.
Hi.
This is Gina. And I was listening to you talk about the access dot, and that has been a question in my mind for about 4 months now. That if we have our locators turned off, because I know mine is always off, why does the dot now show up even though I have it off? The access dot you were talking about.
Do you actually have that app on your phone?
No,
It's
I
a
don't.
feature.
Sorry.
The access dots are a feature on the iOS 14. But there's also access dots for Android devices that are running Android 7.0 Nougat and up. And so the dot colors that you asked about, and again, I found this on kimcommando.com. And, yeah. And they're, let's see here, hang on. Okay, so by default, the green one, when you're not, when I'm charging my phone, there's a little red dot.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm sure that's why they used orange instead of red. But by default, the camera, it shows is a green dot. And the microphone is an orange dot.
Camera green, microphone orange. Okay.
Right.
Because I noticed when I'm FaceTiming family members, friends, I noticed the orange dot comes up a lot. So.
And I'm not sure if that's because you're actually FaceTiming. So let's say you're sitting there having a conversation with someone, and your phone is sitting next to you,
Right.
and you're not engaging with it, but you see the orange or the red dot, or the orange dot, or the green dot, it's signaling you your camera or your microphone has come on. One of those apps. That's what that's for. One of those apps is activated. Your microphone or your camera.
I understand what you're saying now. Okay, I misunderstood.
So while you're actually Facebooking, it probably should be on. I'm thinking.
Okay, all right, but if I'm not using it and I see it, then I know that someone else is.
Right.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dad. That's all I needed to
You're
know.
welcome.
And questioning that I didn't understand it at all. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Let me see what we have next here.
Remember that show Shark Tank? There was a guy who came out with a camera cover device, like a piece of plastic. That was so funny that was on Shark. And then it came out, the FBI, they really could just turn your camera on without the indicator light might not be turning on when they turn the camera on.
Okay,
I just want to.
go ahead, Mike. Yeah, one more.
I want to bring up something important. Is for example, in these Patriot groups and Telegram, there's people asking very serious questions that TI should be thinking about. For example, where are these leaders that have been murdered for opposing the COVID-19 vaccine. This happens to be in Africa. A leader in Tanzania, John Magufuli, and a leader in on the Ivory Coast, Hamed Bakayoko, a leader in Swaziland, Ambrose Dlamini, and another leader in Burundi named Pierre Nkurunziza. These men are like 61, 56, 52, 55, and this was March 2021, March 2021, December 2020, June 2020. What do they all have in common? They are murdered, and they opposed COVID vaccine, and they are leaders of nations. I wonder if they got B2K the night before.
They must have,
Which one?
well, I don't know, kind of a gray area. Curious. Can you send me an email with that too?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, you can get lost in these groups. You get lost. It's like tens of thousands of people posting stuff all day long on how the corrupt, and they're just trying to. Everyone's like a mini whistleblower. General Flynn called us digital soldiers. Now, is Trump actually going to do something with it? I sure hope so.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you, Willie. We'll have a all set now. Yeah, there's a lot. You have to be careful of the source when you go looking for information. I like to see 2 or 3 good, strong sources, like a couple of really good science papers from, I don't know, there's a couple of different places you can go to look. But as usual, I get kicked in the short-term memory again. Wow.
What are the other people?
Okay, Anonymous would like to ask.
They don't have something on top of it. What the fuck is that?
Anonymous is not there.
How come I got somebody on top of me?
Okay, Marilyn would like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike. This has been a really good talk. So I wanted to ask, and then I'll comment also. I am a victim of suicide celebrity, and it's a large hive of psychopaths. Primarily, they're Black Americans, and they are poor, and they were recruited from a TI base. They were targeted and then recruited. They're drug trafficking, and one of the prerequisites to join this gang movement in Montgomery County in Ohio is to make brain-to-brain child pornography. It's quite vivid. It's 3-dimensional. It looks real. It's some of the most twisted stuff I've ever. 24 hours. So, they
Are you able to get some links that for your sleeping area?
Excuse me, thank you.
Link stat,
Say it again.
the carbon plastic. Neil sells it like smaller segments, or you can buy a whole roll of it online. It's the carbon plastic shield.
Yeah,
Are you able to put some of that like on your head or your heart every day?
I was contemplating buying some of that. I just looked at his website.
It really helps.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really rough because it's 20 people. It's extreme. And I do believe the mention that he spoke of, speaking earlier from Long Island, I think.
over soon. It's gonna end soon. But what I did to protect myself, I took photographs of my face and head that had direct energy weapon scars. I took video and photographs. I recorded the V2K, you can record it on your cell phone. I have trifled meter reading, images of vehicular stalking, kind of vintage. But, and then I participated in the UN questionnaire. And then I put my evidence on the YouTube channel and attached it to a document. And
If you really had 20 people looking through your eyes every day, I would definitely just keep the audio Bible on in the background.
Right. Oh, no, listen.
Number one,
Yeah. Yeah, I put an audio Bible.
God is not done with you, right? Like, He loves you and He's not done with you. But also, people.
I mean, it's Lucifer all the way. I watched movies. I just watched a movie about acts from the Bible, and I was really interested in the character Stephen from the Bible. I've been watching movies about Christianity. I bought a Bible. I listened to audio books, Christian music. I've pretty much tried to cut out anything attached to sex, any kind of perverted aggression to it's a demonic. It's sort of a demonic possession. But what happened is I sent thousands and thousands of emails. I sent them to leaders in Africa. That's why I chose to say something. In Africa, I warned them about the United States using synthetic telepathy as a weapon to look through your eyes. I sent emails to Europe, Canada, the Pacific Islands, Asia, Korea, Russia, with my name and address, desperate. And I've left the country, and so now my target has gotten worse. So it's kind of like a minor whistleblowing. Now I'm shooting you into my mother's face. She's got scars on her face. And my boyfriend that I live with, he's got some on his face. And he's a TI now. So they're basically trying to, it's some of the most vicious attacks. It's satanic. And so I guess
I don't think they can shoot through 10 layers of link stack. If you could, I have a bookcase that I painted with the homemade EMF paint that's grounded, and some of the foam board, trifold, board, poster board, and then I have links that over, kind of making a canopy, and it's open from the bottom, but I really think that would help. And inside of that kind of tent, open tent, I have covered my face and 10 layers of things that.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
And the thing is, sleep is a healing cycle that they don't want us to have. Sleep is a God-given healing cycle that they don't want us to have it. They literally know. They're like, oh, demons coming, got to interrupt it. Got to wake up.
Yeah, as a result of this kind of attack from a quote-unquote race, I don't believe that we're all humans. Politics have changed. The question about African leaders not getting certain vaccinations for their citizens, I wouldn't really that is a gray area. I wouldn't even comment on it. But to say that the corruption, when you were talking about the World Bank sending loans to
to different countries, like a couple hours ago, you were talking about that. I know exactly what you were talking about, how they give these loans to these countries, they can't pay them back, and then they take their land. That's basically most of Africa. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Latin
it's right, and so
And they promise to get power line infrastructure to our company.
it does seem devastating, especially with the super soldier status that they're going to basically use this, so that telepathy to arm their soldiers. They're going to upgrade their DNA. So we need to be really clever, really quick about how we're going to stop this kind of attack on them.
So whistleblower, you never want to be alone, right? It's like that's the worst thing a whistleblower can do is be alone. So be out, be happy, connect with people, smile with people as much as you can. That's really that's it. And, it goes back to COVID.
That's good advice for all targets. Stay social. Don't get isolated. Stay out there and stay social. See, Marilyn, that wind it up. You have something else you'd like to have?
Right. So all right. Scars. That's just kind of bring this up on the call. There's so many of them on my face now that to me it basically looks like evidence. And I wondered if Mike had these scars on his face. And this is just one of his mini TI was seeing, do they have these microwave scars in their face? Do they document it? Do they take pictures of it? I think that we can use it to prove that we are being shot with these weapons. And I guess that's all I wanted to say. I hope everybody has a safe night tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Marilyn. You be safe.
I heard good things about neem oil. NEEM. It's supposed to be healing. I've been putting borax lotion on my skin, and it helps. I don't get microwave burns, I have to say.
Okay. Yeah, she has some burns that look like tiny little overturned daisies or poppies or something, or little stars. Am I right, Marilyn? Go ahead, you're on mute.
Right. So, it's a circle within a circle with many circles in it. So it's just like a flower. So it's the base of a microwave weapon. If you Google the weapon, you'll see that most of them have a circle in the middle with a beam that goes through it. And it sticks beam holes around that one, and then a solid one on the outside. And they're just all over my forehead, my cheek, all over my face. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a spot behind my heart where it hurts, and I know they shoot me there often.
That's your esophagus, Mike. They actually attack your esophagus all the way down to your stomach. They pulse it to the point where it feels like you're having a heart attack. In reality, what they are doing is trying to get you to flip out and have a real heart attack. I went to the hospital 3 times years ago, and they looked Mr. Allen having an esophageal attack. And so, I never heard of it before. I passed that on to the community years ago. Every once in a while, I'll pass it on again. That came right from the hospital. Because there was nothing in my blood suggested that I had to do that. Crazy. There is a chemical, I don't think it's a chemical, but there is a chemical that's produced when you have a heart attack. Prevalent of it. Oh, you think we should end Q&A, Mike? What do you want?
Sure. I'll just say one more thing is, in the summer of 2016 in New York, I was in grad school because of a voice guided me there, and I was trying to help the world remember a murdered priest named Jim Carney in Honduras in '83. And if you read his autobiography about World War II and his, heroic attitude that God made all men equal, and went down there in Honduras and he helped start 100 co-ops, over 100, and then he disappeared. So that land was being taken by other people, and trying to drive me to. I was on a secret mission to digitize all these newspaper articles of his disappearance in the early ages on my own, and they were in my mind, hacking me, and I was my own little hacker, and I was trying to keep my name clean. I was using Tails operating system and, running off the power line and all this stuff on my own. I had made my own little Faraday bag for the phone. And my ex-fiance was calling me frantically, trying to figure out where I am, and I'm hiding in the attic, with my little laptop, trying to do this stuff in secret. And they were just playing me in my head, and they wanted me to go to Detroit because that's where the Carney Latin American Solidarity Archive is named after him. And I was praying and trying to write, and I woke up. I remember going to sleep and this voice of God wept and just chewing me out. Like I was not used to it. I was like, maybe I had a little bit too much of that hot chocolate or something. Something was just destroying me. And I wake up in the middle of the night and I heard this loud buzzing outside my window, like a drone. And then I wake up and, I just played it off. I didn't respond. And I wake up a little bit later and my eyes are slightly bulging out of my head. And I kind of like squeeze my eyes and then go back in, and it was like they were crossed outwards, which doesn't make sense because that's not how eyes cross. And ever since then, I started having some bleeding in my back under the skin. And that's what happened. And for 3 days, Homeland Security helicopters flew over my house on the flight path of fighting a fire in Minnewaska State Park, because they were leaving from Stewart Air Force Base, which happens to be a certified landing place for Air Force One. And the Homeland Security helicopters, pilots don't know where they're flying. They're told where to fly, and they're told their flight path. That doesn't mean the pilot's hurt. But for 3 days, Homeland Security helicopters ran equipment over my house after I heard that Chinese drone. Don't ask me how I know. But yeah, that's my targeting story. I was hearing the voice of God weapon for years before that, but then it went 24/7.
Yeah, it came on me in 2011 in October, and it hasn't stopped. Not one day, not 1 minute. So the biggest thing to hear from a lot of TIs is, we don't have any privacy. And these things follow you everywhere. They follow you in the bathroom, the shower. They follow you everywhere. You don't have any privacy. You're sitting on the jaw and they're commenting the whole time. So it's just, I'm not going to get into that rabbit because I'm just not the way. It's just disgusting.
There's a certain dignity that people know is natural, and there's TIs in their 20s that have the worst chaotic remote neuromonitoring and it's like they're being chewed up so that their brain will accept the interface, the neural interface. And I have, when Dave K taught me, do not talk to the AI no matter what. It changed. It stopped. They turned off the good angel, bad angel BS crap that I wasn't listening to anyway. And it became, I have like a Google Assistant in my head. I'm not kidding. It's answering my questions. I don't want it interrupting my prayers. It breaks open my questions in the space of faith, which might be the temple. You know, that might be the abomination of constant.
Yeah, well, we don't want to hear it. That's mine.
Yeah, we don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Amen to that, Frank. And thank you for letting me go on and on.
Really felt.
I'm sorry.
Gonna wash it on it?
No? I'm sorry, I hit the button. It might be my computer running. I'm sorry.
Sounds like a TV.
Yeah, I think it's my drive. I have this new computer working where it's like a year old. Just a little laptop. It was kind of cheap. But it came with a solid state drive. But it's been running really hot lately, so I don't know what is going on. Yeah, well, it's about a year old. Yeah. So it's just a little HP. Yeah, it chugs along, you know. But it's given me a little trouble lately, so I don't know. I'm kind of worried.
Do you have any compressed air? You got to clean off the air vents. I was a laptop technician. You have to. It's the number one thing that breaks everyone's laptop in the world is those air vents get clogged up.
Oh, okay.
You have to force a blast of air in the opposite direction where the heat exhaust is.
Okay.
The intake.
Yeah, what I've been doing is I've been like I stick a little notepad, if you will, under the front of the tip, so it's kind of like it fits air under it, you know, instead of having it flat on the surface. Kind of ramp it up a little bit so it can cool. Because I keep hearing the fan run, and it's not supposed to do that. So I don't know what is going on. You know, make that noise. So I'll mute it. I'm so sorry.
Frank, I left the one little detail out. I had a Lenovo laptop and I was running Tails operating system for whistleblowers, and somehow by providence, my grandpa had this old fluorescent light bulb. I was visiting his house after he passed, and this old fluorescent light bulb was giving off the sound of my mouth and keyboard movement. And I'm not kidding at all. And I did a whole secret lab, and I was on the floor trying to record this sound. I couldn't believe it. And you know that not long after that, the military has blocked Lenovo computers from military bases. Same with ZTE and Huawei, and that's what Trump got. And that's one of the things he did that made the media so mad. But he blocked Huawei from rolling out 5G in the United States.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So, I discovered it by providence. It wasn't that I was smart. It was by providence that I was a whistleblower with Jim Carney's story, and I was hearing my mouse and keyboard on the old fluorescent light bulb, the swirly kind, and I was trying to record the evidence. That's when it struck me. It made my eyes bulge.
Okay, Deborah.
Hey guys, Frank, you were talking about, your V2K and the Target say that, they never have any privacy. I'm looking out my bedroom window here, and here's St. Louis. I guess it's the same in Massachusetts or anywhere else you live. Houses that have attics, and people, I guess they'll fix up their attics or whatever, and they have these little windows. And there is somebody in, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 added windows, and there are 4 people standing in this direction, and 4 of them.
y'all.
I'm not gonna go by y'all.
Looking in my direction.
Are their arms full?
Are there on? I don't know. I can see.
That's body
I
language.
can.
That means they don't like you. And they're angry.
What?
There's one person. Let's see, 2 people are sitting because I can only see them from the shoulders up. Like I can see their chest, and then I can see them sitting. So maybe they're sitting at a computer or something. But I just thought, I looked out my window and went, oh my gosh, look at all those people in the window looking this way.
They might
Hi
say
there.
the same thing about you.
I know. But anyway, I'm just like, I feel like I took a shower, you know, like in my undergarments, because I'm so freaked out that they can see me. It's so ridiculous that they can see everything. Anyway,
They're just shameless. You just have to
they are
call them.
shameless.
Yeah, it's not your fault that they're shameless. They're just stupid.
Yep.
And just go move on.
All right, that's all I wanted to share.
Okay. I'd like to thank everybody for your input because we've had a lot of great people on here tonight. And that's why I really enjoy this because we get a cross section of the entire country and parts of the world. We have people from one person, we've got Coach, and we've got Seth wherever he's from. Go on.
I wonder where that lady that spoke Chinese, where she's from. Like, I mean, mainland China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, or somewhere else.
I think she's somewhere close by. That was the king. I had it before.
Or her family. Like,
Yeah, it's tragic. When you hear somebody like that, you want to try and help them get out of it.
yeah.
It's funny how Edward Snowden ended up in China. And then from China, they smuggled him to Russia. And he had to wait in the Russian airport before they would do the assignment.
How long is it in the Russian airport?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was a day or a couple of days, but President Putin did give him, obviously, asylum. And I am wondering, we've got a new administration. I really thought that President Trump was going to pardon him.
Yeah, or Assange.
Yeah. See, everybody, you don't hear about Assange, so everybody seems to think that. But, we see the headlines every day. We really have to do something.
Craig, I forgot to report something on the electronic signal source for the 2 Kentucky services.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I did is I used a true static signal sound on the Raspberry Pi in the FM transmit mode. And I did, the patent calls for 100 megahertz, so I tried that first. And I mean, I get a little bit of relief just from LinkedIn. Maybe it helped me. Maybe I don't think it was enough power. I'm guessing that we have to develop the way you transmit a signal source across the surface. Because it's something that goes down a wire, it's probably just making a path. It's just finding a path of least resistance and going down the line, but we needed to go across the entire surface. But I did that for about a week, and then the Raspberry Pi crashed because I just had the transmit command on this static file. It was just looping. But then after I restarted it, I put it to 107.5 megahertz as the test. And that night, and only that first night, there was something halting my monitor. It's threatening, and it was loud, and it was on a lot of different frequencies on my radio because I was listening, and it was like a threatening pulse. And then that night, that same pulse was like hitting my heart somehow. Just that first night that I went to 107.5. So I have to report it. I don't know what that means. Keep trying to keep it open minded.
Yeah, well, really. Yeah, I'd be curious to learn actually how much energy is built up on the link stack before it goes to ground. Of course, we can actually measure that. But I'd just be curious to find out.
Yeah, take some alligator clips and force each, like pierce the plastic.
Yes.
And on one end, and then do it on the other end, something like that.
Yeah. We also need to learn more about this Windows program and that thumb drive, so that we
Yeah.
this, I'll call it a virus, a visual virus.
For the EEG virus.
It's just, and that's going to be ultra.
It's for third world precedent. I thought that was fun.
Well, you start to feel like after a while, we did this, we researched that, and there's a big buck there that you're going to find.
Yeah, I believe if America can position itself to guarantee the free market for land in third world countries and shut down all child trafficking, organ harvesting, especially in China, then God will position the United States as leader of the free world as has been supposed. But if not, then our Lord Jesus is going to come back much sooner than later. And it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Well, there's signs everywhere, that's for sure. There's fish floating up all over the place because of Fukushima.
I mean, why are we going to
Was that an earthquake, another earthquake?
Oh no, it's
Or was it the 20 years ago, the nuclear?
yeah, it's just a continuing saga of Fukushima. And there's still water down there, and that water is going into the Pacific, and it's, well, actually, what is it, China Sea, way down, South China Sea, the Sea of Japan or something. And it's ending up on California shore.
I remember they were talking about the wind was carrying radioactive particles.
It's no.
Yeah, the solar vacuum tubes are literally, they're so revolutionary to a distributed energy system, and it could provide drinking water. Why can't the powers that be figure out a stable, algorithm for continued population growth? Just Why do they have to betray the human race? Why do they have to be satanic?
Because they can. Because they are. No one's stopping. So, that's why this is a spiritual war, as well as a war of men.
I think half the love letter in the Bible, or half the time they're painful, is a warning to them.
Yeah. I warn these guys all the time that they don't get the message. They just think it's, oh, well, we're going to get forgiven and we're going to control. I don't think that's hard to explain. You can't go out and commit murder for a month and then go to church on a Sunday. You forgiven for it? Something that doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, wear a suit in the front row. Receive, blindness for your murder without any repentance.
Frank, you could use the Allen Institute to expose these human rights violations.
Oh, that's definitely a good idea, and that's what we intend to do. And if I end up in a box over it, guess what? Kick ass. That's what I say. Because you know what? I don't stop. When I get on the radio, that's why I get kicked off radio. Because I just stop. This last time. Okay, we have a question. It's Joe from Australia. Go ahead, Joe. Mike's here.
Hi, Brian. How's it going?
Good. Hello.
Hi, Michael. I'm okay. How are you, Frank?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I mean, I have.
You had a rough couple of weeks.
Yeah, I did. Well, I'm doing much better.
I had a friend that moved to Australia.
They
I
want.
like it.
It was in kindergarten.
Oh, okay. Frank, what were you going to say? I think you're getting close. That's why you're getting hit.
Yeah, that's probably it. I know they're not happy. But what I was going to say is, when I was in high school, Australia would give you $1,500 American, and whatever you needed to go into business.
Just scared I'm gonna get out. Is that it? We're gonna consult with the doctor, yada yada yada. Motherfucker's truth is like, you push me to do that. Going to down. Torn ball. You want to choose to go? You fucking piss me off like crazy and push me to do stupid shit. Say shit. I'm not going because I want to go. You can read my mind, motherfucker. I know the only reason I'm going is because Darren wants me to. I don't go, he's going to think I'm not doing anything. That guy was talking about it. Said they really don't know. No. Yes. No, I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill you. And you force them into another situation. I don't want to kill you. Tell me like because you wouldn't have to go through all of this. Well, go to sleep and do your business. Put my mind at ease. Figure out what's and we keep doing this. Don't have a way there. Want to leave Mark? Huh? Next day? How about the weekend? Look, I don't know why, what, where, who, what, other. Who's gonna do this? Thinking my future is not gonna be any different. You don't. Saying, jeez. Someone, look at this thing. It's truly not, but it is. It's not. You do realize I can't control that. I have thoughts that just pop. And I don't know, James Bond didn't like it. How will I know? I'm sorry. When we leave tomorrow? Maybe next. Leave it. Yeah, what? Did you have to? Are you flipping out anymore? Mm. Yeah.
Well, what I'm gonna do is look, see if I can get trying to get me.
mine. Stupid. You think I'm just gonna let you do it? Huh? Can't let you kill me. Understand? It's all about going back that way.
addicted. I need money, resources. Ah!
Why can't this fucking keep? So keep this fucking animal. Keep the fucking microwaves that motherfucker. far as I knew, very first. Right? Are they at that place right behind us?
What am I gonna say? What is gonna say? You come on. I say, I showed you. That's all I got. It is. I know. Okay. Not pounding me on my fucking head. It's okay. I really don't have anything. I'm going.
mind control. Mind control there, so I don't have to go. If I don't go, Darren, it's great. I'm gonna say my fucking shoulders are not. Everyone wants to say. If Darren didn't want me to go, I wouldn't be fucking going. Fucking shit. Yeah, no. Oh. Okay, all right. I have enough numbers to get the word out. Another way. Yeah. Go away. I'm not gonna say anything again. could be a big discrediting. And I just told this dick that that is in my future. The whole Darren thing, I don't want to do that. Because it's a race. Making me EMT real quick. Just try. Somebody. I believe it. I hate fucking games. Or if I'm making something great. They think I can't do it.
trying to do.
It's on time now.
think that. That's why they're doing what they're doing. I think I'm that over. All right, here we go. It's so cliche to say that. Okay, the perps are trying to kill me. That's what they don't kill people. Motherfuckers, they want something, but that's not it. I'm playing along with them. You know, might be nice. Perps don't kill people. They're strictly against it. They just do not do that. Never had like I've been all over the place. So I don't know who the hell these people think they do. It's not the way the game is played. Usually when they do something like that, right, once they think that they're gonna kill you, and they want you to discredit yourself. Go on and on and on to someone. Look, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. Usually what it is. But hey, I've only been tired for over 20 years. It's a long time. But I'll tell you what, that R&M is so good. It'll grab hold of you. It'll make you scared. But, and it helps them, of course. When you're getting microwave, and you have R&M, we're all Batman. So, it's been fun. It's been reason. Real fun. Whatever. I'm just being an ass now. But I just don't understand these people. I've been doing this for 20 something. I know how the game is played. Go on Facebook and see. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They never against the rules. Fucking perfect. Kills me. I mean, they are killing us. Not like gonna put a gun up to your head. But, freedom threaten. They threaten all the time. It's to discredit. All the time. 100%. We'll leave video playing. Probably on. It's all on. Leaving your sideline. After what? It's too big.
Ah!
does that mean? People who have highly advanced fucking mind control, highly advanced. Should do everything. Fucking mind control. Oh shit! 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 Did everything work out the way you wanted it to work out for me so far? We'll talk about that. I think I'll make one more. Mm. Mm. I don't know what I meant.
Of these involving 2.4 gigahertz. This is the LoRa module. This one works on 868 megahertz, 2.4 gigahertz there. I was given something to repair the other day. This runs at 433.9 megahertz, it says, a little antenna there. And I was thinking about how to test these things, how to test these antennas, and you may even have some antennas in a drawer, and you can't for the life of you remember what frequency they were. So here's a little project, something that I found on the internet. It would be interesting to build. This is a little RF generator board based on the ADF 4351 chip, and this can generate frequencies from 34.5 megahertz up to 4.4 gigahertz. And for that, we have a little keypad shield that fits on our Arduino Uno. The only other components that the 60 ohm resistors to provide a little resistor network, because the control lines for this development board are 3.3 volts and the Uno has 5 volts. So we'll see how that goes together. There's a description of how this goes together. The units that I'm using are not exactly the same as this, so that's going to be part of the process to understand how that's going to work. I've seen other people with this design on YouTube, and they've never seemed to go into enough detail for somebody to be able to build it. Perhaps they don't have sufficient experience. So hopefully you can follow along and we'll get this thing built. I've connected the system network now and done the wiring down through to the little development board. and the sketch I've downloaded, and I've just tested that it compiles okay. So let's upload the sketch to Windows and see how we go. Well, that appears to be successful. See on the camera there. Let's just check this problem. There was some comment about which version of board, the LCD Shield board, some things worked differently. This appears to be working okay. I wonder if it's actually generating anything. Let's get the oscilloscope out. On the oscilloscope we can see that there's something rather strange going on that needs investigating. The output is simply not stable. There seems to be some problem with the board that we're going to have to get to the bottom of. I found the issue with the board with the help of a guy on the internet called Boris. He had a similar problem. For 10-base 2 network, if anybody remembers that. No, only reason. So with that in place, if we now power the board up, we have the waveform on the oscilloscope there at 35 megahertz. Switch that off. Change on the oscilloscope. Now on the oscilloscope, the bandwidth is limited, so we're not going to be able to show higher frequencies. For example, in the memories now, I've added 433 megahertz and obviously 2.4 gigahertz, 4.4 gigahertz, but we're not going to be able to see those sorts of frequencies on the oscilloscope. So we're going to need another device, and in the next video, I'll be showing you how to make a cheap and cheerful spectrum analyzer.
Spectrum, if you work with radios. Unfortunately, they are very expensive. Hillary? Recently, when I saw a small device for around $50, unbelievable. But is it any good? Pretty YouTubers, here is the guy with the Swiss accent, with a new episode and fresh ideas around sensors and microphones. Remember, if you subscribe, you will always sit in the first row. Electrical signals are not visible to us. This is why we need instruments to see them. Simple devices like multimeters to see constant signals, or more sophisticated ones like oscilloscopes, which show us how signals change over time. If we work with radios, typical oscilloscopes are not capable of displaying very fast signals. This is why we use the so-called spectrum analyzers to visualize what happens. In this video, we will see what such a spectrum analyzer does and how it works. Have a close look at this cheap device and compare its readings with a more expensive one.
See the difference between spectrum analyzers, vector network analyzers, and SDR radios. Let's get started with the first topic. What does it do and how does it work? A spectrum analyzer shows the power of a signal across frequencies. The x-axis shows the frequency range, here, for example, between 0 and 3 gigahertz.
Should we go
On the
to
y-axis,
Atlanta
we
tomorrow?
see the power of the signals in dBm. Keep in mind, 3 dBm more means double the power. 0 dBm is 1 milliwatt, and minus 70 dBm is 0.000000001 milliwatt, a very small signal. This will be important to understand why such devices are quite expensive. I use my Baofeng radio for a short demonstration.
About a week.
If I press the transmit button, we see that the radio emits a signal on the intended frequency of 145.550
Week after that.
megahertz. But it also emits signals on other frequencies called harmonics.
After
And
the first?
we see signals popping up which are not emitted by the Baofeng. Typically, we see signals in the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi band because I have an access point in my lab. The strength of the different signals is also different and changes if I change the distance to the spectrum analyzer. This is one application of a spectrum analyzer. To see how our transmitter behaves if it emits on the intended frequency. But how is this done? The principle is quite simple if we understand one thing. Frequency mixing. Frequent viewers remember this principle if they watched the introduction to SDR in video number 286. If we mix two signals, the output of such a mixer is two signals. Frequency 1 plus frequency 2 and frequency 1 minus frequency 2. Frequency 1 in this case is called local oscillator or LO. Frequency 2 is the input frequency. If the input frequency is similar to the LO frequency, the difference signal has a frequency of nearly 0 Hz. The sum has double the frequency. The latter is not important for us, and we have to filter it out. If we measure the power in the signal around 0 Hz and show it in a graph, we have the y-axis of the spectrum. Of course, we have to filter this signal to cover only a very narrow band. The width of this filter is called resolution bandwidth. On my Siglent SSA 3032X, it is currently 1 megahertz. So all signals inside a bucket of 1 megahertz are added to the displayed power. Also the noise in this bucket. Therefore, the noise level is around minus 70 dBm. To show how spectrum analyzers work, I change this bandwidth. Now we see that it starts with a very low frequency and moves up to the maximum frequency. The smaller the bandwidth, the slower the scan speed, because the analyzer has to probe 4 points to cover the whole spectrum. In such a mode, short signals are no more detected. This is why we can use peak hold and hope for the chance of detecting also short signals. Like that, we see our 2.4 gigahertz signal even if it is not always on. Next, I show you another important function. Again, I use the Baofeng on 145.550 megahertz and display the frequencies from 150 to 150 megahertz. The scan is now much faster because it only has to cover a small band. The signal seems to be about 4 megahertz wide, which is hopefully not the case. Only if I reduce the resolution bandwidth, we see more details, and we see that the signal is very narrow band. If I modulate the signal with my natural sine wave generator, we do not see a difference. Only if I zoom into only 100 kilohertz span, we see the modulation of the signal. The resolution bandwidth is now 1 kilohertz, and the noise floor is down to minus 100 dBm, very sensitive. I show you all these details because later you will see the differences between this expensive and big device and this small and cheap one. The next important application of spectrum analyzers is check out filters. To do that, we have to input a signal into the filter and display its output. The output of the filter, therefore, has to be connected to the analyzer. To produce an input signal, we have to add a component called tracking generator. If the frequency of this tracking generator and the scan frequency of the spectrum analyzer are synchronized, the analyzer always sees the full power of the tracking generator. By the way, this is why it is called a tracking generator. It tracks the frequency of the analyzer. Let's connect the output of the tracking generator to the input of the spectrum analyzer. We see the noise plot. As soon as we switch the tracking generator on, we see a curve. The output of the tracking generator is set to minus 20 dBm, but the spectrum analyzer does not show a constant curve. This is because both the tracking generator and the spectrum analyzer are not ideal across all 3 GHz, and we have cables. Fortunately, this fact does not matter too much if we press this button, normalize on. Now the response is completely flat at 0 dB. The spectrum analyzer stores the differences and adjusts its display automatically. Cool. Now I exchange this adapter between the tracking generator and the analyzer with a filter. I do not tell you what its purpose is. You tell me. It has a very flat response across the whole 3 GHz, very similar to the plain connector from before. Only if we have a closer look, we see a difference. Here it has a deep dip of around minus 40 dB. Let's zoom in. The notch is from around 80 to 110 MHz. What is it? Filters like that are used if you live nearby of an FM radio station. Such stations can block your receiver, also if you intend to listen to other frequencies. In those cases, such filters make sure your receiver is much more sensitive to signals like LoRa, which are much weaker. The next filter shows this behavior. It blocks high frequencies and therefore is called a low-pass filter. It has a 3 dB point at around 470 MHz. Really, it is sold as a low pass with the cutoff frequency of 450 MHz. The third application of spectrum analysis is the measuring of antennas. If you attach a reflection bridge like this one, you can check your antennas. I will not do that because I need a device that is better suited for this purpose. And the whole device costs less than just this. Let's now head over to the cheap spectrum analyzer. Here I see that I have to remind you that like or subscribe if you want to see other videos like that. You find a few versions of the same design, some with and others without case. I got this one from Banggood and it is called NTDC35-4000 ME. Its coverage is, as you can see from the title, 35 MHz to 4.4 GHz. The top frequency is even higher than the one of the Sigma, but it costs only around $50, about 60 times less than the big one. How come? It has no display or button and PC control, a first cost reduction. Let's go into the schematic. Here we see how simple it is. Let's try to find the relevant parts. Here we have the mixer chip. It gets the input signal directly from the SMA connector and from this ADF4351 wideband synthesizer, which acts as the local oscillator. Here you see that this component limits the range of the overall device. Its range is from 35 to 4,400 MHz. The output of the mixer is connected to a logarithmic amplifier, which creates a signal for the ADC of the microprocessor. A low-pass filter removes the high frequency. This setup acts as a power meter. We Between the mixer and the amplifier, we find a filter. This filter defines the resolution bandwidth. It is fixed, and we will later see what this means. An STM32 microprocessor controls all. This 25 MHz oscillator generates the clocks. These components form a working spectrum analyzer that can detect RF signals. Missing is only the tracking generator. We find it here. It uses the same ADF 4351 as the local oscillator. Its output is connected to the second SMA connector, and you have to switch it on with this button on the back. The blue LED shows that it is enabled, and the two yellow LEDs show which oscillator is working, the local oscillator alone or with the tracking generator. The PCB looks like that, and the case is really small. To compare, here you see only one PCB of the signal. If you are interested in a hardcore teardown, you find a link to the video from SignalCon. Excellent, but as I said, hardcore. Let us now do the same tests as we did with the big ones. First, we have to download software through a link provided by Backlink. It is made in Germany by ham operator Andreas Lindenau. I doubt that he gets anything from this tool. It also seems that he abandoned this project and created a new one. At least I did not find it on his homepage, where I found another version. I assume it is newer, and I use this one. Unfortunately, I did not find any documentation, and also the help does not provide anything. Software for cliffhangers, as we will later see. This spectrum analyzer project, by the way, seems to have its roots in Germany many years ago and found its way to China, like the transistor tester story shown in video number 200. Device to a USB connector and start a scan between 35 and 3000 MHz, comparable with the test we did before with the signal. I select 1000 points, and the scan speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, I do not see a signal from my Baufeng. Does this device really work? Let's quickly check what happens. One step is nearly 3 MHz. It starts at 35 MHz. Every 3 MHz means that it measures around 143 and 146 MHz. So it does not receive my signal at 145.500 MHz. Why did the signal see it? Because it uses a wider resolution bandwidth for faster scan speeds. So it sees signals which are not exactly on the scan frequencies. The small box does not see it, even if we increase the sample to the maximum of 2000. On the other hand, if we decrease the samples to 1450, it sees the signal, but not the harmonics. Just by chance, because one of the scanning points is close to 145 MHz. If we zoom into 130 to 150 MHz, we see an interesting signal, very different from the one seen before on the signal. It consists of a peak with a notch in the middle. It is obvious that this notch does not exist in reality. The device itself produces it. Just ignore it and you are okay. Now we focus even closer, 145 to 146 MHz. Here we see a similar curve as before. Unfortunately, no more details are visible. So we can reduce to 100 samples and get a decent scanning speed. Even now, we do not see the device because of its fixed resolution bandwidth. Another limit is also its sensitivity. It is not as sensitive as the signal and has also no built-in preamplifier. The noise floor is always at around minus 70 dBm, which means no signal. Maybe this fact is not so important for you. You find information to enhance this device. 3 areas of enhancements are proposed. The first is here in the input stage, where it is suggested to remove this resistor. It seems to reduce the input power and is not necessary. Another area is this field. And the third one is to add a small capacitor for a cleaner power supply. I leave you links to the enhancements in the video comments. One important thing, there is no input protection or warning if your signal is too high. So pay attention. Some owners of such devices wrote that they had to replace the mixer chip because they did not pay attention. Maybe you order a few chips with your device. They are not very expensive. Always use attenuators if you work with powerful transmitters. You get them cheap on AliExpress, and they usually are good up to the 2.4 GHz Wi-Fi or Bluetooth band. Now we leave the power measurements of transmitters and use the tracking generator to test you. As said before, you have to enable the tracking generator with this button. We also connect the tracking generator directly to the input of the analyzer to get the normalization curve. And really, we get a curve which is not flat and below 0 dBm. Not an issue as we saw with the signal. Unfortunately, I did not find out how to calibrate the device or normalize this curve. Maybe you can help me. I also tried with the old software provided by Bandwidth. There is a calibration function, but I was not able to use it. Here I would have loved a manual to read. At least nobody can tell me RTFA. But we can use it also without normalization. We save the curve created with a direct connection and display it together with a measured filter curve. Like that, we get a feeling about the disk performance. Here we see the FM radio station data, and here is 450 MHz broadcast. In this curve, we also see the low sensitivity of the G minus 70 dBm. In reality, it is around minus 40 dBm. Just to show you how expensive filters can be. This one, for example, costs $75 to use. And here you find another difference between the two devices. The signal has filters everywhere. This small box only a very few and simple ones. By the way, don't worry. I got this filter for $10 at a camp festival. To check the linearity of the device, I measured a 20 and a 40 dB attenuator. The 20 dB shows around 24 dB, and the 40 dB attenuator reduces the signal to below the sensitivity of my device. If I find out how to calibrate this little bugger, I'm sure its linearity could be improved, but for sure not as good as the signal. Summarize, is this small tool useful? If you want to know on which frequency your transmitter works and have an idea about its output power and harmonics, you can use it. But signal or bandwidth analysis cannot be done for narrow signals. For filter analysis, it is usable if you are not interested in exact values like the damping. But you should get indications if the filter is okay or not.
Fucker.
If you work with radio frequencies above 35 MHz, it is a nice addition to a LAN. Not the first and not the second priority. But maybe a birthday or Christmas gift, because it can be fun to play with. Definitely a higher priority has a network analyzer like the one I showed in video number 191. Or, if you need lower frequencies, also this Nano VNA, which, by the way, uses similar chips from analog devices as the device today. Because it also measures the phase of the signal, it is much better for antenna analysis. A must for all LoRa enthusiasts. And the Nano VNA can also show filter curves. An alternative to this spectrum analyzer could be an SDR receiver. It for sure can show on which frequency you transmit. And with the right software, you can also get diagrams which are quite broadband. I never tried it, but I would assume that it does not have the same dynamic range. You cannot measure filters with an SDR receiver only. You have to add a white noise source that emulates a tracking generator. Maybe stuff for another video. I hope this video was useful or at least interesting for you. If true, please consider supporting the channel to secure its future existence. You find the links in the description. Thank you. Bye.
Didn't.
Welcome to the Sigma Pad. In this episode, we're going to review the SSA 3032X from Stiglin. I'm really late with this review. I apologize, Professor Stiglin, for that. It's been sitting on my desk for quite some time. It's a very nice unit, 3.2 gigahertz spectrum analyzer with a built-in tracking generator, this particular one, and it's quite a lot of functionality. It's a reasonably affordable price, and I'm very eager to try it out and also take it apart, take a look at exactly how it is built. So I have lots of stuff to test. So without keeping you waiting, let's get started. And here we are on the Signal North America website. I'm sure you're familiar with the Signal's line of different models of this. And you can compare them here. One model goes to 2.1 gigahertz, and the other model goes to 3.2 gigahertz. Other than that, they're virtually identical in specification, starting at $1,600 and $3,300. Pretty affordable for a 3.2 gigahertz spectrum analyzer with all the different functionalities it provides. If you look at the firmware and software, I often look at this, which fixes some of the bugs and so on, and the Easy Spectrum software, which is the interface for communicating and remote operation of it, and they added a couple of functionalities to the EMI measurement kit there. And yep, it's also been updated. We go over there and take a look at the exact specifications on the capabilities of the unit. For example, optional tracking generator, pretty good display average noise level. So I'm quite happy with the specification. So let's not dwell on it too much. Let's take a look at the unit because I'm eager to take it apart. Let's start playing around with it. And here we have the Siglin SSA 3032X. It's a very nice looking instrument, big, beautiful, non-reflective 10.1 inch, 1024 by 600 resolution screen, and it's really matte finishes. It really is. I wish everybody did that using this type of screen because it looks so much nicer in the lab. Let's go and turn it on. How long it takes to do it as I'm describing it. So obviously we have USB port in the front. We have a headphone jack for listening to demodulated signals because it does have AM and FM demodulation capabilities built into it. Tracking generator coming out. RF input going in, both of them 510. Nothing unusual there. Nice big keypad, logical placement for them. Very classic distribution. Basically, very, very similar to a keysight instrument, and that way you have similarity with it. Using those nice rotation up there, those are reasonably good. And a whole bunch of other buttons, to tune buttons, but anyway, it's there if you want to find a tone that's very dominant quickly or something like that. But that measurement button, we will go through that. Very nice, pretty straightforward. As you saw how long it took to boot. It's a pretty quick instrument. It boots quickly and it's ready to go right away. Quite happy with that. And at the back of the unit, nothing unusual. Obviously, AC line going in here, and we've got a couple of connectors here. We have
Welcome everyone to the brand new safe and supportive Saturday night call. And my name is Ella, and I'll be your host for this evening. This call-in was established by American leaders and organizers in order to provide you a safe alternative environment for targeted people worldwide. The community has asked for a new venue to provide support, establish connections, and encourage healthy discussions and dialogue, and that is what we are providing for you. In addition, we will have an array of hosts bringing you informative, inspiring, and enlightening guests to assist you in understanding targeting in its many various forms. Most of all, we hope that you leave our call feeling encouraged, empowered, and glad that you decided to attend our call, which has been designed for you. If you are interested in acquiring a list of safe and well-moderated calls, please email us at saturdaynightcall@gmail.com. And here's some of our guidelines. Please remember to be courteous to one another. Each person to finish speaking before joining the discussion. Keep yourself muted unless you are speaking, and be mindful of the listening community. We will not tolerate any abuse in any form, and what we have heard on some of the calls is severe verbal abuse, accusations, and information that has been highly upsetting to targets everywhere, which is why we are here tonight. And tonight we have a very special guest. She's my dear friend, and her name is Karen Stewart. And she's a former NSA employee turned whistleblower, and most of all, a human rights warrior. She grew up in a military family and lived in many parts of our country and in the country of Germany during her father's military career. She's always had an interest in foreign languages and art, propelling her to acquire the equivalent of a double major at FSU in German and Fine Arts. After graduating from college, she applied to the National Security Agency to work as a linguist, translating and reporting foreign material of interest to the government. After a highly stringent background check, she was hired by the National Security Agency in 1982. She worked at NSA until 2010, until she was railroaded out of NSA just 2 years before her retirement because she had dared ask the Inspector General to investigate a matter involving work credit and promotion theft. After receiving little or no assistance in the matter, she filed a lawsuit and an appeal for forbidden retaliatory firing to be adjudicated by Judge Lawrence Gallagher at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, in which she was denied compensation for her illegal firing. She has dedicated her life to assisting targeted individuals by demanding change both in policy and cessation of these crimes. Her activism includes a tremendous amount of letter writing to government officials, starting petitions, and supporting targeted individuals worldwide, and many other continued activism efforts as well. And thank you, my dear friend, for agreeing to our interview tonight. She truly is a consistent, generous, loving community member who has done so much on our behalf. And I know she's targeted, she's tremendously targeted, and like so many of us, she's just taking it day by day, and she does it with a smile. And I'm just grateful to have you here, Karen. I'm sure you want to give a little more input, because we do have a lot of new people on this particular call, new to the community, people that are new to the community. So maybe if you want to give a little more background, we'll just do it short, because I know a lot of people do know your story about your whistleblowing and the repercussions that follow us.
Well, I thank you very much, and you absolutely are one of my favorite people. So I appreciate your friendship very much, and I admire the work that you do.
Well, thank you. So let's talk about the whistleblowing, where you were working, which we understand at the NSA, and what circumstances arose that really were alarming to you, and what you did.
Well, what had happened was that I had discovered that, and this is in the paper, so I'm not giving you anything top secret, and I won't be in trouble for it. But what I had done was discovered that the Russians were developing a jammer that would jam American weapons just before we were to invade Iraq. And so I ended up doing a 6-month series of top secret reports delineating how the jammers functioned, what frequency, how they jammed, and how they had developed it, who was developing it, how they were getting them from Russia to Iraq secretly, because these were illegal to sell to Iraq. And so that took about 6 months, and that engendered a 200-person team that went out, recreated the jammers, and tested them. And then when they tested them, they said, "Oh crap, this really works." So they had to then figure out how to destroy the jammers. So it was estimated by the time that the invasion happened in 2003 that the fact that I had given them all this information and they were able to destroy all but 2 or 3 jammers at the time that we invaded. The Pentagon and then top NSA officials verified that telling them about these jammers probably had saved about 2,000 people's lives because the Iraqis had taken to putting some of their big guns into neighborhoods, thinking that we would not dare take out the big guns in fear, and we were very secure in the fact that we could take out the guns and really not harm anybody around it, except for the jammers. So the jammers really threw a wrench into the spokes. But that work was very successful, and I was told to go ahead and prepare. This is very strange. You have to prepare a write-up for yourself, and then your boss okays it, and then they submit it for for promotion review. So I did that, and what happened was I was told I was passed over, which happened, and I didn't think anything more about it. And then the next year I was told, no, you weren't exactly passed over. Your name was taken off the write-up, and somebody else's name was put on it. And it turned out that woman was sleeping her way through upper management and could not be promoted for her own work, so they stole mine. When I went and asked them to investigate, that's when I got attacked, and it actually ended up being stalked and harassed by NSA security goons. And I tell people what my experience showed me was the direct translation of that type of stalking, harassment, and slander campaign that these fusion centers use. Because once they had gotten rid of me, gotten me out of the job, they transferred the harassment to the local fusion center, and the civilian perks, taking their gift cards and other types of gifts to stalk and harass innocent people. So I feel like that's probably my most important contribution to figuring out who's doing this and why, in that I trace this activity to federal agencies themselves as well as the fusion centers. So since then, I've been writing letters to congressmen, senators. I wrote to the Director of National Intelligence. I wrote to Grinnell, who was the temporary Director of National Intelligence, and then actually got a letter to, I think it's Congressman Ratcliffe, before he was made Director of National Intelligence. I got a letter to his top aide, Pat Cattell, and to Lindsey Graham, and to everybody I think who could actually help us. I'm basically keeping an eye on the congressmen and senators who seem to be very reasonable people, patriots and not criminals. So even though I did write to every single senator last February, which is 100 senators, because there's 2 senators per state, I wrote to every single one of them and said, you cannot repass the Protect America Act because it is too flawed, and it is something that you are unaware of. It is basically very detrimental to the American country and to the people. It's doing things that you don't know that it's doing. So I wrote to discourage them, and I also sent one of my flyers to each and every congressman, which I think is around 345 people. So like I said, I've been writing letters to top officials for several years now, and the latest one I wrote earlier in September was to former Congressman Mark Meadows, who is now the White House Chief of Staff, because he was a very ardent supporter of Trump. And what prompted me to write that particular letter was a woman who spoke to me and said, Karen, I went to apply for aid because I'm human trafficked. We all are. And she said, I told them, I was a targeted individual and I was being human trafficked, and I thought I should qualify for this aid that Trump had siphoned off to give to victims of human trafficking. And they told her, no, you don't qualify. We've never heard of that. So I ended up writing the Chief of Staff, and I said, you have left off some very important people in regards to giving them aid and comfort for being human trafficked, and that would be the targeted individuals. I said, have you not heard of us, or have you just neglected to include us? And I went into into a full letter of what was being done to us. And at the end of the letter, I also said that there's really a list of demands. You know, I said, you know, our country basically has betrayed us, and we need certain things for compensation. And this is what I suggest. And I said that this can be negotiated to a point, but that we were set in what we needed. I don't know if you want me to read the list of demands. It's like almost 3 pages. But if you go ahead, yeah, I mean, if the ones you find most important, I think they are important. We're going to put it on a recording for people to hear. And what it might do is inspire other people to integrate that into their requests and their demands. Well, that's fine. And I said, you know, people can say, hey, Karen, you forgot this. Or, hey, Karen, I don't like that. You know, and right, you're crazy, right, do that. You know, because this is a kind of a first draft suggestion. So I did send it in to him. I left room for us to negotiate when they have time. And I told people, I don't think they're ignoring us, and I'll give you more reasons later why. I think they're just swamped. I think they're just overwhelmed, not only with the election, but with Antifa, with BLM, with COVID. And a lot of independent journalists have linked some of these people to Communist China, and Communist China apparently has provided money to buy some of these people's weapons of war. I mean, real rifles that are used in war, you know. So they're planning some very nasty things, and this is what they have to stop to protect all of it. So are they ignoring us? I don't think so. I think that, you know, we're talking about a house of fire, and they're trying their best to put out the fire and get as many people out as possible. So I do still have hope. So I'm hoping people don't give up and don't get bitter, because I still have hope. I think things are going on, and they will go in our favor at some point when we get the ship that we're on. You know, then we can get our people out of the water, is what I say. But this, I'll just read this to you. It's a targeted individuals list of demands. Whereas the United States of America illegally and in a heinously cowardly fashion declared a secret war upon its own non-combatant unarmed citizens under pretense of the inside job 9/11 attack, which it too is responsible for, then continues with war crimes, human rights crimes, and financial exploitation crimes against certain American citizens and other non-combatant unarmed civilians without cause but for profit. We, your victims, demand immediate cessation of your criminal assaults upon us all, on all levels and in all locations. First and foremost, we demand complete medical care to properly diagnose and treat the health damage your attacks have caused. We demand the most advanced treatments at no cost to ourselves whatsoever. We demand lifelong free health care and treatment, since you took it upon yourselves to harm our present health and sabotage our future health. We further demand the same for our family members and even our pets. Treat or replace the dead who were present during your assault. We further demand you will repay not only the monetary harm you have caused us over our lifetime, starting with $1 million each for the interim, but we also demand the seizure of all assets of every single military-industrial complex entity, other affiliated contractors, private businesses, corporations, medical laboratories, hospitals, universities, tech companies, private security firms, private citizens, etc., affiliated with this criminal effort, or whose weapons products were used to harm us. We further demand that the assets of every single organization which facilitated our persecution, torture, and murder be seized for future redistribution to us, their victims. We also demand that the CEOs, presidents, managers, employees who knew about and facilitated this program have all their personal and corporate assets seized, added to the pot, and be tried, imprisoned, executed for crimes against humanity and war crimes, as well as human trafficking as appropriate by military tribunals forthwith. We also demand that every single person in the chain of command, private or government, local or federal, knew about and carried out this program or even covered up for it, be dealt with similarly, as well as greedy psychopathic, disregard civilian co-conspirators who gladly participated, as well as affiliated non-member civilians in our towns and our neighborhoods. We furthermore demand exemptions from all taxes whatsoever, state, federal, sales tax, property tax, inheritance taxes for the children and families of victims. We demand special status and ID reflecting that, so authorities who ignored and abused us will know to give us due respect, courtesy, and know that we cannot be hassled for fabricated or even minor infractions without serious consequences to them and their careers. Our requests and questions will be handled properly, never blown off or responded to with false information. Our special IDs will bring us to the front of any line or wait for service, as well as if we wish it to in retribution to a society that gratuitously treated us worse than dirt. If we so wish it, we will be given land upon which to build a community or several communities to live separately and protected from a society which so heinously and cruelly abused us. We will decide the rules and laws of that community, but in accordance with the Constitution, and we will be provided a special source by the federal government, superseding all others for our protection, but under our authority following the Constitution. We demand a top-quality medical center as well in any such community or access to one nearby. We also demand that any community we deem necessary be built with state-of-the-art materials to fully protect us from any directed energy weapons attacks ever again, and that a special security service be employed 24/7 to detect and neutralize such threats, along with state-of-the-art devices and methodologies to protect us from toxic gases and poisons. And individual houses not in such a community must meet similar standards, however. We demand full autonomy over any community or communities we deem needed or desired, with the ability to deny entry to anyone. We also demand that as many as possible of our persecutors never return to society, and that their crimes can only be characterized as human predation, which cannot be cured any more than rabies in a dog. After prison terms, if not executed, they will be housed in separate camps and given menial jobs for the rest of their lives. It can be assumed that all such individuals, all such victims, have PTSD or anxiety issues and need safe havens. Many indeed may choose to live within the society, but they must be given deference and respect in reference to the above. In reference to the abuse they suffered at the hands of a callous and predatory society. They must have authorities instructed to snap to the fulfillment of their needs. Remuneration will be made up from seized assets based on number of years targeted, actual losses, career potential sabotage, punitive damages for emotional, mental, and physical damage, and from government payments to the victims for the rest of their lives for insult and injury wrongfully inflicted upon them and their family members. The details are negotiable to a degree, but you understand our mindset at such depraved betrayal by our own country and government. What needs to happen now is the targeted individual's ability to apply for help as a human trafficking victim and be given safe harbor, sustenance, and medical treatment as well as full protection. We are dying and incurring fatal injuries and permanent damage right now due to a rogue corporatocracy who stakes the profit. I would reply on how we may get started right away to get these victims to safety. We can guide you as to how to flush out these criminals, and then I add this, a very good technical guide to finding computer-based illegal hacking and tracking of us by various entities can be found on BB Peach's YouTube under SH-P. It is invaluable. And then I sign my name. So that is the list of demands to get their attention.
Well, they're very thorough and they're well thought out, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you. And people are absolutely welcome to write to me in comments, say I don't like this or I do like this, and you can incorporate them in anything that you want to write. That's fine, or change them to something that I haven't thought of. That would be fine too. But this is a start. This is not in concrete. This is a start. So I wanted to get their attention.
Well, I will get the attention to it. So let's talk a little bit about I wanted to post you. So my question is, because so many, I want people to know because they're new, and there's a lot of news coming up on this call, about the past couple of years and the momentum and the movement that has occurred in our community. So in the past couple of years or several years, in your own opinion, what's the most exciting development that has arisen in the community? And also we can talk about the United Nations, which there are some really great things that have come out of that. There's just the sheer fact of the United Nations took an interest in us and our community, and some of the leaders around the globe who consider themselves to be target individuals while running successful organizations. What do you think? What is your opinion? We'll start with the United Nations. That's the most recent thing. And I'd love to get your input, pros and cons, and what you think is the most important for us to focus on.
Well, right now, my opinion is that Magnus Olson and the people who have been working with the UN have done a magnificent thing. There are some detractors who say, well, I talked to the UN and they wouldn't do a thing for me. Okay, but these people have been working with the United States and the United Nations, trying to get their attention and trying to explain things for several years, and they've been very dogged about it. And they finally got the attention of Nils Melzer, who is the special rapporteur for torture. All right, so this is something, even if they had only gotten the United Nations to recognize and define this crime, which they have now decided to call cyber torture. And some people don't like that name, but it's a name. We can at least point to it when we talk to police or friends or acquaintances. We can talk about that and say, okay, then how come somebody has gone to the trouble of naming it and defining it if it's our imagination? So to me, this is a huge thing because we can point to this and make people just absolutely dumbfounded in their usual arguments. Well, I never heard of it, or I don't think that's true. They'll be slapped down immediately because the UN is recognizing this. Now, I did get some points from Liliana, who has been working on this, as well as Magnus Olson. And she wanted people to know that the UN Special Rapporteur went way out of his way to request permission to the Human Rights Commissioner and the Secretary General to add this form of torture with new technologies called cyber torture to his mandate. He coined the term cyber torture and described it in Section E of his report to the UN Human Rights Council as a form of physical and psychological torture with modern technology. He also added 5 references describing it from 5 different authors. The Secretary General stated on his opening statement to the 43rd session of the Human Rights Council on February 24th that he was dismayed at the forms of torture with new technologies being used worldwide, and he was very concerned that his country, or Portugal, has thousands of victims of this. He stated that he would support the UN Special Rapporteur for adding cyber torture to his mandate. I believe the Secretary General is Gutierrez, if I remember his name correctly, and then the UN Special Rapporteur for torture is Nils Melzer. Okay. The Secretary General stated on June 26th, International Day in support of victims of torture, that international networks of torturers should be dismantled worldwide. Melzer did not have to undertake such a political and complex issue in his mandate, but he recognized it as a crime against humanity, affecting millions of people worldwide, and is going out of his way to eradicate this heinous war crime for the world. Now, he has stated that he will, and he hopes it is eradicated in at least 2 years, 4 years at the most. Of course, we are certainly hoping it is before. We're hoping it's 2 years or less. But this is, in my opinion, very big that it has been recognized, because that is the giant hurdle. If somebody doesn't think it's possible, then they think it's not happening. And this destroys that argument. Even if the UN did nothing else, this helps us tremendously, because we can present this to the United States and say, Secretary of State Pompeo, you say the United States doesn't torture people. Well, what is this? Why is the UN saying that all these countries are torturing their people with high tech? And we can point to federal law that basically says you can't use high tech, like radio frequency and things like that. You can't use that to destroy other people's property, much less harm. And that is an executive order, and we are backed by several executive orders. One of them that says you cannot conduct psychological operations on Americans on American territory, and that's being done. There's just all kinds of federal laws and executive orders are absolutely being trampled upon. So this adds to the weight of our argument, and I think it's a good thing. And I praise the people who have accomplished this because I think it is a tremendous step in the right direction.
Did you read the response from the United States in regards to the statement?
I haven't. Did you have it?
I don't have it in front of me. It was read on my call, but it was not. They did not support it, and that was. It made me angry. I was really angry to hear that their response was so negative, and it probably has to do with the Patriot Act because so much of this is about surveillance abuse, and it's not in line with the Patriot Act and their surveillance abuses. So,
yeah, they have not renewed their mandate to conduct surveillance upon us. So now, since we are being still quote unquote surveilled, which we know is torture, they are breaking their own law. What we're trying to figure out now is under what mandate do they continue, because they have not renewed it. They have not succeeded in renewing it. In fact, Trump told Republican congressmen who were set to vote on it because they were trying to get it tweet, and he said no, they can't be tweeted.
Oh.
My letter to them said the same thing. I can't be tweeted. It is broken beyond fixing. You need to vote it down and start again, or not start. So he said, orders, no, we're not voting on it because it can't be fixed. So right now they have no mandate, still right to do it. Yes, they're doing it anyway. What is the legalistic sleight of hand that they're using to continue to do it? Or is it just, well, we can do it because nobody can catch us? We don't quite know yet.
if anybody has the response letter that was read on my Thursday call from the United States, can you please email it to me? Lily, the woman who read it, was going to send it to me, and she posted on my favorite video page where you can actually listen to it. And if you guys do want to listen to it, you have to support me. I make several announcements a day, it seems, at least according to what I'm seeing here. And you could go to webtv.un.org, and I looked up, I don't remember if it's the correct one, but I know that the date was the 15th. I believe that was the day, right? Thursday?
Yes, October, the day of the assembly, the General Assembly, the 75th. And yes, so you can look that up and listen to it. But what I'm looking for is the response that Lily had. If someone wants to email me that or drop it in the chat, I'd be grateful. And then she also sent me the written document, the written statement. And on here. So it's the General Assembly, March 20th, 2020. And this, this is a while back, but this looks like the beginning of it all. And when they first discussed it, says torture, another cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment, reported special rapporteur. And it goes into it, and at the very, very end, it's fascinating. Hold on, page. Trying to get through here. So one of the conclusions at the very end on page 21, it says, well, let's start with 86. 86 and 87 are the points. It says 86 is torturous environment. In practice, torture victims are almost always exposed to a combination of techniques and circumstances, inflicting both mental and physical pain or suffering, the severity of which depends on factors such as duration, accumulation, and personal vulnerability. Victims tend to experience and respond to torture holistically and not as
a series of isolated technical circumstances, each of which may or may not amount to torture. Accordingly, psychological torture may be committed in one single act or omission, or can result from a combination of the intentionally purposefulness and severity of the inflicted pain or suffering must always be assessed as a whole and in light of the circumstances prevailing in a given environment. And so this 87 was challenges. So challenges of new technologies in order to ensure the adequate implementation of the prohibition of torture and related international legal obligations in present and future circumstances, its interpretation should evolve in line with new challenges and capabilities arising in relation to emerging technologies, not only in cyberspace, but also in areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, and neurotechnology, or pharmaceutical and biomedical sciences, including so-called human enhancement. So I love page 21 and 22. Yeah, and I can put that too. It's a lot. Okay. What did you say? I couldn't hear you respond. It could be my phone.
Oh no, I was saying, well, it sounds like transhumanism, whether we want it or not, which is horrific.
It is, and then basically we're losing our own individual thoughts. And it's just, I mean, when you go down that rabbit hole, you think of all the crimes being committed. Number one, you have privacy, ideas, physical. It's just basically a stealing of the individual's being, really, and trying to control humanity at the very essence, which is in our mind.
Indeed, and it's destroying humanity at the same time because they want to be able to access newborn babies and implant them and take over their lives immediately, so they won't even have a chance to be human.
Yeah, that's very bothersome. So we touched upon the United Nations, and then just about the Michael Flynn involvement, interest, and target individual, because I don't know a lot about it, but I did see a video, and the man claims to be a dear friend of mine. Did you have any comments on that? Or what was your perception with statements and comments being made on this topic?
Well, I will say that I reached out to his lawyer, and in order to not waste her time, because I'm not paying her for her time, I introduced myself, and I told her that I too had been attacked for telling the truth and knowing things that bad guys at NSA did not want me to know. And I described briefly being a targeted individual, told her that there were many, many, many more like that in the United States, being victimized by fusion centers who were basically doing the same thing to us that they did to Flynn, which is setting us up, criminalizing us, and then persecuting us. And I offered my story and my testimony in case it might help General Flynn. And the response that I got back was that they were so very sorry to hear about the circumstances, and they thanked me for telling them about what was going on. So I made brief contact. I'm hoping that stays in their mind, and that when they can, they will bring that up with other people and more thoroughly investigate it. Now, one thing I found intriguing was the Trump people mentioned briefly, I don't know how serious they were, but they mentioned briefly that Sidney Powell, who is Flynn's lawyer, might make a good director of the FBI. I have no idea if she would take them up on that or if they would actually offer that to her, but that would be very intriguing because she would not play games. She would clean out the FBI the way it needs to be cleaned out.
Well, that's also something very hopeful. It's all these things that we're going to be discussing, and there's many more things as well. Like, I know Homeland Security announced about the technologies that are used against so many of us. And I think this was something about space wars and satellites. And do you know what I'm referring to, Karen?
Vaguely right now because I've been so very busy with some other topics, but I was glad to see the Department of Homeland Security director replaced and a newer one put in charge. I'm still waiting to see what I think about him. But I'm wondering how much of the Department of Homeland Security is still functioning under the cabal that ran it for so very many years, and if and when they're going to be able to ferret those people out. I did get a lead on somebody in the Department of Homeland Security who is not a regular person for people to write to, and sent him kind of a tell-all letter. People say, well, have you gotten any responses? I don't get a lot of responses. I've gotten some very minor responses, but what I'm hoping for, and this also prompted me to write the judge in Virginia who declared the watch list to be unconstitutional. I wrote to him saying, I know I have no standing in this lawsuit because CARE brought a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security in regard to their own people, Muslim Americans who have been hassled for being Muslims, no-fly, basically put on the no-fly list and then further hassled. And I wrote and said, this is all disturbing, but it is nothing compared to what they're doing to people who are born and bred in the United States and have been here for generations. And did I hope that he would include us in the lawsuit? No, we have no standing. But what I wanted to do, and with most of my letters, what I'm trying to do is get people talking. I want senators and congressmen and judges and people like that talking, saying, what is this woman talking about? And I do use my title from NSA to catch their attention. Not because I was ever proud to have worked for NSA. No, they turned out to have been backstabbing blind bags. So I'm not happy about that. But I do use the title when I sign the letters to get their attention. Because to have worked at the National Security Agency, you had to have gone through psychological evaluations, background checks, polygraphs, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not just somebody fabricating something to bother them. So that's why I use my title, But like I said, I hope that my letters, along with the rest of the letters that people write, are getting their attention and making them understand there is a problem. It's not just one or two people writing some crazy story to them. There is a problem. And I personally have been writing letters several years. I've written to you have several times. And they're very consistent. And I'm trying to pick and choose the people I write. Like, I think it was a year ago that I wrote to the Congressional Caucus for directed energy weapons. And I said, being played. I said, these people are testing out these weapons on us. So anybody I see you, I target them for letters.
Mm-hmm. I send faxes. I think those are very powerful because like in emails or people receive influxes of emails. So for Liliana had said, oh, you should try sending faxes. And so I took the flyer that was used, and basically we tried to structure it a little bit and make it more easy to understand the type of torture information and about the United Nations interest in it. So I faxed it to every senator and every congressperson, and then I even started, and I didn't realize that there's even more. I started in some of the states, the representatives of each state. We have a lot of people in our government. And what happened, and they had went on our website, because we had several, Frank's was on there, ours was on there, Taft was on there. What happened was they subscribed, all of a sudden I have this uptick of subscriptions or subscribes to the newsletter. And so when I sent out the next newsletter, I got all these auto responses from senators and congressmen, like, oh, we're due to COVID, we're not the outside. Oh my God, we have all these people, and maybe 50, but I think it's like 50 that subscribed out of all those faxes. So that was really fascinating.
Yeah, because those are key people. They are the people who care.
Mm-hmm. For real, I mean, they really do, or someone in their office does. I was so surprised. Yeah, and then I reached out to one of them in West Virginia, and I said, hey, can I interview on my radio show? And she said, sure, we'll have to work it out. And so I'm going to interview the West Virginian congressperson. Because that's those local Congress people.
Now, you gave me some really good advice to go to LinkedIn. And I
Yes, that's a bad.
Yeah. And I really interviewed with in Other News Radio. I think that was last week. And I, and then I met somebody on LinkedIn. Apparently, they're going to post or something next month. But they thought it went really well, and so I was very pleased to hear that. So I've been talking to a lot of people on LinkedIn and getting the news out there, and that's because of you. So I hadn't thought of that. You suggested it, and I said that's a fantastic idea.
Well, I knew it was professional. I'm like, you know what? The kind of people I need to get in touch with to share about a topic and to get these people to interview, like even everybody's on LinkedIn, even Oprah Winfrey. So I was like, this is the way to go. And I'm so glad you found it useful too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are times every so often I get an email from LinkedIn, and it said, oh, you're being noticed. And I'll look, and it's like 467 people have looked at my profile that week.
And you see who is looking. Like, I have all these government people looking. And if you pay for the other one's really expensive. I don't pay for the other one, but they give you the general idea. Remember I was sending screenshots of the people that were doing the profile. I'd like, look who's looking. You know, I think I don't remember if it was you, but I used to send screenshots of the people that are viewing the page, the profile. So it's been a very useful tool. You can really connect with people. You just have to do it very professionally. It's a professional site, so that's kind of the expectations they have, is that people, anybody out there that wants to get involved with that, you protect people you wouldn't even imagine. That's a really good way to do it. But I don't want to do it with kind of video or something. It's something crazy. It's for the Yeah, but as soon as you start getting more friends, you have access to more. As you notice, like you may get nothing, no way to connect people to message them. But it's worked out pretty well for me, just doing it that way. Although there's people that says you can't, like a lot of the senators and congressmen, you have to have the expensive, what it's called, the LinkedIn membership. Yeah, premium, that's what it is. Yeah, so it's very useful. And other topics, the heat ray. There's all these articles. Matthew and I did like a media push and a social media push with when he went down to Black Lives Matter. He knew exactly what it was, an active denial system. And I know that, and I'm sure other people did as well, but all I know is that every outlet around the world was talking about it, that Trump had these types of weapons outside the White House.
Well, I think that was because there seemed to be a threat that people would try to overrun the White House.
Right. But what it proves is that the technology exists, right? It's like they were saying, I don't know about you, but I heard, that technology just does. Even my husband says, that's like on my videos. Well, your video games are based on military technology, Yeah, so that was a really interesting article.
Yes, they were also considered for the caravan of immigrants who were threatening to come over the border and invade the United States. They were also using that type of weapon to push them back. So these types of stuff are becoming more prominent in the news, and it's getting harder and harder for people to say, well, that doesn't exist.
They can't say that anymore. That's my point exactly, Karen. It's just, there's so much out between the Cuban embassy worker. Like, that was like, whoa, what? Like, that was like the first wake-up call that was everywhere, that people started realizing the technology that maybe they didn't understand or didn't know about yet. And now with all the outcoming, forthcoming articles and information about the genetic technology, there's a shift, absolutely a shift.
Well, it's undeniable at this point. They can't say they don't exist. And in fact, Liz just told me that Dr. Hoffer took some of her pictures, some of her horrible pictures of being burned in her bed as she slept. Third-degree burns, swelling, and took them to Washington to show people and talk to them about the fact that these weapons are being used on Americans, innocent Americans, in their own homes, and very often as they slept. So this is percolating. Even a couple of years ago,
Really, Karen, I didn't even tell you, I just got the article. They did an article about, I don't know why now, but there was an article, I have to find a source, about our billboards, and it was positive. It said, billboards. Have you seen these billboards that are popping up around the world? And I just had gone to the website and read an article, and I was so happy I just saw it.
that is fantastic. I was absolutely ecstatic when we started that program. I said, this is just wonderful. And there's so many people to praise. I mean, I praised you and Matt, and there's so many other people all doing their own thing, but all doing wonderful things. I mean, sometimes people will criticize each other, and my philosophy is leave them alone. Let them do what needs to be done. If they succeed, wonderful. If they don't, so what? Then they try to
They'll learn. Right. And everybody has different ways of looking at things, different perspectives, perceptions. Even in a group of really tight-knit friends, people have different ideas about technology. So it just happens, and just as human beings, give people, they allow them to have different ideas. Having a different idea doesn't mean they're perp. It doesn't mean they're idiots or anything like that. They just have a different idea. And with time, people are able to sort things out. And, people are traumatized. I'm not thinking that clearly. So it's really difficult. We're not only trying to heal ourselves, we're trying to expose this. And we're seeking validation, enduring continuous torture. At least most people I know. And it's very difficult. So sometimes it's difficult to be civilized, and people want so much to be angry at. So let's not let it be our other fellow community members. And that's just my bit of this is something that I hold dear to my heart, and I want people to realize that people have different views and different ideas, and don't hate them for it. If you want to do it better, or in the way that you think you want to do it, go do it yourself. Right? Because it did talk to when people attack each other. We all need to support all the movements, in my opinion, because you never know. I think it's just everyone working together, doing their part, like you said, moving us forward, pushing us forward. That's what's making the difference. And also, I have to thank Trump for this. Alternative news has a lot of attention now. For the things he said and how he calls out some of the extremist faith. And it's basically, because I've been involved with media now for a while, there's one provider source information. They basically print all the same thing that's provided. So it's very controlled in that way. Or it's just that there's all this attention on alternative media. There's so much attention on it that people are trying to undermine freedom of speech. And but freedom of speech is a government, public, necessarily. But in theory, we should be able to talk about things. We should be able to have COVID conversations. We should be able to talk about anonymous. I can't even say the word on the phone because the algorithm will pick it up. Other than from YouTube, you have to be careful. But there's a lot of different people out there, groups and organizations who are just tired of what's been going on in the world, and they're trying to let people know the truth. But with the truth, we have to be discerning as well. We can't believe everything, but we cannot not believe at the same time.
Well, there's some wild things that we never have believed years ago that may turn out to be absolute. So I consider this might be true. Not that it's true, but consider it might be.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's
But
been
you just don't know. Time will prove it. Time will prove or disprove it, right?
oh, it's that.
Right. Okay, I have people in the queue and they want to talk and bring them into the conversation.
Okay.
Here she is. I have Deb and Margaret on the line.
Hey guys.
Hi, Deb.
Hello?
Oh, hi there. I thought you were Deb. Go ahead. Hi.
No, it's not that. I'm glad to be on. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing a really great time. And I want to say hi to Karen. It's a pleasure to hear your voice again. And I have a question.
Sure.
My question is regards the way that directed energy is delivered. It seems to me that there are basically two forms. One is where it can be directed as a continuous beam, and the other seems to be almost as though I'm not technically inclined on these things, but almost like a burst of energy can be directed and then released at a certain point in space. And I just wanted to ask you, Karen, if you have any more insights into that kind of distinction of how these energy weapons are used, and what would be your recommendations for shielding from both forms.
Well, I'm going to tell you that my experiential opinion, because I did not work on these weapons. The only thing that I knew about directed energy weapons when I was at NSA was that they were large weapons that were for the war arena, and I mostly pictured them on battleships. I really didn't know until later that they had miniaturized them to be anti-personnel weapons. So that is something I found out later, but I think you are entirely correct in that they can be beams that basically bathe your home or your living quarters in this electromagnetic field or a radio frequency field, and it would affect you, your family, your pets. But they can also do bursts. Some of them are like plasma bursts, that if you're standing there with a baking sheet, let's say, you will hear a bang. So I've experienced both. I would tell people what can be used to make yourself kind of a sleep bunker. I've recommended aluminum screening, which reduces RF. You get a 4-foot wide roll of it and put it around your bed like a wall. And then you put polycarbonate paneling, which you can get at Lowe's, I think, also in a 4-foot by 26-inch piece. Stack that all around your bed, and then also put maybe reflective 4-foot that you can get as attic insulation. Let's see what else. And inside you can use, and believe it or not, dog cool gel beds will mitigate some of the weapons that seem to feel prickly. Like it's surrounding you and sticking you with pins. That seems to mitigate that, because the gel will slow down the beam that's hitting you. So I sleep on top and under one of those extra large dog cool gel beds. And I will tell you, the one that is a blue panel instead of the tube is much better, because the tubes tend to have the gel slide to one end or the other, and that's no good whatsoever. What else? There are silicone baking mitts that you can get at Walmart. Silicone is a rubbery material that reduces heat. Okay, so that is cloth on one side, silicone on the other, and you can actually stick that in your clothes to try to keep your body from being burned. And the cloth material needs to touch your silicone, because the silicone will suffocate your skin and cause you to have sores. So you turn it around and make the cloth. What else?
What about Mylar?
it is a poster board or it is actually another material that can be called holographic or it can be called a mercury finish. And that also, believe it or not, will shield you from some of the emanations that they shoot at you.
That's what
So,
that's what you're saying.
at an art store.
Oh, really? What was it? What was
Yeah.
it called again? What did
You
call
can
it?
ask for something, you can ask for a roll of, you can either ask poster board that has a holographic finish or a mercury finish. And you can tell, because you can tell if you move the poster board and you see a rainbow that moves. That's a holographic mercury finish. And they used to make baseball caps for kids like that. So that actually helps too. But they also make the holographic shine or a shiny material into rolls of paper that you can glue to something. I'm not sure what it is that they're doing in the art store with this stuff, but you can put it on a wall or another poster board that's not made from this material and have it very flexible.
Trying to demonstrate my skills a little bit. I'm still using flat moving boxes lined with aluminum foil, layers of aluminum foil, and then divided with another flat moving box, and then more layers of foil, and then the final moving layer of final moving box, all taped together as a duct tape, taped along all four sides, and it's a movable, very flexible steel. But you're saying that I would probably even benefit more with polycarbonate and reflective.
Yeah, the polycarbonate, the carbon in it mitigates the heat. What you're looking for are reflective materials to bounce the emanations back, but also ones that absorb the heat so that by the time they get to you, they're little to nothing. They're not affecting you. I mean, when I go behind the polycarbonate, I mean, it was whatever the directed energy weapon is that kind of surrounds you and makes everything, I don't know what more to say, but
I'm sorry, was that the panel? Did you say it was a panel?
yes, it is a corrugated panel. You can get various sizes, but what I get is the 4 foot by 26 inch, and then they make them also 6 feet by 24 inches, and then also 8 feet by 24 inches, which is an incredibly awkward size to use. So I just get the smaller panel. You can have plastic polycarbonate or polycarbonate. Polycarbonate is usually clear, but they both do the job. And like I said, 6 foot and 8, they are rather awkward to use, except for when you put it on top of your bed, around that little thing. You usually need like 6 feet if you're going to lay it on top of your, along the length of your bed, where the will stand up all around your bed and make a little wall.
I think it'd be beneficial to put a layer in the mattress and that box.
You could, because box springs, of course, have metal, and some of these weapons are attracted to metal. I have also used mirrors facing outward and put the mirrors under the bed facing down, because sometimes some of these weapons will come up from the floor below or from the ground.
Yeah, I have a basement floor, but there's all the electric uses for the whole apartment building right underneath my bedroom, unfortunately.
Oh, so I would definitely put the same material underneath, put the mirrors down first to reflect anything, and then some of these other things on top of it to basically block it or reflect it or absorb it.
Where would you say is a good place to buy it? If there's a reasonable price, just simple things.
I think Home Depot or Lowe's, you buy the mirrors that people put on their door to see if they look good. See if they're $5.
Oh, great. Terrific. That's great. Hey, you've really been a big help. Thank you so much.
Oh, certainly. I mean, the only thing better is if we could afford the $300 paint that's electromagnetic field paint, which is like $200, $300 a bucket. So if you can do that, I'd do that first.
Well, I can't. So,
yeah.
That's out.
Yeah. Well, also, about it,
spot protection. Teflon is fantastic. I would love to have siding for the house made of Teflon. And the best Teflon that I found is actually copper infused. And you can get that at Bed Bath & Beyond for cheap. I mean, these are cookie sheets that usually are $16 for a large size, and you can buy them there for $7.99.
And they're Teflon with copper.
Yeah, I mean, Teflon is good, period.
Yeah.
Teflon.
Oh, yeah, no. I've seen that. I've experienced what you mentioned at the beginning of the conversation with the pinging noise on a sheet, on a baking sheet, but I don't know if it's Teflon.
And you don't want to be hit with one of those things because it could kill you, depending on where it hits in your body.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you again. I'll let somebody else talk, and I appreciate the call.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much. And if you'd like to ask a question or join the conversation, you can star 6. And now we have one of our other favorite ladies. Let's get her. Well, hello, Mitch.
Well, hi, guys. How are you?
Well, we're good.
Great interview, Karen and Ella. You two are two of the best warriors in the community, and I mean warriors with a capital W. We all go way back. I met Karen many years ago. And, I dubbed her Jedi Fast Flashlight at one point, so I she is such a warrior. And, she writes these letters, not just for herself, but she writes them for the community. So we are so blessed and so lucky to have you, Karen, and that you're so down to earth. You describe this in a way people can understand. But here's one of the biggest things about Karen. She has one of the biggest hearts in this community. One of the biggest hearts that I have ever met, seriously. She's always willing to help whoever. And she has helped me so many times. And I was so blessed to meet her on one of my trips to Washington, D.C. last year. And she is just as kind and good as she is on these calls and stuff. She's just a wonderful lady. But I want people to know, Karen, because you don't take her off the horn, that
No, she does.
she is willing to help whomever. And most of you don't know that we do have someone in the community who is deaf. He does not read lips. I've known him for a long time. And he was at the D.C. rally last year. And he's just a wonderful person. And I've gotten to know his family because they didn't understand what was going on with him. And obviously he didn't either. But what happened was that he was railroaded to go to, he had to go see a psychiatrist. You know how this goes, right? And he told the psychiatrist that he had a friend named Midge that was helping him, and he showed a picture, blah, 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 blah. The psychiatrist turned everything around, told him he was delusional in this letter because there's that show on TV, I think Netflix, called The Amazing Miss Maisel, whose main character is named Midge, and they accuse him of being delusional, that he has formed this fictional, this fictional person, and he thinks that person on TV is his friend. So, and he has an attorney. Well, he needs help. I'm not a writer. Karen's the writer, so I called her up and I just said, can you please help him? He needs a letter written to his attorney. And she did. She talked to him. He has a service that you can call on the phone, and then the translator will, you talk to her, and then she does the sign language on a little machine that he can see. So Karen has been so kind to help him. He's been trying to get someone to do that for a long time, and my writing skills aren't anything like Karen. So she was kind enough to do that, and that just meant the world to him, and probably has saved him in many, many ways. And, he's so proud to have this letter with Karen's name on it that he can show, his attorney and his doctor, and I think he has saved him, Karen, in many, many ways. she just doesn't walk the walk or walk the talk. I mean, she does it. I mean, she's just not full of fluff. She does it. And so, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for helping George. I just really appreciate that. And I know he does too. I'm coming every single week. It's just amazing that you, Karen, took the time and energy and that you cared enough to help him. So,
You know what? I have the name for Karen, Powerhouse of TI Community. Powerhouse.
oh my goodness. No kidding. She is. I'm so good. I know there's so many other people that you have helped. I know there was at one time, well, I didn't know how to protect myself, and I remember I was in a Hobby Lobby because I had heard Karen on a show, and she just says you need to go to Hobby Lobby. You can get these sheets of copper. And so I was sitting in Hobby Lobby, and she did, and she told me what to get, and you know, there's so many things that Karen has done. She was, as well as Ella, with her board of the directors for Targeted Justice for a long time. So we all have worked together in many different capacities and been good friends for years. But one of the kindest people I have ever met, and a tremendous warrior, Karen. You should be so proud, you know, seriously. And Karen's like weeping, and I've heard her describe some of the things that she goes through. And here she is, you know, speaking on behalf of so many people and writing these letters. And I love your demand letter. Oh my gosh, that is incredible. So I do thank you so much. And like I said, I want people to take heart that things are being done. There are people in the community that work almost every minute to try to get through to the right people and emphasize that this is being done. We need help now. And when you write letters and I write letters, we are basically supporting each other. Because, like I said, you can have somebody write a letter and have somebody blow it off and say, well, that's a crackpot. But if the same person gets 5 letters from all over the United States, letters from all over the United States, and acknowledge this person has got to go, something's up. This is not right. Why are 5 or 10 or 20 or 100 people from around the United States telling me exactly the same thing or pretty close to the same thing? So don't think your letters don't count. Do please support us and write your own letter. You can send, I send my letters to anybody who wants them. You can put my letter in an envelope along with yours and say, all right, this is what's happening to me too. Here's my story. That's what I do, Karen. Yeah, I can take the list. Her writing is, like she said, this is an A+ for the community. You know.
Okay, at this point, because there's quite a few people, I'm going to go ahead and just try to do, I'm going to take it off Q&A and see people who have like one of those group conversations. So let me go ahead and try that. But with that said, don't unmute until you have, unless you're going to speak, and then when you're done speaking, just mute your handset because there's always noise in the background and on the line, so I'm not right now. Let me change that. Let's see if I can get back to it. Here we go. Okay, so
This is Jesse Call. I'll be quick because I saw a lot of people waiting in the queue and I need to.
Hey, Jesse.
What an awesome uplifting. Karen doesn't ever need much guidance.
No, good.
So I reiterate, I was having a hard day one day and got on the phone with Karen and she just wore me right out with support. She was fixing herself and uplifting and bringing comedy, and comedy's, something that I use as much as possible. But lives of all of us that have been going through all this. So that's really what I've got a lot of points that I can talk about that were, would mesh with what you're talking about, Karen. I think right now.
Hi,
Hey.
my name is Christian.
I
I had a question for you. I'll ask you a question. What are our viewpoints on my and the other question is what is our viewpoint on this agency, whoever is in it there, whatever, using that, doing empirical studies, computers, telepathy,
I didn't catch the very first part of it that you said my something, my art.
the term like has to do with extraterrestrial.
As far as the agencies or corporations or private firms or medical laboratories who are using us, they have no right. I don't care who they are. And I don't care if the head of the federal agency, and if convicted, executed, because these are, you can't have more serious crimes. I cut them no slack. Absolutely cut them no slack. I'm very aware that the United States, after World War II, brought over Nazi scientists because they wanted their knowledge that was the government, if I had a chance, that in the Bible, they've gotten experiments and the results of which should have been destroyed. And I would like to see everything that has been gotten from us. Now, as far as the technology goes, what's being used on us is 60, 70 years ahead of the technology that we're familiar with in day-to-day life. Now, some people think that from extraterrestrial. Some people think it's demonic from another dimension. But whatever it is, it needs to be destroyed and forbidden. Because obviously human beings cannot have access to something like this without abusing it. Now, some of this could create wonderful cures for people with disabilities and sicknesses. That's going to have to be examined very closely. But I would like to see these absolutely outlawed as even weapons. The United States actually used microwave weapons in Afghanistan. They had a battle going at the airport at Fallujah. They were unable to microwave weapon on this entire, and I don't remember if the battalion or what, but they hit them with a microwave weapon. They dried all of the liquid out of their bodies, which I can't even imagine how painful that was. And all of these people were, and the term is desiccated. They were dried out immediately and murdered. And they were turned into bags of bone with skin. And the American Army basically gathered up men, never got their bodies back, and these men died in a horrific war crime. So I don't want these weapons allowed to even the government. And I think that anybody who's found to have been able to make one, or is in possession of one, maybe they made it in their garage, they need to have very stern punishment. That device needs to be taken away from them, and they need to face years in prison, if not execution. These are so horrible. I think that would be the proper response of any responsible government, to say these weapons are off limits in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's a civilian, police, military, or government.
Bravo! Bravo!
So, okay guys, so I know there were some other people who wanted to ask a question, so just star six and feel free to ask a question and make a comment.
Hi, Ella, it's Lily.
Well, hi Lily, you're the person I wanted to ask about the United States response. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time going online. Are you folks online for free conference call?
This is a pre-conference call, yeah.
Yeah, I can only get through on the phone because I don't know the online meeting password. It's like, CIA.
Yeah, so it is Saturday night call 4.
Saturday night
Call and then number 4.
Okay, great.
Was that Karen speaking?
Yes, that's
Yes. Hi, Karen. I am so nice to meet you. My name is Lily. I've been in TI for 26 years of the most horrendous torture that you have ever heard of. I promise you. I've listened to these calls for almost a year. And I only discovered the community about a year and a half ago, not even quite that long ago. So I endured all this trying to understand what was happening to me for so long, to the point where I just was alone for a very long time, not knowing there was a community, not even with the research. And what you just said to me shot right through me. I haven't heard words like that strongly yet, and I just want to thank you because that resonated with me. Because I have this conviction of it's almost I have to yield. It's just my place to God because what they've done has lasted so long that I can't even tell you. So those words you just spoke. Oh my God, about the justice, because and it's the fact that they need to be punished for this. That this is the greatest treason and greatest crimes against humanity I've ever read about, research, studied. I have a BA in law, did a lot of research in history, and never have I heard of any prisoners of war other than maybe Mao Zedong and his camp. Of any prisoners or victim of zero weapon movement is 26 years. They don't have prisoners of war in any historical war for 26 years or any other person, for that point. So I thank you for those words because they actually comforted me to hear your position about justice. So thank you.
Well, it's going to be a miracle for me, absolutely. I'm going to tell them no mercy. And when I pray, I understand we're supposed to forgive. And I understand we're supposed to ask for mercy. But I get to the point of saying, all right, God, give them the mercy they showed up. None.
Well, there's a scripture that says that he wants mercy and not sacrifice. So a lot of these programs that are religious in origin or have religious overtones smack of the sacrifice of yourself for the common good, because God would want that, and it's a lie. So I take comfort in the fact that he wants mercy, not sacrifice, because of love. So that's the whole point of the scriptures and all those lessons that seem so contradictory in scripture is generally trying to teach people to have mercy. That people who are unmerciful won't be shown mercy eventually too. So these people are not merciful. These programs are not merciful. They go beyond the scale of anything ever written that I can find in history. And there will be an accounting. We know this because the crimes are so great that they call for almost like a godlike intervention. They scream of that. I just thank you. I do. And Ella, back to you about, you can talk now. I'll stop this. I'm like, I'm so excited to hear those words. I'm not sure what you wanted to say, Ella. But I'm here.
Yeah, I know you posted, Lily, on the Facebook, and somebody, I thought it was you, also read the response from the United States, and I think, I know Karen wanted to see that. Is that you that found it?
Oh, put it on the video. Okay, so as you know, he gave the presentation to the committee, the humanitarian committee, but America sounded off in rebuttal to Nelson's report. And it's on that video somewhere. I posted it, I think, on Robert Duncan's page in response to the posting of the announcement.
It's on Robert Duncan's page.
It might be, it's somewhere on there as far as the actual, but it's everywhere, the actual meeting. So the meeting, because it was a little over an hour, had the American gentleman, if you look on Robert's page, you'll see there was a quote from the U.S. saying they disagreed with his report. Was it Secretary of State? I can't remember exactly who was.
Probably Pompeo.
Pompeo
is delusional.
Yeah, I don't know if you see it. No, I don't know. I don't think there's Pompeo in the group. But anyway, so yeah, it's definitely on there. It's listed on Robert Duncan's page. I don't have the chat open on Free Conference call to post it, but if I can get on, I will. I'm not sure if you have chat open or not.
I do have chat open. It's so good because I had to close my chat on my other one because of that particular character come on it. You know, I had a lot of problems in my chat, but so far so good. I'm very happy to say that.
The police are there, that's why.
Oh, hi, who's saying
Yeah, that's me.
Hi,
Hi, Karen.
did I give a report?
Karen's wonderful. She's been a guest many times, and she's really become a great friend, Lily. And
Always a pleasure to be on your show, Frank, and just to talk to you.
oh yeah, I'm happy that this Saturday night safe call has come out because we have had some of this one particular individual it's terrible. He really runs through the whole call. I mean, all of it.
Yeah, for 4 months, yeah, it wasn't fun. Yeah.
Under control.
But that's okay. Good things come out of that because Frank, you and I probably wouldn't be talking this much, and Mitch and I were able to reconnect. So good things came out of that. And that's always a funny thing. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, good things come out of bad situations. So.
Yeah, well, we were all reunited once again, and this time, forever. Nothing is
That's right. That's right. We're not going to ever allow this kind of stuff to get in the way. But anyways, to get back to the positive, what else? Is there anybody else? Oh, please.
I'd like to thank Karen for introducing me to Reflective. It was
Great.
I heard a conference call when my party first started, and I didn't know what was going on and how to deal with this. And you mentioned Reflective on the call, and I've been using it ever since.
Wonderful.
So thank you. Sure. What do you know about the stuff that's being used on NHI? So Delta, the straps in your clothes, pretty much everywhere in your house. There's some moral that, and that probably makes their weapons work better. But what do you know about that?
Yeah, let's hear. I'm curious about your response because my.
Well, I'm just saying from the perspective of how my body has been affected. So
yeah, I just want to finish my thought. I just want to finish my thought. From what I understand, I'm going to let Karen speak also, of course. I just want to say, from what I understand, maybe Karen's experiences, you don't necessarily need that in order to be harmed by weaponry. So Karen, what's your thoughts and opinions?
No, I'm telling you, that's what these do. So I'm asking if there's any thought on what it is and how to combat it.
Yeah, I have not personally experienced this, and I have not heard enough about it to form a intelligent opinion. I would have to get more of the of people's circumstances and experiences, but it does concern. It very much concerns me. I mean, again, I don't think it's needed because they will get nano technology into you one way or the other, whether they put it in your food, your drink, or induce a reason for you to the hospital where they actually put it in the IV. You know, I had that happen to me in order to exacerbate the bad effects of the weapons hitting me. You know, because I can stand next to somebody and be absolutely miserable and have that person not necessarily even feel the weapon. Though sometimes, you know, I'll get an immediate headache and somebody I'm near will get a headache maybe. It doesn't affect them, but it affects you much more quickly if they have gotten this nano into you that catches and reflects the energy and burns you from within. So that's one of the reasons they use nano. But this dust, I'm not quite sure what different effects it makes. You know, they may be absolutely totally experimenting with what does this do as opposed to the nano we can get into somebody. But I would have to listen to more people's experiences to figure out what really is going on.
Mm-hmm. I can kind of speak on that because, you know, I've had the professional scans and have seen many doctors to understand what's going on. So, you know, the nano has been identified again in my body and it lights you up with what it does. And so they have the ability, like if you're in a crowd, they can find you very easily, say in anything, in an arena or at the mall, because it lights you up, so it can throughout your entire system. And then also what was identified is that it's in some of the medicine, which they can inject into some of the implants. And so, yeah, there's different things. And it's very disturbing to know that they're putting it in medication. So you can research it, okay? You can look at the medication you're on, and you can research it and see if nano is in that medication. But you're actually right there. They're introducing this in many ways. They even have it in toothpaste now. They're advertising toothpaste now that has nanotechnology that can keep your enamel from decaying. So that was wow. The whole process of saying, I just want to say something really quick. I had to mute some people because you had background noise or you're making comments under your breath and things like that. So it's not. Thank you.
Karen? Yeah. Hello? You can hear me? Oh, yeah. So this is Sarah, Colorado. Thank you so much for the friends you sent me.
Oh, good.
And thank you so much for helping George. He's also a friend, and let me tell you something. We gave away flyers in DC, and he had the best luck out of any of us, giving away these flyers to give away all, post that. So I really asked, and I watched him, because I couldn't figure it out. It was because he was silent. He was silent, and people would, I guess, not screaming or yelling or, saying, hey, just do it. So people took the fire. I just noticed that, and he was an amazing man to hang out with. And also, could we get your email, Karen?
Oh yes, KAM56@me.com. Yeah, I still have some more things to do for George. I've been absolutely swamped trying to catch up, so I'm not ignoring people. I'm just doing the best.
You're busy, Karen.
You're amazing. I want people to realize I know we all get targeted and there's, and it's awful, but can you imagine having a handicap like George? He's not just deaf and he doesn't even read lips. So, we communicate through texting, but I was absolutely impressed when I met him in person in DC. And then the first time I talked to his family, because he had a hard time, explaining to them what had happened to him. And so when I did with his sister, she just broke down crying because she said, we didn't know what happened to George. We just thought one day he just kind of went off the deep end. And they were so grateful. They were so grateful to everyone who has helped him. And they're just a really lovely family, and he is quite amazing. So,
yes. So I will send a letter. I'm not a letter writer, but I'll send a letter to you, and maybe you can add that to something, because I did George several times, in Fort Lyons City Hall. And he's very lucid, and he's very grounded, down to earth. So yeah, that's horrible.
thank goodness you were able to get his family on board so that you continue to support him, because it sounds like they love him very much. They just were flat. What in the world is going on? Which, of course, is very understandable.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hey.
Hi, Karen. I have a question. I've been a targeted individual for 7 years. They're burning my ears at night, and nothing seems to help to stop it. Shielding ice, nothing. Do you know anything about that?
Oh my goodness. No, I don't know why they're taking out a certain part in your body, but I'm wondering if you can wear some kind of something over your head and put electrical tape over your ears, because electrical tape absorbs heat. Or you can somehow figure out a way to put these open silicone bits over your ears to keep them in place, because silicone absorbs heat.
I thought you said the silicone was just for your skin. You need to have the material on your skin.
If you go to Walmart and you buy Rachel Ray oven mitts that are silicone, they're oval, not the ones that look like hands. They're oval. Okay. They have silicone on one side, and they have material, cloth material on the other side. So you put the cloth material next to your skin.
Okay. And I'm also in Florida, and my doctors won't let me email you. Do you ever meet up with any PIs or not?
I'm not in Florida anymore. I had to return to Maryland, and I'm trying to get my house kind of devoid of 30 years of garbage, and get it into sell and the heck out of Maryland too.
Okay.
And what I'm here to visit my parents because my mother has some health problems.
Okay. So, I'm learning to conduct a test zone, but I'm not passed yet. Do these things work? And listening to that horrible vibrato music?
Are you using the aftershock? Both?
Aftershock, yes.
Yeah. They're supposed to, you're supposed to, according to Deb and Jack, who basically say this, you're supposed to wear them as much of the day as possible with the interfere with CQK. Are you wearing them for that reason? Because they also wear them, they think that they possibly interfere more also with just the net call. Do you have a list of all the things called?
No, I don't. That's another thing. My laptop has been affected, and currently the phone that I have, and I need to upgrade a phone. I've got so many things I need to, but I know if I don't get some kind of assistance and help and even get a lawsuit, that it's going to bury me because I'm practically in financial ruin. I have a home.
This is a wonderful gentleman. His name is James. And he has a Monday night call. And he's really good one-on-one. And there's a lot of different small calls. We'll have the time to speak and to talk more. So that's okay. We all got to talk. Sometimes we just got to let it out. Okay, so his number is 425 436
Okay.
And his ID number is 540614 #.
Okay, repeat that, 540.
614 #.
614 pounds. Okay, got it.
So,
Thank you.
425.
Everyone,
You're welcome. I just want to make sure you got the number. Well, thank you very much. And
remember, the times and it's off the schedule I'm on. But thank you guys so much.
you're welcome.
This is Sharon. I was just going to ask if I could get Karen's email, because I didn't have it before.
Okay, it's KAMS56@me.com.
Alrighty, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming. And I also want to say, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I know you want to go, Mrs. Lilly. I just posted in the chat the U.S. opinion at the committee meeting. The U.S. opinion for that. Yeah. I don't know who he is. He quoted Pompeo though. 1.17.30 is where you'll find the United States opinion. He starts getting it, and then I also posted the actual paper report of Meltzer, where he opens up with neuroweapons and technology. He doesn't say weapons, he says it's neurotechnology. In the last section of the 18-page video, right? That's the video of the actual committee meeting regarding Meltzer's report that he submitted to the organization, and then I also posted the actual paper report. And I just jumped ahead. I found where he was talking. Yeah. So if you probably want to watch the whole thing. I haven't even. Yeah, definitely. I certainly do have the video, and it's pretty cookie cutter stuff sounding to me, But we're talking about how the Meltzer's report was he opened the dialogue using the big words. He used nanotechnology in the last part. It comes in the last paragraph of the whole report. So
and our letters are posted on it, and our letters are posted on the United Nations website. So, okay.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I'll send it to you. Yeah, okay. A good number of people have their letters posted on their website. Matthew's got one up there too. I'm really proud of him. They have some submissions, but they did post, I don't know, maybe a couple dozen, if I'm correct.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so that is all really great. So Lily, if you email me, I will send you that. And thank you for looking for this information for us again. Okay, so I just want to say, most of all, thank you, Karen. Thank you for coming on and allowing me the privilege of interviewing you again. And next week, I have a really interesting guy. He's fairly famous. He's pretty well known. He does news. He's not necessarily a target individual, but he knows about us. He listens to our calls, and he's a great guy. So I hope next Saturday you guys will be here. And I don't know who's going to be interviewing. Me and Frank and Mitch and whoever else wants to do it. So I look forward to seeing you guys again next week. I hope you guys feel, and I hope you guys feel happy that you came to the call and that you learned something.
Well, thank you. Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
following is a conversation with Dave Bostrom, philosophy expert at University. Steve Oxford, and the director of the Future of Humanity. He has worked on that fascinating and important ideas in existential risk, simulation hypothesis, human enhancement ethics, and the risks of superintelligent AI systems, including in his book, Superintelligence. I can keep talking to Nick multiple times in this podcast, many hours each time, because he has done some incredible work in artificial intelligence, technology space, science, and really philosophy in general. We'll have to understand. This conversation was recorded before the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, that both Nick and I, I'm sure, will have a lot to say about next time we speak. Perhaps that's the best. Is the deepest lesson we learn only in retrospect when the storm is past. I do recommend you read many of his papers on the topic of existential risk, including a technical report entitled Global Catastrophic Risks Survey that he co-authored with Anders Sandberg. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We beat this thing. This is Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter, Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt for listening. It's great. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. As Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction, fractional orders, and algorithmic marvel. The big problem is Cash App engineers are solving a hard problem, and in the end, provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next level of abstraction for the stock market, making trading more accessible to investors and diversification much easier. So again, you get Cash App, the App Store, Google Play, and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 first. An organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Nick Bostrom. At the risk of asking the Beatles to play Yesterday or the Rolling Stones to play Satisfaction, let me ask you the basics. What is the simulation hypothesis?
That we are living in a computer simulation.
What is a computer simulation? How is it to think about that?
Well, so the hypothesis is meant to be understood in a literal sense. Not that we can kind of metaphorically view the universe as an information processing physical system, but that there is some advanced civilization. Built a lot of computers, and that what we experience is an effect of what's going on inside one of those computers. So that the world around us and our own brains, everything we see, perceive, think, and feel would exist because this computer is running certain programs.
Do you think of this computer as something similar to the computers of today, these deterministic, Turing machine type things? Is that what we're supposed to imagine, or we're supposed to think of something more like a quantum mechanical system, something much bigger, something much more complicated, something much more mysterious from our perspective?
So the ones we have today would be quite a bit bigger. Certainly, you need more memory, more processing power. I don't think anything else would be required. Now, it might well be that they do have additional, maybe they have quantum computers and other things that would give them even more. It's kind of possible, but I don't think it's a necessary assumption in order to get to the conclusion that a technologically mature civilization would be able to create these kinds of computer simulations with conscious beings inside them.
So do you think the simulation hypothesis is an idea that's most useful in philosophy, computer science, physics? Or where do you see it having valuable kind of starting point in terms of thought experiment?
Useful, I guess it's more informative and interesting, maybe important, but it's not designed to be useful for something else.
Okay, interesting, sure, but is it philosophically interesting, or is there some kind of implications for computer science and physics?
I think not so much for computer science or physics per se. Certainly it could be of interest in philosophy. I think also to say cosmology or physics, in as much as you're interested in the fundamental building blocks of the world and the rules that govern it. If we are in a simulation, there is then the possibility that, say, physics at the level where the computer running the simulation could be different physics governing phenomena in the simulation. So I think it might be interesting from the point of view of religion, or just for kind of trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So we mentioned the simulation hypothesis so far. There's also simulation argument, which I tend to make a distinction. So simulation hypothesis, we are living in computer simulation. Simulation argument is this argument that tries to show that one of three propositions is true, one of which is the simulation hypothesis, but there are two alternatives in the original simulation argument, which we can get to.
Yeah, let's go there. By the way, confusing term.
Yeah.
People will, I think, probably naturally think simulation argument equals simulation hypothesis.
Yeah.
Just terminology-wise, but let's go there. So simulation hypothesis means that we are living in simulations. The hypothesis of simulation argument has these three complete possibilities that cover all possibilities. So whatever.
Yeah, so it's like a disjunction. It says at least one of these three is true. Although it doesn't on its own tell us which one. So the first one is that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological development go extinct before they reach technological maturity. So there is some great filter that makes it so that basically none of the civilizations from maybe vast cosmos will ever get to realize the full potential of technological development.
And this could be, theoretically speaking, this could be because most civilizations kill themselves too eagerly, or destroy themselves too eagerly, or it might be super difficult to build a simulation. So that the span of time.
Theoretically, it could be both. Now, I think it looks like we would technologically be able to get there in a time span that is short compared to, say, a lifetime on planets and other sort of astronomical processes.
Your intuition is to go to simulation is not.
Well, so this is interesting concept of technological maturity. It's kind of an interesting concept to have for other purposes as well. We can see, even based on our current limited understanding, what some lower bound would be on the capabilities that we could realize by just developing technologies that we already see are possible. So, for example, one of my research fellows here, Eric Drexler, back in the 80s, studied molecular manufacturing. That is, you could analyze using theoretical tools and computer modeling the performance of various molecularly precise structures that we didn't then and still don't today have the ability to actually fabricate. But you could say that, well, if we could put these atoms together in this way, then the system would be stable and it would, rotate with at the speed and have these computational characteristics. And he also outlined some pathways that would enable us to get to this kind of molecular manufacturing in the fullness of time. And you could do it. You could look at the speed at which, say, it would be possible to colonize the galaxy. if you had mature technology. If we have an upper limit, which is the speed of light, we have sort of a lower current limit, which is how fast current rockets go. We know we can go faster than that by just, you know, making them bigger and have more fuel and stuff. And you can then start to describe the technological affordances that would exist once a civilization has had enough time to develop. Even at least those technologies we already know are possible. But maybe they would discover other new physical phenomena as well that we haven't realized that would enable us to do even more. But at least there is this kind of basic set of capabilities.
Can you just linger on that? How do we jump from molecular manufacturing to deep space exploration to mature technology? Like, what's the connection?
Well, so these would be two examples of technological capability sets that we can have a high degree of confidence are physically possible in our universe, and that a civilization that was allowed to continue to develop its science and technology would eventually attain.
You could intuit, like, we can kind of see the set of breakthroughs that are likely to happen. So you can see, like, what did you call it, the technological set?
With computers, maybe it's easier stuff. One is we could just manufacture computers using exactly the same parts that we have, so it kind of scale things that way, right? But you could also make processors a bit faster if you had this molecular matter built with these parts that you can form, you know, 100,000,000 times the human brain while being significantly smaller, the size of a sugar cube. And you make no claim that that's the optimum computing structure. Like, you could build faster computers that would be more efficient, but at least you could do that if you had the ability to do things that would be precise. I mean, so you can then combine these two. You can have this kind of nanomolecular ability to build things atom by atom, and then say at a spatial scale that would be attainable through space colonizing technology. You could then start, for example, to characterize a lower bound on the amount of computing power that a technological mature civilization would have if it could grab resources, you know, planets and so forth, and then use this molecular nanotechnology to optimize them for computing. You get a very, very high lower bound on the amount of compute.
So, it's a nice difference. So, technologically mature civilization is one that took that piece of technology to its lower bound. What is a technologically mature civilization?
Well, okay, so that means it's a strong concept that we really need for the simulation hypothesis. I just think it's interesting in its own right.
Yeah.
So it would be the idea that there's at some stage of technological development where you basically max out, you developed all those general purpose, widely useful technologies that could be developed. Or at least kind of come very close to the 99.9% there or something. That's an independent question. You can think either that there is such a ceiling, or you might think it just goes, the technology tree just goes on forever.
Where does your sense fall?
I would guess that there is a maximum that we would start to asymptote towards.
So new things won't keep springing up. A new ceiling.
And in terms of basic technological capabilities, I think that there's like a finite set of thoughts that can exist in this universe. Moreover, I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised if we actually reach close to that level fairly shortly after we have, say, machine superintelligence. So I don't think it would take millions of years for a human-originated civilization to begin to do this. It's like more likely to happen on historical time scale. But that's an independent speculation from the simulation argument. For the purpose of the simulation argument, it doesn't really matter whether it goes indefinitely far up or whether there's a ceiling, as long as we know we should at least get to a certain level. And it also doesn't matter whether that's going to happen in 100 years or 5,000 years or 50 million years. Like, the time scales really don't make any difference.
Can you look on that a little bit? Like, there's a big difference between 100 years and 10 million years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. Because you just said, does it matter if we jump scales to beyond historical scales? So would you describe that? So for the simulation argument, sort of, doesn't it matter that million years, because there's a lot more opportunity to destroy civilization.
Yeah, well, so it would shift around the probabilities between these three alternatives. That is, if we are very, very far away from being able to create these simulations, like say billions of years in the future, then it's more likely that we will fail ever to get there. There's more time for us to kind of.
So it is important to think about how hard it is to build a simulation.
But in terms of figuring out which of the discounts, but for the simulation argument itself, which is agnostic as to which of these three alternatives is true.
Yeah, okay.
It's like you don't have to. Like the simulation argument would be true whether or not we thought this could be done in 500 years or it would take 500 years.
No, for sure. Simulation argument stands. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people who oppose it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's very nice those three cases covered. And the fun part is at least not saying what the probabilities are, but kind of thinking about, kind of doing reasoning about like what's more likely, what are the kind of things that would make some of the arguments less more. But let's actually, I don't think we went through enough. So number one, we destroy ourselves because we haven't created simulation.
Right. So that's kind of that, but it could be some whatever disasters, a meteor slamming the Earth a few years from now that could destroy us, right? But you'd have to postulate in order for this stuff to be true that almost all civilizations throughout the cosmos also fail to reach technological maturity.
And the underlying assumption there is that there is not more about it.
I mean, that leads off another. I guess there are a lot of little digressions that are interesting.
Go there.
So,
go there.
Yeah,
keep dragging us back.
But there's a set of basic questions that always come up in conversations with interesting people, like the perfect paradox. Like there's like you could almost define whether a person is interesting, whether at some point the question of the perfect paradox comes up. Well, so for what it's worth, it looks to me that the universe is very big. I mean, in fact, according to the most popular current cosmological theory, is infinitely big. And so then it would follow pretty trivially that it would be a lot of other civilizations, like infinitely many. If you have some local stochasticity, infinitely many, it's like, infinitely many lots of matters one next to another, there's random stuff being fun, that you can get all possible extraterrestrials out there. And even short of that, if the universe is very big, that might be a fine but large number. If we were literally the only one, then of course, if we went extinct, then all of civilizations in our current stage would have gone extinct before becoming technologically mature. So that it kind of becomes trivially true that a very high fraction of those.
Oh man, are you going to?
But if we think that
Hopefully I get some sleep tonight. I didn't sleep well last night at all.
Possibly could kill us.
With reasons.
Like if you look at existential risk,
With
it would be a different answer than the best answer to the question.
Look, I don't want to live like this.
Thing that kills us.
That's what I'm. This isn't me.
Would that be?
No. What the?
Risk factor that's kind of uniform overall possible civilization.
Yeah, so in this, for the sake of this argument,
I have this crap in my fucking bed.
like every civilization that is out there that creates this civilization.
Yeah, or something very close to.
Okay, so what's number two?
Well, so number two is the convergence. That is that maybe like some of these civilizations do make it to technological maturity, but out of those who do get there, they ability of doing it, but they choose not to. Not just a few of them decide not to, but out of a billion, maybe not even a single one of them who do.
And I think when you say lose interest, that sounds like unlikely because it's like they get bored or whatever, but it could be so many possibilities within that. I mean, losing interest could be anything from it being exceptionally difficult to do to things could be exceptionally strong pressure.
Well, certainly, ethical concerns. I mean, not really too difficult to do. I mean, in a sense that the version is something that you get to technological maturity where you would have the ability, using only a tiny fraction of your resources, to create many simulations. So would it be the case that they would need to spend half of their GDP forever in order to create one simulation, and they have this like difficult debate about whether they should, invest half of their GDP for this? It would more be like, well, if any little fraction of the civilization feels like doing this at any point during maybe their, millions of years of existence, then there would be millions of simulations. But certainly there could be many conceivable reasons for why there would be this convert. Many possible reasons for not running ancestor simulations or other computer simulations, even if you could do so cheaply.
By the way, what's an ancestor simulation?
Well, that would be a type of computer simulation that would contain people like those we think have lived on our planet in the past, and like ourselves in terms of the type of experiences they have, and where those simulated people are conscious, like not just simulated in the same sense that a non-player character would be simulated in a current computer game, where it kind of has like an avatar body and then a very simple mechanism that moves it forward or backwards, but something where the simulated being has a brain, let's say, that's simulated at a sufficient level of granularity that it would have the same subjective experiences as we have.
So where does consciousness fit into this? Do you think simulation, is there different ways to think about how this can be simulated, just like you're talking about now? Do we have to simulate each brain within the larger simulation? Is it enough to simulate just the brain, just the mind, and not the simulation, not the big universe itself? Is there different ways to think about this?
Yeah, I guess there is a kind of premise in the simulation argument rolled in from philosophy of mind. That is that it would be possible to create a conscious mind in a computer, and that what determines whether some system is conscious or not is not like whether it's built from organic biological neurons, but maybe something like what the structure of the computation is that it implements. And we can discuss that if we want, but I think it would be, for first, my view that it would be sufficient, say, if you had a computation that was identical to the computation in the human brain down to the level of neurons. So if you had this connected in the same as the human brain, and you then roll that forward with the same kind of synaptic weights and so forth, so you actually had the same behavior coming out of this as a human with that brain would have done, then I think that would be conscious. Now, it's possible you could also generate consciousness without having that detailed simulation. There I'm getting more uncertain exactly how much you could simplify.
When you look at that, what do you mean? So I missed where you're placing consciousness in this thing.
Well, so if you are a computation, you think that what creates consciousness is the implementation of the computation.
Some property, emergent property is a computation.
Yeah, you can say that. Then the question is what's the class of computations such that when they are wrong, consciousness emerges. So if you just have like something that the computation is one like our human brains are performing, where as part of the computation there is like the control workspace, sophisticated attention mechanism, there is like self-representations of other cognitive processes and a whole lot of other things that possibly would be conscious, and in fact if it's exactly like ours, I think that would be true. But exactly how much less than the full computation that the human brain is performing would be required is a little bit, I think, open question. He asked another interesting question as well, which is, would it be sufficient to just have, say, a brain, or would you need the environment in order to generate the same kind of experiences that we have? And there is a bunch of stuff we don't know. I mean, if you look at, say, current virtual reality environments, one thing that's clear is that we don't have to simulate all details of them all the time in order for, say, the human player to have the perception that there's a full reality in there. You can have, say, procedurally generated versus you might only render a scene where it's actually within the view of the player character. And so similarly, if this environment that we perceive is simulated, it might be that all of the parts that come into our view are rendered at any given time. And a lot of aspects that never come into view, say the details of this microphone I'm talking, it's exactly what each atom is doing at any given point in time, might not be part of the simulation, only a more coarse-grained representation.
So that to me is actually from the engineering perspective why the simulation hypothesis is really interesting to think about,
right?
Is how difficult is it to fake in a virtual reality context, fake is the right word, but to construct a reality that is sufficiently real to us to be immersive the way that the physical world is. I think that's actually probably an answerable question of psychology and computer science. Where's the line where it becomes so immersive that you don't want to leave that world?
Yeah, or that you don't realize while you're in it that it is a virtual world.
Yeah, those are two actually questions. Yours is the more sort of the good question about realism. From my perspective, what's interesting is it doesn't have to be real, but how can we construct a world that we live in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be too low a bar. I mean, if you think, say, when people first had Pong or something like that, like, I'm sure there were people who were playing it for a long time because it was fun, and they wanted to be in this little world. I'm not sure we would say it's immersive. I mean, I guess in some sense it is, but like an absorbing activity doesn't even have to be.
But they left that. So like, I think that bar is seemingly high. So they eventually left. So you can play Pong or StarCraft or replicated games for hours, for months. While the Warcraft could be a big addiction. But eventually they escape that.
So you mean when it's absorbing enough that you would choose to spend your entire life in there,
and then thereby changing the concept of what reality is. Right. Your reality becomes the game, not because you're fooled, but because you've made that choice.
Yeah, and then the different people might have different, might prefer not to. Have you come across this? So Robert Nozick had this thought experiment where you imagine some crazy super duper neuroscientists of the future have created a machine that could give you any experience you want if you step in there. And for the rest of your life, you can pre-program this in different ways. So your fun dreams could come true. You could, whatever you dream, you want to be a great artist, a great lover, like a wonderful life, all of these things. If you step into the experience machine, will be your experiences. Constantly happy, and but you would kind of disconnect from the rest of reality to float there and attack. And so Nozick thought that most people would choose not to enter the experience machine. Many might want to go there for a holiday, but they wouldn't want to check out what exists permanently. And so he thought that was an argument against certain views of value, according to what we value is a function of what we experience. And because in the experience machine, you can have any experience you want, and yet much value. So therefore, what we value depends on other things than what we experience. So,
okay, can you take that argument further? What about the fact that maybe what we value is the up and down of life? So
you can have up and downs in the experience machine, right? But what can't you have in the experience machine? Well, I mean, that then becomes an interesting question to explore. But for example, real connection with other people. If the experience machine is a solo machine where it's only you, like that's something you wouldn't have there. You would have this objective experience that would be like take people, but if you gave somebody flowers, that wouldn't be anybody there who actually got happy. It would just be a little simulation of somebody smiling, but the simulation would not be the kind of simulation I'm talking about in the simulation argument where the simulated creature is conscious. It would just be a kind of smiley face that would look perfectly real to you.
So we're now drawing a distinction between appear to be perfectly real and actually being real.
Yeah. So that could be one thing. I mean, like big impact on history, maybe was also something you won't have if you check into this experience machine. So some people might actually feel the life I want to have for me is one where I have a big positive impact on how history unfolds. So you could kind of explore these different possible explanations for why it is you wouldn't want to go into the experience machine if that's what you feel. And one interesting observation regarding this Nozick thought experiment and the conclusions we wanted to draw from it is how much is the kind of the status quo effect. So a lot of people might not want to get this on current reality to plug into this dream machine. But if they instead were told, well, what you've experienced up to this point was a dream. Now, do you want to disconnect from this and enter the real world? And you have no idea maybe what the real world is. Or maybe you could say, well, you're actually a farmer in Peru growing peanuts. You could live for the rest of your life in this. Or would you want to continue your dream life as a streamer, going around the world, making podcasts, doing research? So if the status quo was that you were actually in the experience machine, I think a lot of people might
the change itself, the leap.
Yeah, so it might not be so much the reality. We have, a self-identity, and it's inside a tank or outside a tank in Peru, or whether inside the computer or outside the computer. That's kind of less important to what we ultimately care about.
Yeah, but so just to linger on it, it is interesting. I find maybe people are different, but I find myself quite willing to take the leap to the farmer in Peru, especially as virtual reality systems become more realistic. I find that possibility, and I think more people would take that leap.
But I think this is not just to make sure we are on the same. So in this case, the farmer in Peru would not be a virtual reality. That would be real. The real thing. Your life, like before this whole experience machine started.
Well, I kind of assumed from that description, you being very specific, but that kind of idea just like is about your kind of distinction between real and illusion. Because when you can have an illusion that feels something that looks real, I don't know how you can definitively say something is real or not. Like, what's a good way to prove that something is real in that context?
Wires by the super duper neuroscientist plugging into your head, giving you like street mud experiences. In the other, you're actually tilling the soil in Peru, growing peanuts, and then those peanuts are being eaten by other people all around the world to buy the exports. And so these are two different possible situations in the one and the same real world that you could choose to occupy.
But just to be clear, when you're in that wires, neuroscientists, you can still go farming in Peru, right? But like,
no, well, you could if you wanted to, you could have experience of farming in Peru, but that wouldn't actually be any peanuts from.
But what makes a peanut? So a peanut can be grown, and you can feed things with that peanut. And why can't all of that be done in simulation?
I hope, first of all, that they actually have peanut farms in Peru. I guess we'll get a lot of comments otherwise. I'm angry. I was really opposite the point when you started talking about.
You should know you can't
grow
peanuts in that climate.
No, I mean, I think, in the simulation, I think there's this intent the important sense in which it should all be real. Nevertheless, there is a distinction between inside the simulation and outside the simulation, or in the case of no thought experiment, whether you're in the vat or outside the vat. And some of those differences may or may not be important. I mean, that comes down to your values and preferences. So if the experience machine only gives you the experience of drunk people, but you're the only one in the experience machine.
So there's other, you can, within the experience machine, others you can plug in.
Well, there are versions of the experience machine. So in fact, you might want to have different thought experiments, different versions of it. So like in the original thought experiment, maybe it's only you, right? Just you. So and you think, I wouldn't want to go in there. Well, that tells you something interesting about what you value, what you care about. Then you could say, well, what if you add the fact that there would be other people in there and you would interact with them? Well, it starts to make it more attractive, right? Then you could add in, well, what if you could also have important long-term effects on human history in the world, and you could actually do something useful even though you were in there? That makes it maybe even more attractive. Like you could actually have a life that had a purpose and consequences. So as you sort of add more into it, it becomes more similar to the baseline reality that you were comparing it to.
Yeah, but I just think inside the experience machine, without taking those steps you just mentioned, you still have an impact on long-term history of the creatures that live inside that, of the quote-unquote fake creatures that live inside that experience machine. That, like, at a certain point, you know, if there's a person waiting for you inside that experience machine, maybe your newly found wife, and she dies, she comes back in, she's still there, what about her life?
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, she starts to have more of an independent existence.
Independent existence.
But it depends, I think, on how she's implemented in the experience machine. Take one limit case where all she is a static picture on the wall, a photograph. You think, well, I can look at her, right? But that's it. There's no. That you think, well, it doesn't really matter much what happens to that, any more than a normal photograph if you care, right? It means you can't see it anymore, but you haven't harmed the person whose picture you poured up. But if you actually implement it, say, at a neural level of detail, so that it's a fully realized digital mind, same behavioral repertoire as you have, then very possibly she would be a conscious person like you are. And then you would, what you do in this experience machine would have real consequences for how this other mind felt. You have to like specify which of these experience machines you're talking about. I think it's not entirely obvious that it would be possible to have an experience machine that gave you a normal set of human experiences, which include experiences of interacting with other people, without that also generating consciousnesses corresponding to those other people. That is, if you create another entity that you perceive and interact with, that to you looks entirely realistic. Not just when you say hello, they say hello back, but you have a rich interaction, many days, deep conversation. Like it might be that the only possible way of implementing that is one that also has a side effect, instantiated this other person in enough detail that you would have a second consciousness there. I think that's to some extent an open question.
So you don't think it's possible to take consciousness?
Well, it might be. I mean, I think you could certainly take, if you have a very limited interaction with somebody, you could certainly take that. That is, if all you have to go on is somebody said hello to you, that's not enough for you to tell whether there was a real person there, or a pre-recorded message, or, you know, like a very superficial simulation that has no consciousness. But that's something easy to fake. We can already fake it now. You can record a voice recording, and, you know. But if you have a richer set of interactions where you're allowed to ask open-ended questions and probe from different angles that can sort of be, you can't answer to all of the possible ways that you could probe it, then it starts to become more plausible that the only way to realize this thing in such a way that you would get the right answer for many which angle you probe it would be a way of instantiating it, where you also instantiate it in conscious mind.
Yeah, I'm with you on the intelligence part, but there's something about me that says consciousness is easier to take. Like I've recently gotten my hands on a lot of Rubas. Don't ask me why or how, but and I've made them. They're just a nice robotic robot platform, and I made them scream and or moan in pain and so on, just to see when they're responding to me. And it's just a sort of psychological experiment on myself. And I think they appear consciously pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. Like to me at least, my brain can be tricked quite easily.
Right.
So if I introspect and think, it's harder for me to be tricked than something that's intelligent. So I just have this feeling that inside this experience machine, just saying that you're conscious and having certain qualities of the interaction, like being able to suffer, like being able to hurt, like being able to wonder about the essence of your own existence, not actually, I mean, you know, creating the illusion that you're wondering about it is enough to create the consciousness and the illusion of consciousness, and because of that, you really immerse the experience to where you feel like that is the real world.
So you think there's a big gap between appearing conscious and being conscious? Or is it that you think it's very easy to be consciousness?
Is enough for this to create a social interaction that's as good as if it's conscious. Meaning, I'm making it about myself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are a few different things. One is how good the interaction is, which might be you don't really care about, like probing hard for the thing is conscious. But maybe it would be a satisfactory interaction. Whether or not you really thought it was conscious. Now, if you really care about it being conscious in like inside this experience machine, how easy would it be to fake it? And you said it sounds really easy.
Yeah.
But then the question is, would that also mean it's very easy in the brain with 100 billion neurons, all you need is some system that exhibits basic intentionality and can respond, and you already have consciousness? Like in that case, I guess we still have a close conflict. Yes. And then a case would be where they apart, where you can create the appearance of there being a conscious mind without actually not being another conscious mind. I'm somewhat agnostic exactly where these lines go. I think one observation that makes it possible, like relatively simply, which also is relevant for the simulation argument, and in terms of thinking about how realistic would a virtual reality model have to be in order for the simulated creature not to notice that anything was awry. Well, just think of our own humble brains during the wee hours of the night when we are dreaming. Many times, well, dreams are very immersive, but often you also don't realize that you're in a dream. And that's produced by simple, primitive 3-pound lumps of neural matter effortlessly. So if a simple brain like this can create a virtual reality that seems pretty real to us, then how much easier would it be for a super intelligent civilization with planetary-sized computers optimized over the eons to create a realistic environment for you to interact with?
Yeah, by the way, behind that intuition is that our brain is not that impressive relative to the possibilities of what technology can create. It's also possible that the brain is the epitome, is the ceiling. Like, just
the ceiling? How is that possible?
Meaning, like, this is the smartest possible thing to be create.
So that's unlikely to me. Yeah, I mean, for some of these reasons we alluded to earlier, in terms of designs we already have for computers that would be faster by many orders of magnitude than the human brain.
Yeah, but it could be that the constraints, the cognitive constraints in themselves is what enables the intelligence. So the more powerful you make the computer, the less likely it is to become super intelligent. This is why I say dumb things and push back.
I'm not sure I thought it would be quite clear. No, I mean, so there are different dimensions of intelligence. A simple one is just speed. Like if you can solve the same talent faster in some sense, you're like important. So there, I think we have very strong evidence for thinking that you could have intelligence, like be completely superior, maybe a million times faster. Then maybe there are other ways in which you could be smarter as well, maybe more qualitative ways, right? And there, the concepts are a little bit less clear-cut, so it's harder to make a very crisp, neat, firmly logical argument for why that could be qualitative superintelligence as opposed to just things that were faster, although I still think it's very plausible. And for various reasons that are less than watertight arguments. But you can sort of, for example, if you look at animals and and even within humans, like there seems to be like Einstein versus person to invent general relativity. Then it took Einstein or something like that. It's like I don't know whether they would do it at all or it would take millions of years or some totally bizarre. So
basically your assertion that the compute size will get you increasing the size of the computer and the speed of the computer might create some much more powerful levels of intelligence that would then enable some being able to simulate an ultra-realistic environment, ultra-realistic perception of reality.
Yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, it's not necessary to have superintelligence in order to have, say, the technology to make these simulations and vector simulations. If we are in a simulation, it would most likely be one built by a civilization that had superintelligence. And it certainly would help a lot.
Somehow everybody somehow loses interest in creating simulation. 3, we're living in simulations. So you kind of, I don't know if you're thinking as well at this point, but you kind of said that we know so little that these 3 cases might as well be equally probable. So probabilistically speaking, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I don't think equal necessarily would be the most supported probability assignment.
So how would you, without assigning actual numbers, what's more or less likely here?
Well, I mean, I'm very well intended to punt on the of like between these 3.
So maybe asking another way is, which kind of things would make it each of these more or less likely? What kind?
I mean, certainly in general terms, if you take anything that increases or reduces the probability of one of these, would tend to slot probability around on the other. So if one becomes less probable, like the other would have to, it's going to add up to 1. So if we consider the first hypothesis, the first alternative that there's this filter that makes it so that virtually no civilization reaches technological maturity. In particular, our own civilization. If that's true, then it's like very unlikely that we would reach technological maturity. Because if almost no civilization at our stage does it, then unlikely that we do it. So well, so if it's the case that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological maturity at our current stage of technological development fail to reach maturity, that would give us very strong reasons for thinking we will fail to reach technological maturity.
Oh, and also so the flip side of that is the fact that we've reached it means that many other civilizations.
Yeah, so that means if we get closer and closer to actually reaching technological maturity, there's less and less distance left where we could go extinct before we are there. And therefore, the probability that we will reach increases as we get closer. And that would make it less likely to be true that almost all civilizations at our current stage fail to get there. Like we would have this, the one case we've studied ourselves would be very close to getting there, but with strong evidence it's not so hard to get to maturity. So to the extent that we, feel we are moving nearer to technological maturity, that would tend to reduce the probability of the first alternative, the probability of the other two. It doesn't need to be a monotonic change. Like if every once in a while some new threat comes into view, some bad new thing you can do with some novel technology, for example, that could change our probabilities in the other direction. But that as well as that technology has to be able to equally, in an even way, affect every civilization out there. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, strictly speaking, it's not true. I mean, that could be two different existential risks, and every civilization, one or the other. But none of them. Incidentally, so in some of my other work, on machine superintelligence, like the existential risks related to sort of superintelligent AI, existential catastrophe to make the first alternative true. Like it might be bad for us if the future lost a lot of value as a result of it being shaped by some process that optimized for some completely non-human value. But even if we got killed by machine superintelligence, that machine superintelligence might still attain technological maturity. So,
I see. So you're not human exclusive. This could be any intelligent species that achieves. Like it's all about the technological maturity that the humans have attained it.
Right.
But superintelligence can replace us, and that's just as well for the simulation.
Still, I mean, it could interact with the second alternative. Like if the thing that replaced us was even more likely or less likely, then we would be to have an interest in creating our computer simulations. That could affect probabilities. But to first order, that if we all just die, then we won't produce any simulations because we are dead. But if we all die and get replaced by some other intelligent thing, then gets the technological. The question remains, of course, why not that thing that uses some of its resources to do this stuff?
So can you reason about this stuff? So given how little we know about the universe, is it reasonable to reason about these probabilities? Like how little? Well, maybe you can disagree, but to me, it's not trivial to figure out how difficult it is to build a simulation. We kind of talked about it a little bit. We also don't know, like as we try to start building it, like start creating virtual worlds and so on, how that changes the fabric of society. Like there's all these things along the way that can fundamentally change so many aspects of our society, about our existence, that we don't know anything about. Like the kind of things we might discover when we understand to a greater degree the fundamental physics. Like the theory, if we have a breakthrough, have a theory and everything, how that changes stuff, how that changes deep space exploration and so on. So like, is it still possible to reason about probabilities given how little we know?
Yes, I think so. There will be a large residual of uncertainty that we'll just have to acknowledge. And I think that's true for most of these big picture questions that we might wonder about. It's just we are small, short-lived, small-brained, cognitively very limited humans with little evidence, and it's amazing we can figure out as much as we can really about the cosmos.
But so there's this cognitive trick that seems to happen with the simulation argument, which for me it seems like case 1 and 2 feel unlikely. I want to say feel unlikely as opposed to like it's not like I have too much scientific evidence to say that either 1 or 2 are not true. It just seems unlikely that every single civilization destroys itself. And it feels unlikely that civilizations lose interest. So naturally, without necessarily explicitly doing it, but the simulation argument basically says it's very likely to limit the simulation. Like, to me, my mind naturally goes there. I think the mind goes there for a lot of people. Is that the correct place for it to go?
Well, not necessarily. I think the second alternative, which has to do with the motivations and interests of technological mature civilizations. I think there is much we don't understand about that.
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit? What do you think? I mean, this is a question that pops up when you build an AGI system or build a general intelligence, or how does that change our motivation? Do you think it will fundamentally transform our motivation?
No, it doesn't seem that impossible that once you take this leap to, I mean, I think like it involves creating machine superintelligence, possibly. That would be sort of on the path of basically all civilizations, maybe before they are able to create large numbers of ancestor simulations. That possibly could be one of these things that quite radically changes the orientation of what civilization is in fact optimizing for. There are other things as well. So at the moment we have not perfect control over our own being, our own mental states, our own experiences are not under our direct control. So for example, if you want to experience pleasure and happiness, you might have to do a whole host of things in the external world to try to get into the state, into the mental state where you experience pleasure. Like people get pleasure from eating great food. Well, they can't just turn that on. They have to kind of actually go to a nice restaurant and then they have to make money. So there's like all this kind of activity that maybe arises from the fact that we are trying to ultimately produce mental states, but the only way to do that is by a whole host of complicated activities in the external world. Now, at some level of technological development, I think we'll become autopotent in the sense of giving direct ability to choose our own internal configuration and enough knowledge and insight to be able to actually do that in a meaningful way. So then it could turn out that there are a lot of instrumental goals that would drop out of the picture and be replaced by other instrumental goals, because we could now serve some of these final goals in more direct ways. And who knows how all of that shakes out after civilizations reflect on that and converge to different attractors and so on and so forth. And that could be new instrumental considerations that come into view as well, that we are just oblivious to, that would maybe have a strong shaping effect on actions. To do something or not to do something. And we just don't realize they're there because we are so dumb fumbling through the universe. But if almost inevitably en route to attaining the ability to create many ancestor simulations, you do this cognitive enhancement or advice from superintelligences or you yourself, then maybe there's like this additional set of considerations coming into view. Just it's obvious that the thing that makes sense is to do X. Whereas right now it seems, you could X, Y, or Z, that different people will do different things, and we're kind of random in that sense.
Yeah, because at this time, limited technology, I mean, that's starting to change in some ways. But,
well, I'm not sure it follows that.
It's starting to...
Well, I mean, it depends on how you view it. What people did 100 years ago still have effects on the world today.
Oh, I see, as a civilization together.
Yeah, so it might be that the greatest impact of individuals is not at technological maturity or very far down. It might be earlier on when there are different facts, civilizations go down. I mean, maybe the population is smaller, things will have settled out. If you count the indirect effects, then that those could be bigger than direct effects that people have later on.
So part 3 of the argument says that so that leads us to a place where eventually somebody creates a simulation. Now, I think you had a conversation with Joe Rogan. I think there's some aspect here where you got stuck a little bit. How does that lead to we're likely living in a simulation? So this kind of probability argument, if somebody eventually creates a simulation, why does that mean that we're not in a simulation?
What you get to if you accept alternative 3 first is there would be more simulated people with our kinds of experiences than non-simulated ones. Like if if you look at the world as a whole, by the end of time as a way to count it up, there would be more simulated ones than non-simulated ones. Then there is an extra step to get from that. If you assume that, suppose for the sake of the argument that that's true, how do you get from that to the statement, we are probably in a simulation? And so here you're introducing an indexical statement, like it's that this person right now is in a simulation. There are all these other people, that are in simulations, and some that are not in a simulation. But what probability should you have that you yourself is one of the simulated ones? So I call it the bland principle of indifference, which is that in cases like this, when you have two, sets of observers, one of which is much larger than the other, and you can't, from any internal evidence you have, tell which set you belong to, you should assign a probability that's proportional to the size of these sets, so that if there are 10 times more simulated people with your kinds of experiences, you would be 10 times more likely to be one of those.
Is that as intuitive as it sounds? I mean, that seems kind of, if you don't have enough information, you should rationally just assign the same probabilities as the size of the set.
It seems pretty plausible to me.
Where are the holes in this? Is it at the very beginning, the assumption that everything stretches sort of infinite time, essentially?
You don't need infinite time.
You should need how long is the time?
But however long it takes, for a universe to produce an intelligent civilization that maintains the technology to run some of this simulation.
Gotcha. At some point, when the first simulation is created, that stretch of time just a little longer than they'll all start creating simulations. Kind of like
there might differ if you think of there being a lot of different planets, and some subset of them have life, and then some subset of those get intelligent life, and some of those maybe eventually start creating simulations. They might get started at quite different times. Like maybe on some planets it takes 1 billion years longer before you get monkeys, or before you get even bacteria, than on another planet. So that this might happen kind of at different. Yeah, there is a connection in that they both involve an application of anthropic reasoning, that is reasoning about these kind of indexical propositions. But the assumption you need in the case of the simulation argument is much weaker than the assumption you need to make the doomsday argument go through.
What is the doomsday argument? And maybe you could speak to the anthropic reasoning in more general.
Yeah, so that's a big and interesting topic in its own right, anthropic. But the doomsday argument is this really first and then developed. And there are some other versions as well by Richard Goff, but let's focus on the Carter-Leslie version, where it's an argument that we have systematically underestimated the probability that humanity will go extinct soon. Now, I should say most people probably think at the end of the day there is something wrong with this doomsday argument, that it doesn't really hold. it's like there's something wrong with it, but it's proved hard to say exactly what is wrong with it. And different people have different accounts. My own view seems inconclusive, but and I can say what the argument is.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so maybe it's easiest to explain via an analogy to sampling from urns. So imagine you have a big, imagine you have two urns in front of you, and they have balls in them that have numbers. So there's the two urns look the same, but inside one there are 10 balls. Ball number 1, 2, 3, up to ball number 10. And then in the other urn, you have 1,000,000 balls, numbered 1 to, and ask you to guess what's the chance it's the 10 ball urn. You say, well, 50-50. I can't tell which urn it is. But then you're allowed to reach in and pick a ball at random from the urn. And let's suppose you find that it's ball number 7. So that's strong evidence for the 10 ball hypothesis. Like, it's a lot more likely that you would get such a low number of balls if there are 10 balls in the urn. Like, it's in fact 10% done, right? Then if there are 1,000,000 balls, it's very unlikely you can get number 7. So you perform a Bayesian update, and if your prior was 50-50 that it was a 10 ball urn, you become virtually certain after finding the random sample of 7 that it only has 10 balls in it. So in the case of the urn, this is uncontroversial, elementary probability theory. The doomsday argument says that you should reason in a similar way with respect to different hypotheses about how many balls there will be in the urn of humanity, how many humans there will ever be in it by the time we go to So to simplify, let's suppose we only consider two hypotheses, either maybe 200 billion humans in total, or 200 trillion humans in total. You can fill in more hypotheses, but it doesn't change the principle. So it's easiest to see if we just consider these two. So you start with some prior based on ordinary empirical ideas about threats to civilization and so forth. Maybe you say it's a 5% chance that we will go extinct by the time there will have been 200 billion only. You're kind of optimistic, let's say. I think probably we'll make it through, colonize the universe. But then, according to this doomsday argument, you should think of your own birth rank as a random sample. So your birth rank is your sequence in the position of all humans that have ever existed. It turns out 100 billion, give or take. That's like roughly how many people have been born before you.
It's fascinating. Probably we each have a number. We
would each have a number. I mean, obviously, even the exact number would depend on where you started counting, like which ancestors was human enough to count as human. But those are not really important. They're relative to yourself. So, so you're roughly 100 billion. Now, if there are only going to be 200 billion total, that's a perfectly unremarkable number. You're somewhere in the middle, right? One of the mill human. Completely unsurprising. Now, if there going to be 200 trillion, it would be remarkably early. It's like, what are the chances out of these 200 trillion humans that you should be human number 100 billion? That seems it would have a much slower conditional probability. And so, analogous to how in the urn case, you thought after finding this low number random sample, you update it in favor of. Similarly, in this case, we should update in favor of the human species having a lower total number of members. That is doomed soon.
You said doomed soon?
That's that's the hypothesis in this case, that it will
just like
100 billion.
I just like that term for that hypothesis.
So what it kind of crucially relies on, the doomsday argument, is the idea that you should reason as if you were a random sample from the set of all humans that will ever have existed. If you have that assumption, then I think the rest kind of follows. The question then is, why should you make that assumption? In fact, you know you're 100 billion, so where do you get this? And then there's like a literature on that with different ways of supporting that assumption.
That's just one example of without reasoning, right? That seems to be kind of convenient when you think about humanity. When you think about sort of even like existential threats and so on, is it seems that quite naturally that you should assume that you're just an average case.
Yeah, that you're a kind of a typical random sample. Now, in the case of the Dupke argument, it seems to lead to what intuitively we think is the wrong conclusion, or at least many people have this reaction. That's got to be something fishy about this argument, because from very, very weak premises, it gets this very striking implication that we have almost no chance of reaching size 200 trillion humans in the future. And how can we possibly get there just by reflecting on when we were born? It seems you would need sophisticated arguments about the impossibility of space colonization, blah, blah. So one might be tempted to reject this key assumption. I call it the self-sampling assumption. The idea that you should reason as if you were a random sample from all observers, or in your some reference class. However, it turns out that in other domains, it looks like we need something like this self-sampling assumption to make sense of qualify the scientific inferences. In contemporary cosmology, for example, we have these multiverse theories. And if you have a sufficiently large universe, you will have a lot of people observing all kinds of stuff. So if you have two competing theories, say about the value of some constant, it could be true according to both of these theories that there would be some observers observing the value that corresponds to the other theory, because there will be some observers that have hallucinations, so there's a local fluctuation or a statistically anomalous measurement. These things will happen. And if enough observers make enough different observations, there will be some that sort of by chance make these different ones. And so what we would want to say is, well, many more observers, a larger proportion of the observers will observe as it were the true value, and a few will observe wrong value. If we think of ourselves as a random sample, we should expect with a very probability to observe the true value, and that will then allow us to conclude that the evidence we actually have is evidence for the theories we think are supported. It kind of then is a way of sense of these inferences that clearly seem correct, that we can, make various observations and infer what the temperature of the cosmic background is, and the fine structure constant and all of this. But it seems that without rolling in some assumption similar to the self-sampling assumption, this is just not true. And there are other examples. So there are these scientific contexts where it looks like this kind of anthropic reasoning is needed and makes perfect sense. And yet, in the case of the Dupke argument, it has this weird consequence, and people might think there's something wrong with it there. So there's then this project that would consist in trying to figure out what are the legitimate ways of reasoning about these indexical facts when observer selection effects are at play. In other words, developing a theory of anthropics. And there are different views of looking at that, and it's a difficult methodological area. But to tie it back to the simulation argument, the key assumption there, this bland principle of indifference, is much weaker than the self-sampling assumption. So if you think about, in the case of the doomsday argument, it says you reason as if you are a random sample from all humans that we have lived, even though in fact you know that you are about number 100 billion human and you're alive in the year 2020, whereas in the case of the simulation argument, it says that, well, if you actually have no way of telling which one you are, then you should assign this kind of uniform probability.
Yeah, your role as the observer in the simulation argument is different, it seems like. Who's the observer? I keep assigning the individual consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, when a lot of observers in the simulation, in the context of the simulation argument,
they're all
the relevant observers would be A, the people in original histories, and B, the people in simulations. So this would be the class of observers that we need. I mean, there are also maybe the simulators, but we can set those aside for this. So the question is, given that class of observers, a small set of original history observers and a large class of simulated observers, which one should you think is you? Where are you amongst this set of observers?
I'm maybe having a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around the intricacies of what it means to be an observer in the different instantiations of the anthropic reasoning cases that were mentioned. I mean, does it
It's
have
like the
to be?
observer. No, I mean, maybe an easier way of putting it is just like, are you simulated or are you not simulated? Given this assumption that these two groups of people exist.
Yeah, in the simulation case, it seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so I think the key point is the methodological assumption you need to make to get the simulation argument to where it wants to go is much weaker and less problematic than the methodological assumption you need to make to get the doomsday argument to its conclusion. Maybe the doomsday argument is sound or unsound, but you need to make a much stronger and more controversial assumption to make it go through. In the case of the doomsday argument, the simulation argument, I guess one maybe way intuition comes to like support this bland principle of indifference is to consider a sequence of different cases where the fraction of people who are simulated to non-simulated approaches 1. So in the limiting case, where everybody is simulated, right? Obviously, you can deduce with certainty that you are simulated, right? If everybody with your experience is simulated, and you know you're going to be one of those, you don't need the probability at all. You just can logically conclude it, right? Right. So then, as we move from a case where, say, 90% of everybody is simulated, 99.9%, it should seem possible that the probability assigned should sort of approach 1, certainly, as the fraction approaches the case where everybody is in the simulation.
Yeah,
and so, like, you wouldn't like expect that to be a discrete. Well, if there's one non-simulated person, then it's 50, but if we move that, then it's 100%. Like, it should kind of. There are other arguments as well. One can use to support blind principle of indifference, but that might be enough to do.
But in general, when you start from time equals 0, go into the future, the fraction of simulated, if it's possible to create simulated worlds, the fraction of simulated worlds will go to 1.
Well, it won't
Is that an obvious
go all the way to 1. In reality, there would be some variation, although maybe a technologically mature civilization could run a lot of simulations using a small portion of its resources. It probably wouldn't be able to run infinitely. I mean, if we take, say, the observed, the physics in the observed universe, if we assume that that's also the physics at the level of the simulators, that would be limits to the amount of information processing that any one civilization could perform in its future trajectory. Right. And then they're like, well, first of all, there's limited amount of matter you can get your hands on, because through the positive cosmological constant, the universe is accelerating. There's like a finite sphere of stuff, even if you travel with the speed of light, that you could ever reach. You have a finite amount of stuff. And then if you think there's like a lower limit to the amount of loss you get when you perform an erasure of the computation, or if you think, for example, just matter gradually over cosmological timescales decay, and with the protons decay, other things, and you radiate out gravitational waves. Like, there's all kinds of seemingly unavoidable losses that occur. So eventually, we'll have something like a heat death of the universe, or a close death, or whatever. But yeah,
so it's finite, but of course we don't know which, if there's many ancestral simulations, we don't know which level we are. There could be, couldn't there be like an arbitrary number of simulations that spawned ours, and those had more resources in terms of physical universe to work with?
So what do you mean that could be?
Sort of, okay, so if simulations spawn other simulations,
right,
it seems like each new spawn has fewer resources to work with.
Yeah.
But we don't know at which level, at which step along the way we are at. Right. Any one observer doesn't know whether we're in level 42 or 100. ground? Or is that not matter for the resources? I mean,
it's true that there would be uncertainty as you can have stack simulation.
Yeah.
And there could be uncertainty as to which level we are at. As you remarked also, all the computations performed in a simulation within a simulation also have to be expanded as a simulation. All that computer ultimately it's CPU or whatever it is like impose a limit to how tall this tower can be. And if each level kind of imposes a large extra overhead, you might think maybe the tower would not be very tall. That most people would be low down in the tower.
I love the term basement reality. Let me ask one of the. There's many. There's this. When you look at sort of the last few years of the simulation hypothesis, just like you said, it comes up every once in a while. Some new community discovers it and so on. But I would say one of the biggest popularities, as I said, is Elon Musk. Do you have any kind of intuition about what Elon thinks about when he thinks about simulation? Why is this of such interest? Is it all the things we've talked about, or is there some special kind of intuition about simulation that he has?
I mean, you might have a better one. I mean, my interest, I think it's like it's pretty obvious why, if to the extent that one thinks the argument is credible, why it would be of interest. It would, if it's correct, tell us something very important about the world, one way or the other, whichever of the three alternatives for a simulation that seems like are fundamental discoveries, right? Now, interestingly, in the case of somebody like Elon, so there's like the standard argument for why you might want to take the simulation hypothesis seriously, the simulation argument, right? In the case of if you are actually Elon Musk, let's say, there's a kind of an additional reason in that what are the chances you would be Elon Musk? Like, it seems like maybe there would be more interest in simulating the lives of very unusual and remarkable people. So if you consider not just a simulation where all of human history or the whole of human civilization are simulated, but also other kinds of simulations which only include some subset of people. Like in those simulations that only include a subset, it might be more likely that they would include subsets of people with unusually interesting or consequential life.
You're Elon Musk.
You gotta wonder, right?
More like
or if you're like if you're Donald Trump, or if you're Bill Gates, or you're like some particularly like distinctive character, you might think that adds. I mean, if you just think of yourself into the shoes, right? It's got to be like an extra reason to think this kind of. Right.
So on a scale of like Farmer in Peru to Elon Musk, the more you get towards the Elon Musk, the higher the probability.
You'd imagine that would be some extra boost from that.
There's an extra boost. So he also asked the question of what you would ask an AGI, saying the question being, what's outside the simulation? Do you think about the answer to this question? If we are living in a simulation, what is outside the simulation? So the programmer of the simulation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it connects to the question of what's inside the simulation in that if you had views about the creators of the simulation, it might help you make predictions about what kind of simulation it is, what might happen, what happens after the simulation, if there is some after, but also like kind of setup. So these two questions would be quite closely intertwined. But do you think it would be very surprising? Like, is the stuff inside the simulation, is it possible for it to be fundamentally different than the stuff outside? Yeah.
Like another way to put it, can the creatures inside the simulation be smart enough to even understand or have the cognitive capabilities or any kind of information processing capabilities enough to understand the mechanism that created them?
They might understand some aspects of it. I mean, the level of kind of levels of explanation, like the degrees to which you can understand. So does your dog understand what it is to be human? Well, it's got some idea, like humans are these physical objects that move around and do things. And like a normal human would have a deeper understanding of what it is to be a human. And maybe some very experienced psychologists or great novelists might understand a little bit more about what it is to be human, and maybe super could see right through your soul. So similarly, I do think that we are quite limited in our ability to understand all of the relevant aspects of the larger context that we exist in.
But that might be
I think we understand some aspects of it, but how much good is that? If there's like one key aspect that changes the significance of all the other aspects, we understand maybe it's 7 out of 10 key insights that you need. But the answer actually varies completely depending on what number 8, 9, and 10 insight is. It's like whether you wanna suppose that the big task were to guess whether a certain number was odd or even, like a 10-digit number. And if it's even, the best thing for you to do in life is to go north, and if it's odd, the best thing for you is to go south. Now we are in a situation where maybe through our science and philosophy we figured out
I think your analogy, us being the dog, trying to understand human beings, is an entertaining one, probably correct. Closer the understanding tends from the dog's viewpoint to us human psychologists' viewpoint. The steps along the way there will have completely transformative ideas of what it means to be human. So the dog has a very shallow understanding. It's interesting to think that, and analogize that a dog's understanding of a human being is the same as our current understanding of the fundamental laws of physics in the universe. Man. Okay, we spent an hour and 40 minutes talking about the simulation. I like it. Let's talk about superintelligence, at least for a little bit. And let's start at the basics. What to you is intelligence?
Yeah, not to get too stuck with the definitional question. I mean, the common sense understanding, like the ability to solve complex problems, to learn from experience, to plan, to reason. Well, I think you could be fairly intelligent at least without being conscious, probably.
But then, what is superintelligence?
Yeah, that would be like something that. So, if we talk about general superintelligence, it would be much faster learner, be able to reason much better, make plans that are more effective at achieving its goals, say, in a wide range of complex challenges.
In terms of, as we turn our eye to the idea of sort of existential threats from superintelligence, do you think superintelligence has to exist in the physical world, or can it be digital only? Sort of, we think of our general intelligence as us humans, as an intelligence that's associated with a body that's able to interact with the world, that's able to affect the world directly with physically.
I mean, digital only is perfectly fine. I mean, it's physical in the sense that obviously the computers and the memories are physical,
but its capability to affect the world
could be very strong, even if it has a limited set of activations. If it can type text on the screen or something like that, that would be, I think, ample.
So, in terms of the concerns of existential threat of AI, how can an AI system that's in the digital world have existential risk? What are the attack vectors for digital?
There's this huge positive potential from machine intelligence, including superintelligence. And I want to stress that because, like, some of my writing has focused on what can go wrong. And when I wrote about superintelligence, at that point, I felt that there was a kind of neglect. I think that since this book came out, 2014, there has been a much wider recognition of that, and a number of research groups are now actually working on developing, say, AI alignment techniques and so on and so forth. So, I think now it's important to make sure we bring back onto the table the upside as well.
And there's a little bit of a neglect now on the upside. Which is, I mean, if you look at if you look at the amount of information there's available, or people talking, people being excited about the positive possibilities of general intelligence, it's far outnumbered by the negative possibilities in terms of our public discourse.
Possibly, yeah. It's hard to measure.
Can you look on that a little bit? What are some, to you, possible big positive impacts of general intelligence, super intelligence?
Well, I mean, super intelligence, I guess, because I tend to also want to distinguish these two different contexts of thinking about AI and AI impact, the kind of near-term and long-term as well, both of which I think are legitimate things to think about, and people should, discuss both of them, but they are different, and they often get mixed up, and then you get confusion. I think you get simultaneously like maybe an overhyping of the near term and then underhyping of the long term. So I think as long as we keep them apart, we can have like two good conversations, but or we can mix them together and have one bad conversation.
Can you clarify just the two things we're talking about, the near term and the long term?
Yeah, and
what are the distinctions?
Well, it's a blurred distinction. But say the things I wrote about in this book, super intelligent, long term. Things people are worrying about today with, I don't know, algorithmic discrimination, or even things, self-driving cars and drones and stuff, more near term. Then of course, you could divide in some medium term where they kind of overlap and one evolves into the other. But at any rate, I think both, the issues look kind of somewhat different depending on which of these contexts.
So I think it'd be nice if we can talk about the long term and think about a positive impact or a better world because of the existence of the long-term superintelligence.
Yeah.
Do you have views of such a world?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little hard to articulate because it seems obvious that the world has a lot of problems as it currently stands. And it's hard to think of any one of those which it wouldn't be useful to have a friendly, aligned, super intelligence working on.
So from health to the economic system, to be able to sort of improve the investment and trade and foreign policy decisions, all that kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff and a lot more.
I mean, what's the killer app?
Well, I don't think there is one. I think AI, especially artificial general intelligence, is really the ultimate general purpose technology. So it's not that there's this one problem, this one area where it will have a big impact. But if and when it succeeds, it will really apply across the board in all fields where human creativity and intelligence and problem solving is useful, which is pretty much all fields, right? The thing that it would do is give us a lot more control over nature. It wouldn't automatically solve the problems that arise from conflict between humans, but some subsets would require coordination that is not automatically achieved just by having more technological capabilities. But anything that's not of that sort, I think you just get like an enormous boost with this kind of cognitive technology once it goes all the way. Now, again, that doesn't mean I'm like thinking, people don't recognize what's possible with current technology, and like sometimes things get overhyped. But I mean, those are perfectly consistent views of the ultimate potential being enormous. And then it's a very different question of how far are we from that, or what can we do with near-term technology.
Yeah, so what's your intuition about the idea of intelligence explosion? There's this, when you start to think about that leap from the near term to the long term, the natural inclination, like for me, sort of building machine learning systems today, it seems like it's a lot of work to get to general intelligence. But there's some intuition of exponential growth, of exponential improvement, of an intelligence explosion. Do you maybe try to elucidate, try to talk about what's your intuition about the possibility of intelligence explosion?
We don't know how explosive it will be. I think from what it first seems fairly likely to me that at some point there will be some intelligence explosion, like some period of time where progress in AI becomes extremely rapid. Roughly in the area where you might say it's kind of humanish equivalent in core cognitive faculties. That concept of human equivalent starts to break down when you look too close at it. But and just how explosive does something have to be for it to be called an intelligence explosion? Like, does it have to be like overnight, literally, or a few years? But overall, I guess if you plotted the opinions of different people in the world, I guess that would be somewhat more probability towards the intelligence explosion scenario than probably the average, AI researcher, I guess.
So, and then the other part of the intelligence explosion, or just again explosion, progress, is once you achieve that gray area of human level intelligence, is it obvious to you that we should be able to proceed beyond it to get to super intelligence?
Yeah, that seems, as much as any of these things can be obvious, given we've never had one, people have different views, more people have different views, there's like some degree of uncertainty that always remains for any big futuristic philosophical grand question, that just we realize humans are fallible, especially about these things. But it does seem, as far as I'm judging things based on my own impressions, that there would be a ceiling at or near human cognitive capacity.
And that's such a, I don't know, that's such a special moment. It's both terrifying and exciting to create a system that's beyond our intelligence. So maybe we can step back and say, like, how does that possibly make you feel? That we could create something. It feels like there's a line beyond which it steps to be able to outsmart you, and therefore it feels like a step where we lose control.
Well, I don't think the latter follows. That is, you couldn't, and in fact, this is what a number of people are working towards, making sure that we could ultimately project higher levels of problem-solving ability while still making sure that they are aligned, like they are in the service of human values. So losing control, I think, is not a given that would happen. Now, yes, how it makes me feel. To some extent, I've lived with this for so long, as long as I can remember being an adult or even a teenager. It seemed to me obvious that at some point AI will succeed.
And so I actually misspoke. I didn't mean control. I meant because the control problem is an interesting thing, and I think the hope is at least we should be able to maintain control over systems that are smarter than us. But we do lose our specialness. It's sort of we'll lose our place as the smartest, coolest thing on Earth, and there's an ego involved with that humans are very good at dealing with. I value my intelligence as a human being. It seems like a big transformative step to realize there's something out there that's more intelligent. You don't see that as such a fundamentally...
I think, yes, a lot. I think it's pretty small. I think there are already a lot of things out there that are, certainly if you think the universe is big, there's going to be other civilizations that already have super intelligences, or that just naturally have brains the size of beach balls and are completely leaving us in the dust. And we haven't some face to face. We haven't some face to face, but that's an open question. What would happen in a kind of post-human world? Like how much day to day would these super intelligences be involved in the lives of ordinary? You could imagine some scenario where it would be more like a background thing that would help protect against some things, but you wouldn't, there wouldn't be this intrusive kind of like making you feel bad by like making clever jokes on your expense. Like there's like all sorts of things that maybe in the human context would feel awkward about that. So you don't want to be the dumbest kid in your class, everybody picks it. Like a lot of those things maybe you need to abstract away from if you're thinking about this context where we have infrastructure that is in some sense beyond any or all humans. I mean, it's a little bit like, say, the scientific community as a whole, if you think of that as a mind. It's a little bit of a metaphor, but I mean, obviously it's going to be like way more capacious than any individual. So it's mind-like thing already out there that's just vastly more intelligent than any individual is. And we think, okay, you just accept that as a fact.
That's the basic fabric of our existence. There's super intelligence.
Yeah, you get used to a lot of.
I mean, there's already Google and Twitter and Facebook, these systems, recommender systems that are the basic fabric of our. And I could see them becoming. I mean, do you think of the collective intelligence of these systems as already perhaps reaching super intelligence level?
When it comes to the concept of intelligence and scale. And what human level means. The kind of vagueness and indeterminacy of those concepts starts to dominate how you would answer that question. So, say the Google search engine has a very high capacity of a certain kind, like remembering and retrieving information. Particularly like text or images that are you have a kind of string, a word string key. But obviously superhuman at that, but a vast set of other things it can't even do at all, not just not do well, but so you have these current AI systems that are superhuman in some limited domain and then like radically subhuman in all other domains. The same with it, just like or just a simple computer that can multiply really large numbers, right? It's going to have this like one spike of super intelligence and then a kind of a zero level of capability across all other cognitive fields. And
yeah, I don't necessarily think the generalists, I'm not so attached to it, but I consider it's a gray area and it's a feeling, but to me, sort of alpha zero is which, just say which domain, you could say, well, these are both board games, that they're both cares if they could do better or not. But there's something about the learning, the self-play that makes it crosses over into that land of intelligence that doesn't necessarily need to be general. In the same way, Google is much closer to Deep Blue currently in terms of its search engine than it is to sort of the Alpha Zero. The moment these recommender systems really become more like Alpha Zero, but being able to learn a lot without the constraints of being heavily constrained by human interaction. That seems like a special moment in time.
And certainly learning ability seems to be an important path that you haven't seen before and you weren't specifically pre-programmed for, and then figure out what's going on there and eventually become really good at it. So that's something Alpha Zero has much more of than Deep Blue had. And in fact, I mean, systems like Alpha Zero can learn not just Go, but other, in fact, probably beat Deep Blue in chess and so forth, right? So you do say that it's just general, and it matches the vision. You feel it's more intelligent, and it also has more of this general purpose learning ability. And if we get systems that have even more general purpose learning ability, it might also trigger an even stronger intuition that they're actually starting to get smart.
If you were to pick a future, what do you think a utopia looks like with AGI systems? Sort of, is it the Neuralink brain-computer interface world where we're kind of really closely interlinked with AI systems? Is it possibly where AGI systems replace us completely while maintaining the values and the consciousness? Is it something like it's a completely invisible fabric, like you mentioned, a society where it's just aids and a lot of stuff that we do, like curing diseases and so on? What is utopia, if you get to think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question and a deep and difficult one. I'm quite interested in it. I don't have all the answers yet, but or might never have. But I think there are some different observations one could make. One is if this scenario actually did come to pass, it would open up this vast space of possible modes of being. On one hand, material and resource constraints would just be like expanded dramatically. So there would be a big pie, let's say, right? Also, it would enable us to do things, including to ourselves or like that. It would just open up this much larger design space and option space than we have ever had access to in human history. So I think two things follow from that. One is that we probably would need to make a fairly fundamental rethink of what ultimately we value. Like think things through more from first principles. The context would be so different from the familiar that we could have just take what we've always been doing and then like, oh well, we have this cleaning robot that like cleans the dishes in the sink and a few other small things. Like I think we would have to go back to first principles.
So even from the individual level, go back to the first principles of what is the meaning of life, what is happiness, what is fulfillment.
Yeah. And then also connected to this large space of resources is that it would be possible, and I think something we should aim for is to do well by the lights of more than one value system. That is, we wouldn't have to choose only one value criteria to say we're going to do something that scores really high on the metric of, say, hedonism, and then is like a 0 by other criteria, like kind of wire-headed brains in a vat, and it's like a lot of pleasure, that's good, but then like no beauty, no achievement, like or pick it up. I think to some significant, not like maybe you could get like 98% of the best according to several criteria at the same time, given this this great expansion of the option space. And so
we'll have competing values, competing criteria. So for just like our Democrat versus Republican, there seems to be this always multiple parties that are useful for our progress in society, even though it might seem dysfunctional inside the moment, but having the multiple value systems is to be beneficial for, I guess, a balance of power.
So that, yeah, let's not exactly what I have in mind. That it, well, although maybe in an indirect way it is, but that if you had the chance to do something that scored well on several different metrics, our first instinct should be to do that rather than immediately leap to the thing, which ones of these value systems we're going to screw over. Like, I think our first is, let's first try to do very well by all of them. Yeah. Then it might be that you can't get 100% of all, and you would have to then like have the hard conversation about which one will only get 97%.
There you go. There's my cynicism that all of existence is always a trade-off. But you're saying, maybe it's not such a bad trade-off. Let's first strive.
Well, this would be a distinctive context in which at least some of the constraints would be removed. So there's probably big trade-offs. Yeah, it's just that we first make sure we at least take advantage of this abundance. So in terms of thinking about this, like, yeah, one should think, I think, in this kind of frame of mind of generosity and inclusiveness to different value systems, and see how far one can get there first. And I think one could do something that would be very good according to many different criteria.
We kind of talked about AGI fundamentally transforming the value system of our existence, the meaning of life. But today, what do you think is the meaning of life? The silliest or perhaps the biggest question? What's the meaning of life? What's the meaning of existence? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, meaning?
Yeah, I think these are, like, I guess, a bunch of different related questions in there that one can ask.
happiness, meaning,
Yeah.
all the.
I mean, it's like you could imagine somebody getting a lot of happiness from something that they didn't think was meaningful. Like mindless, like watching reruns of some television series where eating junk food. Like because some people like gives pleasure, but they wouldn't think it had a lot of meaning. Whereas conversely, something that might be quite loaded with meaning might not be very fun always. Like some difficult achievement that really helps a lot of people maybe requires self-sacrifice and hard work, and so these things can, I think, come apart, which is something to bear in mind also when if you're thinking about these utopia questions that you might to actually start to do some constructive thinking about that. You might have to isolate and distinguish these different kinds of things that might be valuable in different ways. Make sure you can sort of clearly perceive each one of them, and then you can think about how you can combine them.
And just as you said, hopefully come up with a way to maximize all of them together.
Yeah, or at least get maximize or get like a very high score on a wide range of them, even if not literally all. You can always come up with values that are exactly opposed to one another, right? But I think for many values, they're kind of opposed with, if you place them within a certain dimensionality of their space, like there are shapes that are kind of, you can't untangle, like in a given dimensionality, but if you start adding dimensions, then it might, in many cases, just be that they're easy to pull apart, and you could. So we'll see how much space there is for that, but I think that there could be a lot in this context of radical abundance, if ever we get to that.
I don't think there's a better way to end it. You've influenced a huge number of people to work on what could very well be the most important problems of our time. So it's a huge honor. Thank you so much for talking.
Well, thank you for coming by, Lex. That's fun. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nick Bostrom. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on that podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at LexFreak. And now, let me leave you with some words from Nick Bostrom. Our approach to existential risks cannot be one of trial and error. There's no opportunity to learn from errors. The reactive approach, see what happens, limit damages, and learn from experience, is unlikely. Rather, we must take a proactive approach. This requires foresight to anticipate new types of threats and a willingness to take decisive preventative action and to bear the costs, moral and economic, of such action. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. Or like actively. On those voice discussions, and it's anywhere from 10 to like 1,000 people all together in voice, like anyone can speak anytime, right? But there's this weird dynamic that people stay quiet. Only one person speaks at a time because they're all like respectful. It's a community of like fundamentally respectful people, even though they're all anonymous. So like, except like me and a few others, it's all anonymous. It's so interesting, and it works. But the magical thing to me about it felt as intimate as like a small get together at a home with close friends. It felt like there's a calmness to it, and you're revealing things about, about somebody suffering from depression or being suicidal. So those are the dark things, or being super excited, getting a new girlfriend or boyfriend. Like the depth of human experience shared on voice without video is. I was really surprised how especially in this time of COVID, to replace that. So that's just to give you some context. There's something there.
There's definitely something there. One thing that comes to mind is when, like in Clubhouse, you have your little icon, so they don't see your face moving. I think when people see their own image, it puts them in a state of self-consciousness that is eliminated by just having an icon on an avatar. Yes, right. So like Zoom is dreadful because I'm not used to talking to people and seeing a little image self staring back at me in the mirror, and it's just, I know there are ways that you can adjust that, but it's really awful. Yeah. And I think that when I get on Zooms now, I say hello and then I shut down the video component, and then I just talk at the end. I come back on just to show that it's still there, it's still me. But I think that voice only is really interesting. Eddie Yang would be an interesting person to talk to about this because he understands so much about action, communicates emotionality, deeper state.
But there's a balance between, I think, just like you said, the privacy somehow allows for the intimacy. So like being able to, as opposed to putting on an act, which I realize we do when we're visually presenting ourselves in remote communication.
But I think that there's so few places where people can actually communicate without the fear of penalty. That's woefully absent these days. And so maybe people are just relieved to be in a place where they feel like I can say what I want or not say anything, and it's okay.
And so the Clubhouse, to answer your kind of question, is it was a big improvement to me over Discord, which is it has tiers. It has a stage where the person that created the room can invite people up that would like to speak potentially, have the opportunity to speak. And then there's a bigger audience that don't get a chance to speak unless they raise their hand when they get called on. So there's like a tier system that allows for there to be a group of like 5, 10, 20, 30 people talking and a lot larger amount in the audience, which in Discord is a problem that everybody can talk. And the other thing about Clubhouse is everybody is strongly encouraged to represent themselves. So you're using your real name. It's not anonymous.
And how many people were in that GameStop discussion?
What they currently limit rooms to 5,000. So I'm sure we maxed out 5,000. There's a lot of overflow rooms. This is the cool thing about Clubhouse. Really big people were on there, all tuned in and having a conversation, having all from all these different worlds, being able to connect. Even though without the niceties of like arranging the meeting, you can just show up and leave, which is nice. But the reason from my lessons from Discord, I'm going to mostly stay away from Clubhouse, and I think
we're going there under another name,
right?
I'll pretend I know your actual name.
Yeah, I've learned it's quite addicting. It's a time sink. It's so the intimacy of it is you find yourself wasting quite a bit of time on there. It pulls you in.
Well, it's interesting. In sort of going back to the podcast or earlier we were talking about books or creating a technology. One thing that's absolutely clear is that anything that's easy to reproduce is probably not worth much effort and time. Yeah, right? I mean, most posts can be easily reproduced. You can repost them. Yeah. So now there are some original posts for which the attribution goes to the original person. It's clear it came from you. But anything that can be easily reproduced doesn't really expand us very much as individuals or as groups. And most of what I see on social media is stuff that is purely reproduced, right? But I think Clubhouse, I mean, it could be that some real magic emerges on there.
So in moderation can be good. The magic, this is another thing that I've found through COVID, and maybe you can think about, is live. I used to be live video or live connection or like this Clubhouse live events, because Clubhouse conversation is a one-time live event, and there's a magic to that that's not captured by like your podcast or my podcast produced video that's like recorded, like packaged up.
Well, anything can happen. It's that anything can happen, and those that's the kind of thing like live concerts. And I love live music, and it's the idea that because you can always listen to the album. Actually, the album usually sounds cleaner and better. That anything can happen.
And then you listen to like the parts. I don't know. You like Costello did something weird. Your dog did something weird, and then you have to go. God damn it! You have to go to the kitchen or something to get something, and then you come back. And it's funny. I watch live video like that with people, and I'll be there for the whole time. I'll wait for them to go to the kitchen and come back. It's not like I tune out.
Right.
And that makes it like a richer experience for some reason. It's weird.
Well, it humanizes it.
Yeah,
I think that. And I think there is this weird effect of whether or not it's a podcast, Instagram, or Twitter, or anything else. There's kind of like two people shouting into a tunnel, and I watch people in the ears on the other end of those tunnels shouting some things back. That's kind of the format we're in. I think I'll check out Clubhouse again. I've gone in there a few times during the day, and I was surprised to see how many people were in there in the middle of the day. I was like, well, aren't these people supposed to be working?
Exactly.
But maybe that is their work.
Well, be very careful about the time sync of it. But yeah, if you want to, you and I go together, we'll have a conversation on there. But one of the things you have to figure out, I don't still know how to do it, but how to exit.
Which is you like, just do the, isn't there the leave quietly button?
Yeah, no, but like when you and I are on stage having a conversation, okay, you and I is hard, but like you really, if it's just you and I, then it's like the usual communication of like, all right, I gotta go. Like, but when it's like 4 people, you don't want to interrupt everyone and announce you're leaving. You just have to, I mean, there's a weird dynamic that I haven't quite figured out. Oh,
the etiquette
is not clear.
Well, the etiquette on different platforms and how that changes is really interesting. You know, how YouTube has one etiquette, which is kind of, a lot of harshness is tolerated on YouTube video comments. Twitter seems a bit harsher than Instagram. Instagram, there's kind of,
people are nice.
People are really nice. People are really nice on Instagram for the most part, except for those phishing things. I actually know someone who had their quite sizable account poached by those copyright. They come in with those like, you violated copyright thing. There's all sorts of harshness in there that if you think about it in the real world, I like to think about Instagram as if it was the real world. Someone comes over and basically saying like, hey, can I hold your wallet and go into the bank and I'll get some money out for you? And like, but there's this trust based on the format it comes in that it can almost get past your radar unless you're suspicious. If you took comments, like, you know, your post get a lot of comments, and you just walk past 500 random people on the street and just listen to what they say, like, that's ridiculous. I don't have time for that. But the comments somehow take on this importance and this relevance, and you feel, we feel obligated to give them value, right? And so the online communities, the rules really are different.
And they evolve with time, which is fascinating. With Clubhouse, the new social networks, so it's evolving. People are figuring out as you go. And the same thing with podcasting on video and like scientific podcasting. This is the cool thing when I look at what you've created. I'm learning. I'm thinking like, that's interesting to do it this way. Because I have nobody to copy. Not many people to copy. You know what I mean?
Well, you threw out an idea. I'm not going to put it out here now because I don't want to. Because knowing you'll hold yourself to it no matter what. But when we talked about this issue, the challenge was staying on a particular topic for a while. I mean, you do have some cool stuff brewing in there.
Oh, no.
That's separate from this format. And I love your interview format. But when you told me about that, I got really excited that you might go for it. I'm not going to tell your audience what it is. But I will say this: it is super cool. I would have never thought about it. It's distinctly different than what I'm doing or what Lex is currently doing. And if you decide to do that, I will be your first and your number one fan. And I know there are going to be millions of other people interested. That would be amazing. So if you decide to go forward with the idea, that would be awesome.
I was going to say what it is, but now I'm not going to because that's even more interesting. I brought up the Clubhouse thing actually, Elon, because I just wanted to get your thoughts about something you've said a few times to me in general, is that he's under a huge amount of stress. And I'm thinking of doing a startup now, kind of thinking about all of this. Because I enjoy podcasts, I enjoy science, but he says that his life is basically very difficult.
He looks happy, but he's probably very good at it.
He's fulfilled, but the stress levels, the constant fires that he has to put out. And he says that most people wouldn't want to be me, and that basically the reason he does what he does is because there's probably something wrong with him. Like it's not he can't help it but do that.
In a kind of Russian masochistic way.
Well, I just wonder the stress. I mean, I'm sure you can imagine the kind of stress he's under because it's running 3+ companies, and there's constant. Like he says that every single meeting is not about like should we install a coffee maker in the kitchen. It's like this rocket is going to blow up, and we're all fucked. I don't know what to do, and you have to fix real like big problems there. And like how do you deal with that? What do you think about that kind of life? One, is there a way to walk through that fire? And two, should you
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Girls, cousins of all ages. Weird day, lost my power last night. Computer's acting a little bit crazy, but I think we're going to be just fine. I want to welcome you to a special edition, a Saturday spectacular of Late Night in the Heartland. We don't do shows on the weekend, but this one was so special and such a treat and a pleasure to be able to get Gosha that we're looking forward to having a great show here today. And if you aren't used to this show, we usually have it Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. at night, right through till midnight in Central Daylight Time. We take calls. We have all sorts of information. We have different guests. Last night we had perhaps one of our best shows ever with John Lamb Lash talking to us about the Gaia myth and about the home story, as he calls it. If you haven't read his book, Not in His Image, you are missing out. It's one of the most important books ever read. We've got a great lineup for you next week. And today, I'm very excited to be welcoming back to the channel Gosha. And most of you know Gosha. She doesn't need much of an introduction, but Gosha runs the channel called Cosmic Agency. And it's one of the more unique, one of the more entertaining, and one of the more informative channels on YouTube, in my opinion. Gosha has a relationship with Taygetan Pleiadians, and I believe I'm pronouncing that right. And they provide Gosha with information, and Gosha provides that to us and to her listeners. Gosha is fluent in multiple languages. She's a very smart lady, and she's a thoroughly decent and likable person. I've always really appreciated Gosha. And Gosha, I've noticed on your videos that you have a disclaimer on there that says, "This is not channel information." As we bring you on the channel and welcome you, would you please, at the very beginning, explain to our guests and those that may not know you exactly? And you're muted.
Okay, here we go. Hello, thank you very much for this amazing introduction. Thank you very much. Jeff, yes, I have that disclaimer on all my videos. I included that actually not very long ago, because in the beginning when I had my videos, people had this understanding that this information that we provide from Taygetan Pleiadians, yes, you pronounced correctly, was channeled. And not to take away from the value of the channeling itself, which is a real phenomenon, this is not channel information. We have a direct, live, written contact with the Taygetan team who are on board of Taygetan ship in the orbit of the Earth and have been for a while, and they have been communicating with us now for 3 years, almost daily, sometimes for hours, and we have a deep personal relationship with them, as well as giving information to the public. So this is very important to say. It's not channel. It's a word for word direct communication. It doesn't come from me. As you will see actually in this video, this topic is not my specialty. It's definitely not coming from me. I have never really done any deep research on the subject myself. So I will just present what they told me, what Baruch specifically told us.
This was even about a year ago. I was kind of sitting on the subject for a year before I presented this. But it was presented in the Spanish channel because we also do the Spanish videos.
Now, Gosha, was this something that you asked about, or was this something that they volunteered to you?
This is also a very important point. They very rarely offer or suggest topics to us or impose any ideas. It's all coming from every interview because it's very important. Because people might think, we were approached by them, with some kind of agenda, and that was never a case. They just spoke to us on a personal level, and most of these people don't share anything. So this specific topic we had in mind for a while. We knew it was controversial though, because we know there are a lot of Christian people also following us, still cling to that Jesus and Christ story. So we knew it was going to be difficult. And that's why we were kind of like not sure when to publish it or if to publish it, if it's going to be good at all for, beneficial, but I think it is. And here it is. And I made 4 videos about this topic, specifically very long ones, if you want to see them all in detail. And today I will just summarize 2 of them, the first 2 parts.
And it's a very powerful series. I watched it. And Gosha, I want to say that this information I've only heard from 2 other places before you. Number 1 was Joseph Atwell, who's the author of Caesar's Messiah, and then number 2 would be yours truly. So we're definitely right on board with it, and most of the people that have been exposed to this channel are on board with it. But it's very fascinating how the Hagedans bring more information and expand the subject. And I thought it was very fascinating how she said repeatedly that even though she was giving you this great information and expanding our knowledge base, that this really isn't stellar information. This is information available right through earthly sources, and it's been here at our availability all the time. And with that, I want to just turn it over to you and have you go on and tell us this great information. If I have any questions, I'll interject. And we're so glad to have you here. Please, Captain Kirk on Enterprise would say, take the cons. So we'll just tell you.
You have been probably researching this more than I have, so you have interesting points to add. As you said,
longer than you've been alive, Gosha.
Yes, exactly. Also, so as you said, very, very, very good point that you mentioned. I wanted to mention that as well. That before she gave us this information, she did say that this is of Earth's origin. This story is of Earth's origin. So most of the data is already found on Earth. So for any of you here who are expecting some kind of a big cosmic story, then I'm going to come and tell you that Jesus, I don't know, was some kind of Aldebaran man from dimension number 12 who came here, and I don't know, was Napoleon's brother who also happened to be on Venus. This is not the kind of story that you're going to hear. Although I am going to interject some little stellar details here and there, but it is mostly found on Earth, and you can research this yourself. And like you said, there are already sources to confirm this, if you dare. But most Matrix historians themselves don't even dare, because it is all actually linked at the historical context of how this Jesus story was created, as given to me by Svarupa, that I get to play it on the ship. And then I'm going to go a little bit into the Jesuits themselves, the Romans, how it actually leads to the Roman domination of the world, because this is basically all this is about. This is about the Roman control and dominance, which continues up to date through Vatican. And then I'm going to also tell you a little bit about how the religious mind and how the belief in Jesus and the belief in the religious mind itself it's a big block of the interstellar expansion. Wow. And how it actually stops us from expanding cosmically. It's not a sign of liberation. It's not a symbol of liberation. It's actually a symbol of oppression. That's how they view it. So I'm going to say something about that as well. Okay, so you ready?
Absolutely. on the edge of my seat. It sounds fascinating.
Okay, so I'm going to actually be looking at my notes because, as I said, this was given to me, and by Farouk, I didn't know much about this story myself, so I'm going to rely on these notes if I don't like to distort what was said. Okay, so right now, I'm not going to look at you, I'm not going to look at the chat, I'm just going to look at my notes, and I'm going to kind of speak from my notes, okay?
But Gosha, for what it's worth, after studying this subject for 40 years and being in consultation with Joseph Atwell, who I consider the real grandfather, if you will, of this information, everything that I heard on your videos was accurate, it was dead on, and it's fantastic information. And I have no hesitation in saying that I 100% endorse and support Gosha's work in this matter.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Because I'm sure not everybody is done. So, let's go. So, the first video opens up with a picture of Vatican, of the great cathedrals, and she's drawing our attention to the fact that ordinary people, let's call them that, even though none of us are really ordinary, real people, we are all extraterrestrials here in Starseeds, but let's say ordinary people are simple-minded, and they are programmed for generations to obey authorities. This way, they see something great and amazing, like a great cathedral, for example, full of ornaments and full of rich decorations, and they feel less. They feel that great power, and they kind of like bow down in front of it. They feel themselves without authority. And who has power, or who maintains the perception of having power, is who dictates what is real and what is not. Power, or the perception of maintaining the power, has the resources to impose its own truth and impose itself and to create the impossible, something that actually we are witnessing right now with the world situation, which I'm not going to go to, not to hijack. I mean, so actually, 1 second. Can I just do something here very fast? 1 second. I would like to see your face as I read this.
Okay, take your time.
1 second. I'm gonna just kind of like divide my screen. Okay. Okay. So, and very rare on the culture. They study our books, our films, and they follow the development of our culture. So they are also familiar with authors and here Badu gave us the quote. She says, "It is easier to deceive a man than to convince him that he has been deceived." That was from Mark Twain, and she provided that quote to kind of set the mood for that video. So first, she was explaining to us the historical context of the Rome. At that time was in power, and it had conquered the entire Eastern Mediterranean area. It was vast. The Roman Empire was huge. And at that time, like summarizing it, there was a group called the Flavians that came to power in Rome. Flavians. Nero was one of them. Titus, Vespasian. So those Flavians, they faced a problem at that time with something that was threatening their expansion, their empire, which was a fast-growing movement in the area in Palestine and Egypt. It was highly linked to Gnostics. It was a rebellious group, and this rebellion was happening because the people were being given the idea. 1 second. I'm still with my notes. Okay.
And Gosha, you're very much dovetailing with the information that we received last night from John Lamb Lash as well. So this is very well timed.
Okay, very good. Just let me warm up, okay? I'm gonna go through these notes.
Yeah.
At that time, and I'm gonna explain the concept of Messiah, why that concept of Messiah as well. This rebellion was because the people were being given the idea that a Messiah would come to save them all. But this was based on the appearance and presence of beings from other worlds in Egypt. In Egypt, the extraterrestrials, the Enlil. By the way, I'm going to have a video on Enlil very soon as well. Who are appearing and who are, saving people from problems, who are, giving solutions to their dilemmas. And they left legends, conquest, fixing things in the favor of civilian population. So that was one of the sources where the idea of Messiah was coming from. So there was this rebellion, and that the Flavians were dealing with. And this rebellion is also documented in Dead Sea Scrolls. So that's available. So now, going back to the Emperor Titus, there were those Flavians, Titus. Titus basically, as we were told, with the help of his predecessor, Vespasian, and that was between 69, for the emperor between 69 and 79 AC, AC. They together put together a tale. Now I will explain why they put together that tale. Taking in what was already known about the beliefs of the area of Palestine, and they created this huge plot to impose upon the people idea of a new Messiah commanding them, but in favor of Rome, to blindly obey Rome. So, also on the side point, the Vespasian had this campaign that he began to impose on the subjects of the Roman Empire this idea that the Caesar was like a envoy of God, or he was God himself. And this actually continues to today through the Pope. Pope is actually Caesar. It's the same exactly idea. The Rome never fell. It's just that's a side point.
Excellent information, Coach.
Oh yeah, just wait. It's a bonus. So the people of that area in general didn't like her was a divine figure. So among other reasons, they were also rebelling against that. They were tearing down the statues of the emperors and etc. And they had multiple people guiding them, like mass agitators. And these people, and this is where the word Messiah is coming in, these people in that region, those agitators against the Romans, these people were called in the language of that time, and the term that was used in multiple languages of the area, they were called messiahs, which, as Vado here explains, is equivalent to Christos in the same languages. So messiahs, Christos, which means that any messiah, which is kind of like a title, was a Christ in that moment. So it actually refers to any leader of the Palestinian messianic movement. There were many of these messiahs, Christos appearing. It wasn't just one, but everything was just being pinned on one, on Jesus Christ. But it actually wasn't referring to just one person. So this movement was growing and was very huge. And in many cases, it was quite military strong and defeating the Romans. So the Romans got scared and went into the alarm because they feared that this movement would spread to other parts of the Roman Empire. So of course they had to annihilate this movement and stop it. That was their way. With an iron fist, they would destroy everything on their way to maintain their empire. So now we have to understand that both Vespasian and his son, because it was father and son, were military men. Yes. Military men with a military and tactical mindset. And that's very important. Tactical mindset. They were very experienced already in destroying religions. Like for example, they were the main Romans who destroyed Druids. In Britain, England, Ireland, they murdered Druids. Also because the clear connection between Druids, mainly Irish, and Egypt. Here there's Ireland-Egypt connection. They also met in...
Can we get more information about that at some point?
yes, about the island specific threat more. So you have to understand, Vespasian and Titus had a military knowledge and tactical expertise. So Nero, who was also belonging to that group, Flavian, he called them in. They were Roman generals in his service. He called them in to suppress and defeat the rebellion in Palestine, Egypt, since they all. So what they did next was they sent a huge military force of some 70,000 soldiers to that area to suppress and to basically crush that whole rebellion. And of course, they destroyed everything in their path. So now this is also an interesting detail, which I'm sure people who study the subject know. During their military actions in the Galilee area, the general Vespasian, he captured a man, a rebel, and one of the Messiah, one of the leaders of the movement. His name is Josephus Bar Matthias, who explained to those generals, Vespasian and Titus, a lot about the beliefs of the movement and how everything worked. So he basically became a traitor. He basically betrayed them and became one of their Romans. Okay. So, yes.
Hey, Gosha, you probably know this, but they actually adopted him into the family. That's why he was named Flavius Josephus.
Okay, interesting. Yes. Yes, I'm skipping some parts of the story as well, just to give you a summary.
Yeah, this is fantastic information. We're all on the edge of our seat. It's very, very good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's not my expertise, so I'm trying my best here to summarize it.
No, you're crushing it, Gosha. You're killing it. You're doing great.
So in the end, not the end yet, of course. So the Titus was like this great hero of Rome, and I can hear myself through your.
I don't have any feedback over here at all. It sounds
okay. Well, it's okay. So the area was already defeated. They defeated the area, basically with those 70,000 soldiers, huge army. But in Egypt, the movement still continued. All the documents were destroyed, but you have to remember that Rome had the protocol of never destroying everything. They never destroyed everything. Only the copies. They were leaving. They were retaining all the other materials and taking it to Rome, confiscating it, studying it, and where all this material is until now in the Vatican Library. So that's the 5 point as well. So now they realized, the Romans, that they could not really erase religion itself with the use of force alone. This is where it's important. They set out another plan to, they formulated this plot to influence that's called the Jewish religion of the time with the ideology that was convenient to their interests. Because as you know, not everything can be erased and controlled with the use of power and military power. Mind control actually is much more effective if you know how to apply it. I'm saying Jewish religions of the time, but it wasn't really called that way yet at that time. That name came later. So those Jewish religions they were a mix of different ideas and religious concepts of the past. They were Gnostic concepts mixed with Egyptian and monotheistic concepts that were also born from the influence of solar worship coming from Akhenaten and Nefertiti some 12,000 years before. So anyway, so they decided, okay, we cannot destroy it, we have to influence it somehow and make it convenient for us. So the Flavian ordered the scriptures to be written. And how, okay, here I have a point noted. How they were able to write convincing scriptures for the people is because they had a collaboration with various Palestinian intellectuals who were cooperating with Rome traitors. And of course, among them, Josephus as the main. And this guy began to write the history, pain, and war of Titus, mixing with other pre-existing stories already floating around. So this was a military strategy, and really investigate this. You will find information about this. This is not, like I'm saying, it's not coming from Venus or any other planet. This is Earth. What are we saying with those words specifically? She says, I accuse those two, father and son, of causing all the suffering that the Catholic and the Judaic religions unleashed. Nero, Vespasian, and continues to be perpetuated today. Now, they took advantage of the already existing movements, beliefs, and events, because that's basically how it all works. It also is the same story with the Sumerian tablets, with the Old Testament. They are all based on some kind of real event, some real individuals here and there, but it's all adapted to fit their agenda. Jesus, for example, as a character, she's saying here, he could not have existed because of multiple parallels with other deities and characters in the ancient world long before him, such as Horus and even Buddha. So they took advantage of what was already there. It's like here, what I was explaining, it's like a hand-to-hand fight, using the opponent's strength and inertia to defeat him. Basic principle in martial arts.
Yes.
Basically the same as the CIA has done with the New Age movement. They have taken some valid, accurate concepts, but they have turned them against us in a way. That's another topic. So, so here, Svaro is explaining that this is not very specific stellar information. It is almost everything is already there. It's not a theory. It's documented. And as she says, worst of all is that it is available to the masses, at least to a good degree, but people ignore it because they are so indoctrinated. And I will speak a little bit about that indoctrination and why and how they are stuck to that idea of their personal Jesus, and why it's so difficult for them to let go of that. So here she's also adding a point that this is not a stellar information. This is the Earth conspiracy and distinctly human crime with little or no participation of star races. And here she's adding a little detail, saying that at that time in itself is actually characterized by the very little presence in the area of the Federation teams as well as stellar races. I don't know how well informed your audience is about the Federation, all that, but it's definitely real.
We've had you on a couple of times, Gosha, and you've shared great information. And I think a lot of the people that are on our channel also like to watch your channel. I know my wife does, and her brother does, and we really enjoy your work. We don't have to agree with everything to enjoy and appreciate your work.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So at that time, as she was saying, here, that is also making the point that many conspiranoids, even the most seasoned people who are digging into conspiracy theories, they still believe in the historical character of Jesus, like they are stuck there moving from him. And many of them are even talking about a conspiracy to erase Jesus. Like us speaking about no existence of Jesus is a conspiracy against Jesus. But she is seeing that as a movement to shield Jesus by the Jesuit part.
So cool.
Yes, that's the Jesuit part. That will I will explain more about that. So that's a very important point as well. Here, here she's explaining that in Rome, religions were not an isolated entity or an institution. They were actually part of the state, like a branch that was directly controlled from the Caesar's own throne. And they were directly seen as a method for crown control. That's what it was. So Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, as they call it, three-horned monster, were created explicitly for the purpose of controlling and altering those, let's call Judaic religions of the time, to introduce religious concepts to that rebellious population, so that the Roman Empire would not have to resort to the military force to control them. They are basically using religion as a weapon, weaponized religion. Very important point, Rome has not fallen, it just became the Vatican of its Caesar. They stated that, they keep stating that point over and over again.
And incidentally, when the first time I was on Coast to Coast AM, George Norrie and I came to that same conclusion and agree that it's very likely that Rome never did fell, it's just changed.
Exactly. We have been under this Roman control for over, 3,000 years.
Right.
So it's actually funny because once you it really makes so much sense that once you realize this, it becomes so clear. It becomes so clear. The Caesars had this deification program of the emperors of Rome, and the Pope. When you look at it, it's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. I think they made the John Paul II. They made him a saint. He was a Polish person. He was a Polish Pope. I'm from Poland, so he was very loved and known in Poland. So Titus became son of God because his father was Vespasian, son of God. So that's another point here that points to that concept of son of God and how that was emerging. So again, the Flavians, specifically Vespasian and Titus, they had the expertise and they had the means and the motivation to create such a big story to control the masses. And God was saying that the evidence is overwhelming against the Flavians as the authors of everything. And I'm here now going very fast through the summary of the story, but even she was going fast through the summary of the story. So I'm giving you a summary of the summary that she gave me, but she told me that there's so much overwhelming evidence that she could just go on and on describing all these little details.
Joshua, why do you think that even conspiranoids, as you say it, and I love that term, why do you think even conspiranoids who are so good at examining the Fed, they're so good at examining the JAB, they're so good at examining the CIA, the FBI, they're so good at examining everything, but the country or the Bible itself, the brakes go on and they just refuse to do it? Why is that the one subject that can't be touched, in your opinion?
Garu was mentioning a little bit about that as well, and she was specific about, it's kind of like the scientific circles, that if you come up with an alternative view, you are not going to be accepted by those scientific communities. So here you have a Jesuit community that control everything. And, if you are not kind of approved by their communities and by their universities, they have to take, and they're not going to betray the order or their teaching, something like that. So when you step into those territories of alternative views on Jesus, you are met with that huge opposition that was put in place by those Jesuits. That many of them are paid agents, many of them are researchers who are basing themselves on other researchers who are basing themselves on implanted records, because that's what they were doing as well. They were implanting information. They had 2,000 years to perfect this lie. 2,000 years. So they had implanted the records. They had implanted the information. They had so much time to perfect and master this whole story. So, but I think it's all on the top of it all. It comes down to the Jesuits protecting this.
Absolutely.
And their story is crumbling, actually. More and more people are becoming free of these religious ties. And that's one of the reasons why why they are being desperate right now and resorting to other methods. Again, I'm making a hint to the current situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so going back to the story, here this is funny. Yes, exactly. She's saying the evidence is overwhelming is the Flavians, and if people are saying there are records of Jesus and there are records of that and that, yes, because it has been set up this way. Like I said, they had 2,000 years to perfect the story, and many of the records were planted. And now a little stellar detail here is that actually, it may be too much for Mali, but actually a lot of historical records is even planted into the past from the future. Like from this time, you can actually plant. Yes, you can plant and insert information, data, records, events into the past. Yes, because there is that technology available, and you can do that. So that's something that is not found on Earth. This information is coming from that. So it very easily becomes very complex. Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes, it becomes very complicated, and as you see, the lie becomes stronger, and it's very difficult to dismantle it. Now, she's saying the records that are used to validate Christianity and Jesus are the Gospels. But there is strong evidence that those were written by the assistants of the Flavians themselves. And like I said, here she's mentioning this point again. Yes, they had a lot of time to perfect their religions, to create countless alternate stories, to erase documents, to contradict the documents, to create artifacts. That's another thing. Artifacts can be implanted too, from the present time into the past, to support a certain story or agenda. And then the historians will find that artifact, and they'll be all happy that they found an evidence of something.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So,
didn't we also share with you the meaning of the word gospel? I found that very fascinating.
Yeah, the gospel, the good news of military action. She says it comes from Evangelion, which means the good news of military action. So as you see, this is going to be paralleling military actions of Titus. I'm going to get into that a little bit. So she's pointing our attention to the literary structure of the Gospels, and they were very classical and literary. They had a very classical literary structure, which is also pointing to the authors of the Gospels. Which I will also mention later. So yes, the Gospels were not written in Aramaic or Judaic, but in Greek and Latin. That's what she said. So it's a conflicting evidence here who wrote them, where they came from. Because if they were written, if they had been written by the followers of Jesus, who were simple people, simple-minded, they spoke in Aramaic, they would not have those literary skills to write all of this. This didn't come from them. It's so obvious. So they left the evidence of that themselves. They self-convicted themselves through that. And also, another thing you must notice is that the subjects in the Gospels, they denote a clear trend in favor of Rome. The best example of that here is like giving Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yes.
And at one point, Jesus is saying, you should pay taxes to Romans, or things like that. So if those texts she's explaining were written and created by disciples of Jesus, why aren't the Romans depicted as the real bad guys? Because they were the invading force in that area. Study history. So it would be obvious that those Gospels would be stating that it's the Romans who are the evil guys here. But not only that the Romans are not presented as the evil guys here, but it's the Jews, let's call them Jews, but they would call that later. It's the Jews, those rebellious movements, as the agents of evil. Because it's those groups that the Romans wanted to stop. They wanted to suffocate those groups. So they paint those Jews as those people example, people as separate from Jesus, his disciple, who is a symbol of love and peace, and who is kind of saying everything in favor of Romans. So this way they are creating the separation between the elements that were in the society that were fighting against Rome and the peaceful followers of Jesus who are obedient to Rome, turning the other cheek.
And Gosha, if you think about it, Jesus in one place is called the Prince of Peace, and he's really the Prince of Pax Romana, because if you do what Jesus said, you turn the other cheek. If they ask you to carry their military pack 1 mile, you carry it for 2. If you're a slave, you be content with your wages. You give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Then you will have peace, which means the Romans won't kill you because you're going along with everything they say.
Well, exactly, and it's exactly the same thing that they are actually now that they have done to the New Age movement. That you're not supposed to rebel, you're not supposed to oppose, you're just supposed to sit there and meditate and visualize happiness, and all will be good. And you're not supposed to fight back, because the spirit, and that's what they want. That's what they wanted at that time, and that's what they want here and now as well, because there's the same people running the world still.
Such an important point, Gosha. Such an important point.
It is. And so she's stating this point very clearly, that what the Romans wanted is to foster this anti-Jewish environment to isolate that rebellion of Rome, even to the point of blaming the Jews for his death. Here she's explaining another point. I'm just going to read this. Another point is that I used the Jewish people understood what I'm talking about, because at that time they did not have that name, because they were the people of Galilee, or any people that followed the previous Judaic religion. Judaic also as a modern name from that group of people who followed the concepts planted by Nefertiti and Akhenaten, basically atomistic monotheism of solar worship, but also it was mixed with other traditions. To blame someone for the death of their Messiah, the Savior, Jesus, as a punishment for the rebellion that they were forming against the Roman occupation. Okay. Yeah?
I just said absolutely.
Okay. So Vespasian and Titus, like I said, they were experts in this, and they were experts of using propaganda also in destruction of religions, and experts in manipulating people. So again, she's here stating very clearly, they created the concept of Jesus using Titus's military campaign for the Old Testament. I actually asked Aneka this question earlier today. I was with her online. Aneka is our contact as well. She's the girl on the board of the ship. And I asked her, okay, who wrote the Old Testament? Because if the Gospels were written by those Flavians, who wrote the Old Testament? I wasn't sure on that part, because I was preparing for this interview. And she said, I'm just going to read this too. She says the Flavians as well. They did not write them. They put them together from a large amount of old manuscripts from many sources all over the ancient world, including Gnostic teachings, Egyptian texts, and whatever they found in a recently looted Alexandria library. Because in Alexandria, how do you read that? Alexandria?
That's good, Alexandria.
Alexandria library had a vast amount of texts coming to even going back to Atlantis times. They were stellar stories of those Atlantis stellar kings and people. So they were basing themselves on what they found in Alexandria library, because as I said, they didn't destroy it. They were just destroying copies here and there, and maybe some originals were destroyed as well. But their protocol was to confiscate that and study with their people. So the Old Testament stories were based on some of those found in Alexandria, stories of Atlantis, Greek influence, even Indian influence. So as she says here, it's a mixture of everything that they could get their hands on and could be useful to them, twisting into their advantage advantage, of course. And that's why the Old Testament and even the New Testament is such a mix of stories that some of it could be even true. It's not like it's all lies. There's some stories there, but it's all twisted and used for the agenda, so you have to know how to read it. As they told us, those texts are written on different levels for non-literary people who don't know how to read it and they will take everything literally, and then on another level they will be understood in a different way. But in short, neither Old Testament or New Testament are not a good source to learn history. That's in short. So, as I said, just talking about the Library of Alexandria a little bit, they contain the documents from all over the world, and it was hundreds of years old, and it was compilation of data coming even from Egyptian kings. Relics were there of non-human origin for data containment included. So there was a lot of really precious stuff there. And as she said here, Aneka today, she said, they said that the entire library was burnt. The Romans first confiscated everything, took it to Rome, then destroyed that was the copies. So that's what I said. Okay, and here another important point is that when Flavians, when they were constructing this life of Jesus, they had a legion of scribes who were helping them. Some of them from the Palestine side as well. So they knew the story, the local story. So they had so many resources to do this. And they were using a technique that was widely used in that time, which was to take the real events, whatever happened in the present or the past, and then modify them, deform them, distort them, to give it specific shape, credibility to the agenda, because it has to have some kind of credibility. So it couldn't be completely like taken out of nowhere, because it has to have some kind of reference there for people. And but they were basically based on Roman Stoicism, she says, and military activities of Titus. Yes, okay. Also, they used, like I said before, they used that concept of Messiah that was very common in that time, in that area. And the peoples of Palestine and Galilee, they were working with that concept of Messiah, and they had that concept for a long time already, someone who saved them from the persecution and oppression from Romans. So, and that concept actually came from two different places, because it was already ingrained in people's minds from Akhenaten and Nefertiti times, when those, stellar beings who were on Earth giving people solutions to problems and situations and appearing, from the sky and all that. So that concept of Messiah was present already in their tradition for a very long time. And as the Romans, the Flavians knew that they were waiting for the Messiah, so well, they want a Messiah, we will give them a Messiah. They used what the local people themselves were waiting for to create this story. Okay, and here Baru is explaining this Messiah idea again. I'll just read this because sometimes when I speak with my own words, I get confused. She says, the idea is ancient of the Messiah and comes from the time of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, selling to the local people the idea or concept that they are the Messiah or their priests, following the Atonist model of solar and monotheistic worship. And also, this concept of Messiah is fueled by the opposing branch of monotheism, Ammonists, because the concept of Ammonist Messiah comes from the ancient pre-dynastic Egypt and is associated with the appearance and positive guidance of the people on the part of legions of representatives from extraterrestrials. And that's related to Enlil also. And the next video, you will like it, just because you like this stuff, is about Enki and Lear.
Yeah, that's one that I'm not really up on. I know Gerald Clark did a lot of great study on that. So I'll be interested to watch that and learn.
Yeah, it's a long video, 1 hour, 25 minutes. So the people on both sides, in the local area, Ammonist side and the Atonist side, were waiting for the appearance of some kind of Messiah. They had that idea already ingrained in their mentality. So that was used. And like I said before, the term Christus or Christ, was used with other characters, such as Christo David, who defeated Goliath. So it was not something specifically applied to Jesus Christ. Wow, Kitty.
That's Rooney. He's the new cosmic kitten.
Cool, looking straight at the camera.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So she's saying very clearly here, effectively, every follower of Jesus Christ who is worshiping and giving that power to the Christ, is giving their spiritual power and obedience to Caesars of Rome. If you were Jesus' follower, you are basically delegating your power to Caesars of Rome.
Will you say that one more time, Gosha?
What?
Will you repeat that one more time?
Every follower of Jesus Christ who is worshiping Jesus Christ is basically delegating their power, their spiritual power and obedience to Caesar of Rome, who today is still on the throne in the name of Catholic Pope.
Wow.
That is nothing other than Caesar. And another hint here, the Roman Empire never fell, still standing, and that is the cabal. That is the root, and the tower hold, the place of the cabal. And I asked about Israel today as well, and Aneka told me, Israel, how Rome relates to Israel. Who is the more evil cabal here? And she said, well, Israel, which is that's Israel, they have been always the puppet of Rome. Rome is the ultimate cabal, happening for the last 2,000 years. Now, they gave, the story of crucifixion of Jesus into the more of a dramatic title, so that anyone who stands their number, and they operate with symbols and esoteric ideas, and that's a very Masonic number, 33, very important number for the Atonist cabal creators of Jesus. There's a lot here, and if you want to see the whole video, you have to visit my channel to see everything. There's some mention about Nahamadi text, Dead Sea Scrolls. I will maybe skip that because it's been an hour already. How much time do you have?
Well, that's up to you, but I know that you had prepared, a speech. If you get through that, maybe we could take a couple of calls, and if you have a chance, we can come back another time and do the rest of it. You're in charge, Gosha. You're our guest, and we want to do what works for you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to I'm reaching the end of the first transcript, and I have a second one which is shorter, and so let's try. Okay. The idea, for example, that Jesus comes, the idea of Jesus being in India, for example, there are people who say, oh, there are records of Jesus in India. But that just comes from other Christs or other Messiahs who are just like popping up as mushrooms, as Baruch said at that time. So logically, some of those Messiahs and Christ could appear in India. They could reach India. And because we are speaking here of hundreds of those Christs. But the thing is that every time you see the word Messiah in the text, they were pinning it on Jesus Christ. But they were different people. And of course, as the time goes by, they were adding things to the story. They had a lot of time to do that. For example, and when there is a hole in the story, when there is something not known what Jesus did for many years, there's no record. She said, well, no, there is no record because they make it up. They made it up, so of course, not everything will be covered. And they are also resorting to the biblical mystery. They came up with that biblical mystery idea term to basically just cover the holes in the story. There is a hole in the story, not a biblical mystery. But there are other terms for that. But that's basically because they didn't bother to invent that part of the story, so they don't know what to say. Here here she's stressing the point again. This, she told me that we could go into every single detail here of parallelism between Titus' military campaigns and Jesus' story. And there's just so many parallels to prove it to you that it was based on his military campaigns.
Joseph Atwell, in his book Caesar's Messiah, really brings that out. And I think one of the most famous ones is there was a battle that Titus was, it was in Galilee, in the Sea of Galilee, and the Roman forces routed the Jewish forces, so much so that they were jumping in the water to try to swim away, and Caesar's forces were actually stabbing the Jews with a sword or with spears and fishing them out of the water. And the exact same place that happened, Jesus told his disciples, I will make you fishers of men.
Yeah,
exactly. Absolute parallel of the campaign of Titus, and that is your whole New Testament, your whole Jesus.
It's true, so true. And people, if they could only have time and they could, dare to look into this information available on Earth, you can study it. But I do understand also that it's so kind of twisted and varied, and there's so many those researchers who are giving credibility to the story, but they are also basing themselves on implanted story or paid cabal agents who are inventing things. Or it's so difficult for ordinary people to kind of navigate through this. But the evidence is available, like you said. Now here I asked Baru about Jesuits, and if Jesuits?
We pronounce it Jesuits.
Okay, Jesuits, and if they are aware of this lie and this story. And well, she says basically that probably maybe the lower ranking ones, the priests and the lower ranking Jesuits, they might not be aware of everything, but they definitely do know, especially the ones on top, and they continue to use that to perpetuate it for crowd control. So she definitely knows, she said that they know it. But as she points out here, she says, we have come to realize that theologians are seriously monitored. And this also answers your questions, why is it so difficult to research this and to address this topic. She says, we have come to realize that theologians are seriously monitored and controlled by the religious elite, in this case by the Jesuits, who, as we have than the Illuminati. No difference. And the same happens with the scientific branches, official scientific branches on Earth. They are guardians of their established matrix science. So the Jesuits are the guardians of their official established religion through which they control the population. So if it doesn't fit with their way of seeing things, how they establish things to be, it is not taken into account, it is ridiculed, and just not considered at all. Now, yes, she's saying here that normal people, she understands that the normal people in the public, sometimes they don't have the access to the information that we are providing here, because sometimes it's difficult to fill thousands of texts and books and videos made on the subject, and many of them were made by the Jesuit part, by the Matrix part. With the 2,000 years of story creation, with the enormous economic resources and labor that they devoted to this story, so the average person will have a hard time. And here I'm going back to the beginning of what I said in the very beginning, when people are so impressed and wowed by the amazing constructions of the cathedrals and they right away, they feel powerless. They feel like, wow, this has to be something of great power. So the same here. They see this great elaborate story. They see this, let's call it evidence and records and photographs and graphics and whatever, and the whole Jesus story, and they feel it has to be real. It's so huge that it has to be real because they are completely underestimating the power of the controllers and how the resources they have to set things up, and to create life. And here, Baru said, it's the same as Mesoamerican Indians when they were marveling at the arrival of Cortez, and they were impressed by all the glass beads and glittering things, and they were impressed by graphics, performances, photographs, and the volume of information. And just by that, they took everything as true because that's what the experts say it has to be true. So unfortunately, that's the situation. The same here, but again, let's not underestimate the power and the resources they have to set things up and look what happened just in the world in the last year. Like, what the hell? What happened? I don't know what your views are on this topic, but from our perspective, it's all set up and a lie, and how fast they were able to turn the whole world around. So,
Gosha, it's interesting too. When we think about it, Gosha, people are accepting this setup currently. They're accepting this lie currently. They're accepting all these falsehoods currently. And maybe it's a little bit easier to understand why they're so willing to accept it now, when for 2,000 years they've accepted a lie, a setup, a falsehood, and a storybook.
Exactly. It's just so easy to guide people into the lies, It's amazing. Now here, this is going to be like a delicate information as well. She says, apart from the Jesuits, and there's another order beside the Jesuits that she accuses of hiding the truth. And although here many names are intertwined, and Masonic orders and names, but they are basically the same priests as the old, solar god Aten, and that society is called like Gahonan or something like that. I don't know how to spell that. Gahonan Secret Society. It is such a secret and ancient society dating from the time of Akhenaten that very, very few people know on Earth about its existence, even though it is a society that runs things from behind, and they are basically the puppeteers of everything what goes on Earth, and they are part of the Jesuits. She says here, they are part of the Jesuits, the deepest part and link to the high-grade Masons, and that is where the symbol of Masonry G comes from. It is their signature.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they are the true puppeteers behind the Jesuits, with a base in Rome, where the orders come from.
That's amazing. And what were they called again?
Gahonan, or something like that. I'm not sure about the spelling. She didn't know either.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, but that G symbol that they use. So now, okay, I went through the first transcript and first video.
Gosha, how would you feel about taking some calls from the audience?
Yeah, sure. I have a second one. If you want, maybe we can meet another time for the second one if you prefer it that way.
I think that would be great. Let's go ahead and take, I know that you've been here now over an hour. Let's just take and then when you have time, we'll come back and do the second part. This is absolutely fascinating information.
Yes, because the second one kind of flows out of the first one, so it would be important to mention those points as well. Like I told
or would you rather not take calls and just go through your second part real quickly?
I'm not sure. Also because actually I'm not an expert on the subject, so I may not even have answers to your people's questions.
Gotcha. Okay, well we will we'll forego the calls
No. Let's try. Let's give it a try. But I'm not guaranteed.
Well, believe it or not, I don't always know the answers either, and sometimes the best answer is, I just don't know, right? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and take a call. And we ask you to be polite. We ask you to be interesting. Get right to the way. And I probably, once you state your question, I'll hang up and go to the next call, so don't think that I'm mad at you. It's a special edition of Late Night in the Heartland, and you're live with Gosha.
Hi, Gosha. I really enjoy your work, and your research is very good. I wanted to suggest, if you haven't read it, Caesar's Messiah from Joseph Atwell. There's a lot of overlap in the information that you present, as well as John Lamb Lash, who Jeff had on last night.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, yes, I'm aware of that. After I made a video, actually, that also they said that if you want specific star information, we had a lot of that on the channel. We tell you exactly how the UFOs operate and quantum computers and all that. So that's specifically from them. But this story has its origin on Earth. So, of course, trying to make it come back to clarity.
That's funny. I do the same thing. You can see the phone number. It's 913-279-0831. It's right there above my left shoulder. Pardon me, not enough time to hit the mute button. Thank you. And also on the bottom, the lines are open, 913-279-0831. If you have a question for Gosha about her presentation today, I've seen a couple people put questions into the chat room. Don't be shy. Feel free to go ahead and call in and ask the question. Gosha's channel is Cosmic Agency. You can find it on YouTube. And Gosha, what is your Spanish channel called?
My Spanish channel is called Agencia Cósmica. There is also another one by my work partner, Robert, Despejando Enigmas. And also there are other girls who are doing videos on Pleiadian Knowledge channel. They are also in contact with the same team, and they also provide a lot of information there. All the transcripts are on the website. Svaruu, SWARUU.org. All the transcripts of the videos. You don't even have to watch the videos. You can just read it in PDFs.
Wow, that speaks to credibility that you put that out like that. I salute you for that. Very, very well done. It's Late Night in the Heartland. You're live with Gosha.
Hi, Gosha. I just wanted to ask, I always see like stars. It looks like stars moving, but they move really, really slowly, and like they just go like so far that you just can't see it anymore. So I wanted to ask you if you know what those are.
Stars moving. There could be so many different things. Actually that the Tigetan ship that is actually in orbit, and it orbits the Earth, and on a very clear sky, you can even see it. You can even see it far in the distance. The points moving.
Have you seen it, Gosha?
I haven't actually myself. I'm not very much into UFO sightings and UFO. That never really interested me much. So I don't go out there looking for light in the sky moving. No. Even though they told me.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's funny that doesn't really interest you, and yet
Never.
they choose to contact you. Maybe that's why.
I don't think they chose me. Like I always say that to people. I don't feel like I'm not some kind of a chosen one. They since 2008 they have talked to hundreds and thousands of people, because that was one of their missions, to contact people on Earth and assess their level, their mentality, what they think about extraterrestrials, are we ready for the contact, and whatever. And I was just one of those, and I chose myself, as I always say, to provide this information to the people, to share. I'm like one of the few ones that share, but they have been talking to many.
Interesting stuff.
So anyway, the question, it could be so many different things. I don't know. I really am not an expert on that subject specifically. But it could be one of their ships. Who knows?
It's Late Night in the Heartland. You're live with Gosha.
Hi, Gosha. I am so excited to speak to you. I've been and speak to you for a long time, and I wanted to ask you a question about the Chumash Native Americans, indigenous people from
Santa Barbara and the Hawaiians and what is their role and how do we oust the deep state with our powers?
Great questions.
Actually, I feel like it blanked out for a while, so I didn't catch the whole question. Jeff, can you repeat the question for me?
Yes, that was lap dancer, and she was asking if you know about the native Chumash people, the native Hawaiian people, if they have any stellar origins. And she also asked how you feel that we can help overcome what we call the deep state and come out victorious.
Oh, what a difficult question. I get so nervous when I get questions like this. It's like so much responsibility for me on providing a good, inspiring answer. I'm actually on the line now, and this is like a little surprise for you with Aneka.
Oh, beautiful.
So I actually forwarded that question to her. She just appeared online and she said, "I'm here if you need me." Thank you, Aneka. And so I'm asking her about the Chumash and native Hawaiian because I don't know much myself. All I know is that native Navajo have a connection with the Taigetans to the point that even Taigetans can understand their language. The language is very, very related to the Navajo. So now Aneka is responding about the Hawaiian thing and that what can we do to overcome the deep state? I'm asking myself this question as well, but I just think all we can do is do what we believe we do best, what our talents are. Everybody is different. Everybody will be able to apply themselves in a different area of life. Like, for example, I suck at direct confrontations with people. So I can never talk to people on the street telling them about, things. But I'm better at doing videos, But maybe other people will be better at other things. So whatever you feel you are good at and you feel comfortable and you enjoy, that's where you go and contribute. As they said once to me, do everything you can, and this is applying to the specific situation now on Earth, do everything you can and a little more. Because this is the most important time in human history since time at wars. This is a very serious war situation that we're having right now. But to come victorious, I don't know, to be honest, if we will be able to come out victorious from this. Maybe will, maybe not. I don't know. I don't attach myself specifically to the result. I just do what I feel is right and what I need to do for as long as I feel I want to do it. And I'm letting go of the rest. That is not in my direct control.
Very well spoken, I think. We can't really attach ourselves to the results. We just have to do everything that we can and a little more. As very, very.
I have the answer from Aneka. Aneka says this. She doesn't know about native Chumash, but Hawaii, I'm just reading. Hawaii has a deep connection to stellar races, and they are in contact their way with the stellars.
Wow.
They also talk about having a landing site for us there. They already made it. They are in contact mostly telepathically, native Chumash. Now, she says one thing to overcome deep state. Stop playing their game. Mass disobedience with no direct confrontation.
Wow, that is powerful stuff, and I will absolutely concur with that. It's late night in the Heartland. You're live with Gosha.
Hello, Jeff and Gosha. This is Monica. I am Monica. Gosha, I have a question regarding, you say that sometimes the entities, or I hate calling them entities, but they try and contact you. How do you know for sure if it's who's contacting you? Because I'm having little episodes of what I call unusual experiences, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Great question, Monica. How would you respond to that? Gosha?
Well, yeah. I have any specific, I couldn't even know myself in that sense, in the astral realm or in my mind or telepathically, how to specifically discern. And that's why I'm so grateful for this type of communication that I have, because it's so very direct. There's no interference here really on the mental level. And throughout these 3 years, I was able to establish this deep connection with them. I know specifically who they are. I know who they say they are. But in that context, I'm thinking, I mean, it sounds very cliche, but it just really does come down to your inner intuition and feeling. There's nothing more to it, really. But at the same time, be open to question it. You know, I have questions that I get so many times, but not like questions who they say they are, but I have questions for them. You know, and I want to understand things, and I'm not afraid to ask those difficult questions. So.
Excellent.
I would go with if it feels uplifting, if it feels expanding and liberating, and you feel your life is better as a result of that encounter, then I would say continue in that direction. Let's see what Aneka says actually, because I also asked that question. She might answer a little bit later. I'm not sure she's on right now.
And please give Anna our greetings, and of course I want to, since she was so gracious to make herself available to you. If she has any personal message or exhortation that she'd like to share with this audience, I would certainly welcome her to do so.
Yeah, thank you very much. She can hear you. She's listening. She can hear you. And I would also add to her previous question. I mean, I think a lot of experience and a lot of inner work to try to discern and to have a clarity of mind. So everything that helps you to actually be a clear channel and clear, pure mind, you know, starting from diet itself, you know, the diet itself can mess you up and can mess up your connection with the higher state. So anything like that can help you in that training school.
Can my wife pose a question to Annika if she has a chance to answer it?
Yes. I don't know if Annika is online anymore. She's not right, but yeah.
All right. Well, maybe you can answer, or at another time we can get the answer. My wife will fairly regularly see large orange orbs in the sky. She has a feeling that they are not just a natural phenomenon, but they are some type of an extraterrestrial intelligence. And she just wanted me to ask if Annika or you have any idea who or what those may be.
Okay, I'm just typing in the question.
Okay.
1 second.
All right, take your time. And we have another call if you want to take that as well, let me know.
Yes.
Finish typing.
It takes time. The communication with them takes time because you need to wait for the response. Yes.
Absolutely. It's late night in the Heartland. You're live with Gosha.
Hi, Jeffrey. It's
Hey, Kate.
Hi, Gosha.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, you're doing such an amazing job. Thank you so much for this information.
You're welcome.
2 or 3 years ago, I had watched a video about one of the crop circles. You're familiar with them.
Yes, crop circles. Yes, sorry, I got distracted for a second because Annika was responding. But crop circles, yes, I'm familiar. Yes.
I remember one of them supposedly being decoded, and I just remember reading what was decoded, and like it resonated with me so much. I'll never forget it. I think it said, I might get this wrong, it said something like, beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises, something like much pain, but there's still time, and then I think there might have been another part to the decoding, but I was just curious. So anyway, I'm remembering this as you're talking, and I was just curious if you knew, like, are crop circles created by controllers? Are they created by extraterrestrials? And do you have any idea? Yeah, just basically if you know who they're created.
Excellent question. What do you say?
Yeah, we have already explained that in one of the earlier videos, a few years ago, about the crop circles and how they are made. If you look at our website, and there is like a word search, you can actually search the trans by word. So you can type in crop circles, and it will appear. That trust will appear. But yes, there are definitely a lot of them done by the extraterrestrials. A lot of them are done actually by Andromedans with their technologies. And now there are so many different reasons for them appearing. Yes, they do have coded information in there to appeal to our conscious mind and activate certain parts. However, the interesting point that I remember from that everything is that some of those crop circles were actually like a message to other extraterrestrials. They're like markers that they leave in space-time to leave some sort of a message to other extraterrestrial races. And there's some kind of like a coded communication between them. So I don't remember the rest of that explanation. There are other reasons why they appear, but they are definitely real, and they are definitely appearing down by the extraterrestrials. Targetians do not create those crop circles, at least not at the moment.
Interesting. And what did you get a response from Annika?
Yeah. Yeah, and in the beginning, she was understanding that when the question was about the entities from Monica, how do you discern? She thought this is the question referring to this contact, and she says like how do we know they are who they are? I guess, and she just says, well, just as you said, go with your discernment. Okay, and how can you know who is contacting you? She said, you can't. That's referring to this contact, because the federation that is controlling the cabal, and that's another big can of worms, federation controlling the cabal, is also controlling the rules we must follow. So as you said, go with your discernment. We do not want to convince anyone. That's true. They never really try to convince anyone. We are here only for the ones who see us as useful. Otherwise, we would not be public, because we know most people do not understand what and who we are. And now, I told her, I think the entities here is referring to the channels and astral entities. And she says, yes, you can only know, like you said, by the energy and the message for you. And remembering also that good and evil is only relative to the observer. That's a very interesting point as well. And about the orbs, orange orbs in the sky, it could also be many things. If they are not in orbit, they could be orbs. If they are not in orbit, they could be orbs. Or they could be starships.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating.
If they are in the orbit, yes.
That's fascinating, Gosha. But Gosha, even please one more time, give us both your website and your YouTube location so that people can avail themselves of your information. And thanks so much. And again, if you have anything that you would like to share with us on the way out, please feel free to do so.
I would like only to say that just if you want to deal with that Jesus story, because I have a second transcript also summarized. Do you want to meet for that?
Absolutely, I would love to do that. We'll talk through email and we'll set it up. It's going to be my privilege to have you back and finish that. It's fantastic information.
Okay, I'm just thinking that we should do it soon, because then people are going to get out of flow and people we're talking about. So,
we can do it in the next week, whatever's for you. Look at your schedule, let me know, and we'll do it.
No, my schedule is pretty open. We can do it this week, and this way people have fresh information in their mind. So whenever
do you want to do it the same time next Saturday?
We can do it even earlier if you want, if you have time.
Okay. All right, good. I'll get with you by email after the show, and we'll set it up for this week. So exciting, folks. Like Cynthia says, yes, that'll be wonderful. We're going to do it again this week. Thank you, Gosha. And what else do you have to share with us?
And, well, I would just only want to share, my Cosmic Agency channel. You can look at the information there. There's more than 250 videos on so many different subjects, crop circles or whatever, stellar navigation, technology, biology, spirituality, metaphysics, time travel manipulation, timelines, karma, reincarnation, whatever. Everything is there. And you can also go to the website, swaruu.org.
And that's SWARUU.org.
Yes, and you can look at transcripts by their search name, names, by words, and the transcripts from Pleiadian knowledge are also added there, and also the Spanish ones. And I have so many other videos to make, still in line. Now the next video is going to be about Enki and Enlil, then many other things. I have a whole video on solar system, like a saga about the solar system. Every single planet will be described in detail, and many other things. And
one more question on the way out. This caught my eye. Brandon's asking, can you ask Gosha what the relationship, if any, is between the Federation group?
Okay, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
No worries. Is there any connection between the Federation and the Orions?
Okay, this is a question for America. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she's there. I know she's working, but
well, if she doesn't answer right away, we can get that answer next week. But
she's answering. She's answering.
Excellent. Well, then this.
So all I just want to say on to summarize that whole Jews topic, part one, is that yes, this is a Roman story, and we are under dominance for centuries. And you know, it's very logical and very clear when you really think about it. It makes so much sense.
It does.
And research this. It is not just coming from us. Like you said, there are sources for this. If it interests you, do your own research. Do not just believe me or believe anybody. Just look at things yourself. What else? Annika is responding. Okay, she says, okay, wow, I didn't know that answer myself. Federation and Orion Group. She says, yes, and yes is in bold. She says, yes, there is a connection. They are in full cooperation now. But Orions are not regressive. Perhaps they were before, but not as of now, at least officially. At least officially. Because you also have to remember that the races evolve through time. And many even reptilian races are now coming over, you know, to the other side and changing their perspectives. So that's what she said.
What does she mean by the word regressive? Do you know?
Regressive is just, you know, regressive. Again, it's a matter of perspective. Everything is a matter of perspective. But from our perspective, regressive, you know, negative, dominating against the. Perhaps they were before, but not as of now, at least officially. But the thing is that there are a lot of factions there within the federations and those groups, and sometimes not everything is known officially what they are up to, you know, so they are in full operation. And she says, she's listening, by the way, she says, yes, regressive to human point of view and interest. So from our point of view, regressive to our interest.
Gotcha.
From their perspective, they are not regressive. They are operating from their level of understanding and what serves them. So it's a matter of perspective.
Wow, fantastic. Gosha, I want to thank you again for being with us. I want to thank Annika for the high privilege of her stopping in. We really appreciate that. And I will get with you later time next week. So look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to another special, spectacular program with Gosha. Gosha, we appreciate you very, very much. I'm happy to call you a friend, and I wish you all of the best, and we look forward to seeing you again real soon.
Thank you very much. And just one more sentence. She added, Alpha Dracos are in the orbit now, Alpha Draconians, and they are loving and positive creatures.
So those are, we would think of those as reptilians. So there are positive and loving reptilians.
Of course.
I love that.
Are the positive ones.
And you know, I'm not a guy like you, but I know that I have been contacted by beings that say that they are reptilians, and they have let me know very specifically that there are reptilians that are just as upset with what's going on Earth and the subjugation of humanity, and they in fact will be helpful to us as we overcome and take back our sovereignty, divinity, and freedom.
And that's true. That's a very interesting point, and that is definitely true.
Thank you so much, Gosha. We appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you for your questions. Bye.
by. What a great show. What a great privilege to have Gosha on with us. So that's going to wrap it up today, folks. I don't know, earlier, I don't know if you noticed, I kind of disappeared, but my computer, since our power went out, got a little bit wonky. So I don't know what's going to work and what's not going to work. But I know that Gosha worked really well. That was a fantastic show. And we will have her back very, very soon, and within the next few days. And we'll finish this discussion about Jesus from the Taygetan Pleiadian perspective. And I want to thank Annika for being available and for entering in and answering questions. And I welcome her contact in the future should she desire to do so. I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian Whistleblower. I salute you for being here, seeking after truth. And we'll see you again Monday night at 10 p.m. Central Time on Late Night in the Heartland.
Hey friends, welcome back to the Maranatha Global Bible Study on the Book of Revelation. My name is Dalton Thomas here in Golan Heights. The title of this session is The Looming World Famine and the Final World War. Not a very rosy title, but a very important session today. We're going to be looking at the third and fourth seal judgments in Revelation chapter 6. If you're just joining us now, either on the FBI app or on YouTube or some other platform where you may have found this, so this is your first session, we've been going through the book of Revelation after the release of our film Ballads of the Revelation, which is available only on the FBI app, so make sure to go watch that. Before I get into it, if you're new to FBI, there's tens of thousands of you who are watching these videos each week, and there's lots of new people getting connected to the Maranatha message, which is incredibly encouraging. Before we jump into Revelation chapter 6, just wanted to make a quick note of clarification. FAI is not a Bible teaching ministry per se, though we teach the Bible. We are a discipleship ministry among unreached and unengaged, specifically in the Middle East, specifically with a focus on the Muslim world. Most of what we do day to day, 24/7, 365, is focused on advancing the gospel in the midst of empty harvest fields where there are no laborers. We're actively and aggressively attempting to follow the pattern of the Apostle Paul in Romans 15, to lay foundations where there are none. If this is something that you care about, there's a really cool way that you can get involved. It sounds stupid, but it's actually very, very powerful. We thought, well, what if 10% of everyone that uses the FEI app gave $5 a month? That would cover our operating budget. It would allow us to advance aggressively in what we're doing in the Middle East, laying foundations where there are none. If you'd like to see what that looks like, I encourage you to watch our film on the Frontier, or Sheep Among Wolves 1 and 2, or Better Friends in the Mountains. Our documentaries show how the resources are used and what we do on the ground. You can give easily on the app. $5 sounds stupid, but it's very powerful, because the cool thing is, with enough people doing it, the impact of it is massive. So you don't need to be a multi-millionaire to have an impact in the Middle East. $5 a month actually does that. I know it sounds like a gimmick, but it's actually not. And I'm so encouraged to say that as of yesterday, I think our team let me know that we hit the 1%. All of our app users are now $5 monthly supporters, which is just staggering to me. I'm so encouraged by that. So if you are among the 1%, thank you on behalf of the FBI family laboring in the Middle East. Thank you. And if you're not one of the 1%, consider jumping in and bumping it up to 2%. So enough on that. Thank you guys. Again, thank you so much for investing into Great Commission initiatives in the Middle East. It's just mind-blowing to us. With that said, we're going to jump into a very weighty passage today in Revelation chapter 6. We're going to go through verse 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 4 verses, but there's a lot in there that we're going to talk about. Some passages that are connected to these, but we're attempting as much as possible to just go line upon line, word by word, phrase by phrase, which is our style of teaching that we love, and we hope that it is a blessing and an edification to you. Now, before we do, let's consider the title here for a moment: The Looming World Famine and the Final World War. I'm taking these phrases, the looming world famine, because the third seal judgment event in Revelation chapter 6 revolves around economic collapse. But this economic collapse causes starvation, food shortage, and a massive catastrophe globally that results in famine. The next event that we see is very, very heavy. It will be the largest death toll of any event in human history up to that point, this one single event. It will be the most catastrophic singular event. And I say event, it's not going to happen at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. It's going to be a drawn-out event like World War II was, but it's going to, the impact of this thing will be the most human life destroying event in world history. It will eclipse the flood. It will eclipse World War I. It will eclipse World War II. It's going to make all of those crises look very, very small. You may say, "Oh, that's crazy." If we take the Bible seriously, if we take the Bible at its word, and we don't try to twist it or manipulate it or play with it, just let it mean what it says, then we are forced to conclude that the fourth judgment event in the book of Revelation will be the greatest catastrophe the earth has ever known up to that point. Now, a series of judgment events that are going to eclipse this one, but this sets in motion the greatest hour of human suffering the earth has ever known or will ever know. It will be unequal, and it will be age-ending. Now, at this point, you may say, "Dalton, why don't you guys do Bible teachings on, say, the love of God or the book of Philippians? What's the deal? Why are you focusing on Revelation and things like famines and world wars? That's kind of kooky, isn't it?" Before we get into this, I just want to address 4 reasons why I think it's imperative, and I'll go through these quickly because I know if you're watching this, you're wanting to get to, many of you are just like, "Dalton, get past the intro, just get to the text." I feel like it's important to put this out there for people who are maybe looking at this going, "What's the deal? I mean, FAI, come on, guys, just focus on the Great Commission, focus on the love of God, focus on the goodness of the Father, or, an epistle maybe, or a gospel." Why an emphasis on eschatology or the end of the age, and particularly the heavier, darker stuff in the eschatological prophecies? What's the deal? 4 reasons why I think you should care about it. One is because it's in the Bible. You don't have the right to just pick and choose what we want out of the Bible. We need to eat the whole thing. We need to eat the whole lamb, so to speak. We need to look at the entire Bible, or we're being intellectually dishonest because we're saying that we honor the Word of God, yet we refuse to consider parts of the Word of God. That's not only intellectually dishonest, it means that you're actually an immature believer because you're refusing to submit to the authority of God in your life by taking in and ingesting His whole Word. Now, Revelation is not any more important than, say, the Gospel of Matthew. The whole Bible is relevant and important, but there is something about these eschatological passages that are all over the Bible, by the way, that we need to take seriously. And I think the fact that we don't take it seriously and haven't taken it seriously and marginalized it in the body of Christ has created very negative fruit, very bad, bitter fruit. Because it's assumed that if you focus on this stuff, you're going to get weird and it's going to produce negative fruit. It's actually the opposite. If you focus on eschatology, you're actually going to be forced into deeper areas of discipleship and love and trust and worship and obedience than if you avoid it. I can guarantee you that. The second reason why we're looking at this is because Jesus commanded us not only to watch and to study these things, but he also commanded us to know the generation that these things would happen in, which is counterintuitive to what most people have been taught by their pastors. We've heard it said in the pulpit over and over again, no one knows the day or the hour, therefore you can't know. And as we've hammered in series and sessions in the past, I won't go into it now, but in Matthew 24, when Jesus said no one knows the day or the hour, he wasn't saying that to dismiss us from knowing. He was saying it to command us to know. The next verse interprets that verse. Jesus says, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man comes. They were eating, drinking, giving in marriage, and they did not know until the flood came and took them away. Meaning not knowing is a negative thing. Jesus commanded us to watch and to know the season when it comes. Now, yes, you're not going to know what day on the calendar to mark the return of the Lord, but you're commanded to know the generation in which it happens because the signs are clear. So we're studying this because we're commanded by Jesus to study the signs of the times. It's essential. We have to. The third reason why I think it's important to study eschatology is because of historical patterns. The end of the age scenario is not going to be an anomaly. It's going to fit within the long course of history with patterns of history that have unfolded that look a lot like series of judgments in the past. What do I mean by that? Well, the days of Noah, Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man comes. When we look at the numbered judgment events and plagues, we're looking at Exodus. We're looking at the Exodus story, the plagues of Egypt. We're looking at Jeremiah's generation. We're looking at Babylonian military invasion, economic collapse, battle over Jerusalem, famine, crisis, war, bloodshed. I could go on and on. You could go to Isaiah's generation, which is 100 years before that. It's the same thing. You could go to Malachi's generation, the same thing. You could go to the Apostle Paul's generation. You could say the same thing. There has been a recapitulating cycle of historical seasons of visitations of God in judgment to accomplish specific purposes. The end of the age scenario is not like this weird, fringe, kooky thing that's disconnected from redemptive history. It's a part of the pattern of history itself. And the fourth reason why I think it matters, there's 100 reasons, but I'm just picking 4 just to emphasize this. The fourth reason why we want to look at Revelation chapter 6 and take it seriously is because obedience matters. What do I mean by that? It's not enough to just know the judgments are coming. Okay? The essential imperative on our lives is to obey the commands of Jesus in light of them. I'll give you an example. A lot of people say this to me. Say, Dalton, I just want to love God. I don't need to focus on this end time judgment stuff. I just want to love God. Now, if you said, now take that phrase and insert it into all the historical moments of history leading up to this. You know, Noah, I don't know about this whole flood thing. It's a little bit too extreme. I'm just going to love God. Guys, you can love God but not obey the commands to get on the ark. You die. You know, Moses, I get the whole plague thing, but you know what? I don't putting blood on my doorpost or my firstborn child's going to die. Look, I'm just going to love God. It's kind of weird what you're commanding us to do. I'm not going to obey. I'm just going to love God. Your child dies in the final plague. You could go to Jeremiah's generation. Jeremiah, look, this whole thing with Babylonian invasion, I'm just going to love God. You die in exile and deportation if you don't obey Jeremiah's preaching. So the point is this, guys, it's not enough to just know the events are coming. We need to know the specific commands of Jesus associated with the judgment events. This is a massive part of eschatology. It's the commands of Jesus in that hour when these events are unfolding. Okay, enough of an intro. We're going to jump right into it. Again, I apologize for those of you who are like, Dalton, stop. But I think this is very important because a lot of people, it's unnecessary. It's too much. We don't need to focus on this. We just want to love God. Guys, it's not loving God. That's actually loving yourself and putting yourself in a position of lordship over the Lord himself by choosing to ignore a massive part of the Bible. Okay, so let's look at this, starting in verse 5. We're going to look at the third and the fourth seal judgment events. Seal number 1 is breaking forth the rise of the Antichrist in this false peace that emerges on the earth. The second seal is the war that breaks out after he emerges. It says that peace is taken from the earth. We see a massive season of violence and warfare. The third seal is what we're looking at now, and they relate. We looked a little bit at the third seal in the last session, but now we're going to look at not so much the economic impact, but on the food impact. It says this: when he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Come and see," meaning he's commanding us to come and behold, to approach and draw near to behold, meaning. So I looked, and behold, I saw a black horse. Now, the first 4 seal judgments are horses, and they're different colors. So we have a white horse, and we have a red horse. It's the second one. And the third one is going to be a black horse. He who sat on it had a pair of scales in his hand. Okay, scales. You have a thing, you have a thing here, you have a thing here, and it weighs. And this is economics. Okay, this is first century economic symbolism. When you see scales, you may think, now we see scales, we think, oh, that's the symbol for, the justice system or the Supreme Court kind of thing. This image communicates economics because this is how you would pay. You put things on, and the weight, this is how you would determine with gold or silver or what the thing is that you're buying. He had a pair of scales in his hand. I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures say this: a quart of wheat for a denarius. So they're weighing wheat, food for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius. And do not harm the oil and the wine. Interesting. Do not harm the oil and the wine. So we could say this. This third judgment event, so the rise of the Antichrist takes place in the first seal. The second seal is the war that breaks out. Now, in every world war or significant military crisis in the world in human history, the rise of a aggressive military leader that results in war and military advance and military aggression all economic impact, which always has an impact on food. It always does. Food security will always become the logical progression in a military conflict. And we can see this in the rise of ISIS, for example. We're living in Iraq and watching a big deal was what do you do with food? The supply roads are cut off, both in Mosul, for example, and outside Mosul. The roads are cut inside to go into the caliphate. There's ways of smuggling, but people inside the caliphate are trying to figure out how to feed their families because you no longer have open trade with the outside. And people outside the area occupied by this demonic army are all struggling with food shortages because the airport has to shut down, because now there's a military occupation happening, there's people in flight, The stores are closed because the business owner of the grocery store had to flee and run for his life, and his family's in another part of the country now. Where do you get your food from? And now the people who are shipping food in from around the world can't come, and they don't want to come. They don't want to do business there because of the mounting military conflict. So business pulls out. For example, in Erbil, Erbil is the capital of northern Iraq, the Kurdish area of Iraq. And Erbil was booming. It was on course to becoming like a Dubai before ISIS hit. And it was just booming. You could see all these skyscrapers beginning to be built. And then ISIS comes on the scene, and international investment dries up overnight. Everyone withdraws, and no one knows where to go buy fuel for their cars, and the grocery stores start getting pillaged. Where do you get food? Here's a very important dynamic that we need to understand, that when the end of the age scenario happens, there is going to be a massive there's going to be a massive famine that's going to grip the whole world. Now, at this point, many of you are like, well, I'm going to close my laptop and close my phone. I'm going to go buy some non-perishable food that I'm storing up. I'm not going to get into prep stuff here right now because I think most of it is kind of kooky. Because let's be honest, guys, to survive 42 months amidst this massive military conflict, we need to be doing a whole lot more critical thinking than just going and buying a bunch of cans of beans. Okay, now I think it's good, no matter where you are in the world, to have some food on hand so that you could, if something did happen, you had the ability to provide for your family for a period of time. But I'll say at the outset of this, the imperative, meaning the thing that we must do in light of these judgment events, I'll say this at the beginning, is not store up food. I'm not saying you shouldn't store up more. They're going to require more of you than just being selfish and hoarding food. Meaning Jesus is not setting this in motion so that you can store up food and that you can survive this thing. He's trying to do things through this judgment event. So again, I'm not saying store food or don't store food. What I'm saying is don't get distracted by practical preparation. You actually get disconnected from the demands of Jesus in discipleship and following him. And I think that's one of the reasons why people just don't take seriously a lot of end times preaching, is because it's so practical and selfish. It's not anchored in discipleship. It's not anchored in worship. It's not anchored in obedience. It's actually anchored in selfishness. How I can survive the coming crisis, not how I can be a faithful witness, how I can be conformed into the image of Jesus, how I can serve the people around me, and how I can be the tool in his hand to exalt him in the days of his judgments on the earth. There's two totally different paradigms. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't store up food. What I'm saying is this: when this hits, the burden on my life and on your life is to be faithful witnesses, and is to overcome by the blood of the Lamb, the word of our testimony, and not bring our lives unto death. Revelation 12:11 doesn't say they overcame because they stored up enough food and they had enough fuel tanks and ammunition to survive the time of Jacob's trouble. That's not what the Bible says. We need to define overcoming in terms of other than just surviving and having food to eat. Food to eat the tribulation. But I don't want to survive the tribulation thinking that I'm obeying Jesus because I have a stockpile of food, and I get to the end of the tribulation, I meet the Lord, and he says, I never knew you, depart from me. And that's really the burden on us in all of these things, is are we just understanding the event to practically prepare for the event, or are we of the commands of Jesus, the demands of Jesus over our lives in this hour? We'll talk more about the missiology of the book of Revelation in our next session, which is going to be very important. So let's talk about what this means for a moment here. The denarius was what the commentaries, you pick up any commentary, and all the commentaries will agree on this, but a denarius at the time was equivalent to the wages for 1 day of work. Kind of like minimum wage, like the normal, this is kind of what people make. A denarius is like 1 day's worth of work. Now, a quart of wheat, if you know wheat, you know your measurement system, a quart of wheat. My wife was just making waffles for our kids this morning. I was looking at the measuring cups, and I was knowing that I was about to be teaching this, and just thinking through measurement. my wife is, she's got flour and she's making stuff and she's measuring it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. A quart, okay? A quart of wheat is the amount one man can eat for one day on a minimal diet, like a super minimal diet. So what the text is saying here is this: a day's worth of wages will be enough for you to basically just survive on just wheat. A quart of wheat. Like that's just like scraping survival level, like, you know, it's just enough to keep your belly from eating itself, really, and then you die. So economic impact is that your money is not going to go as far. Your work, your labor, and a lot of work is going to be canceled out in these days because of the military conflict taking place. So because of the military context globally, the economic collapse is going to happen. It's going to have a massive, like the Great Depression in the United States in the 1930s. We have this dynamic where there's money is not going as far, or you can see this in communist countries after World War II. We see the impact of money used to buy this much, and now you have a wheelbarrow full of money, and you're going to get one loaf of bread. This imagery is communicating of this black horse. The economic crisis, to sum it up, will cause one person's earning power to be reduced to working all day to afford food for one person or one day. Which means you could break this down. The math of this is fluctuates depending on what country you're from. If you're in Brazil or you're in Canada or you're in New Zealand, this is going to be different. But this basically means that, you know, the commentaries will be different on this and what it represents in specific figures, because the economic it's hard to, you know, compare the economics because you have to take it, contextualize it for your location. But let's just generally ballpark it and say this: it represents 10 to 20 times less buying power than the world today. Meaning today you work somewhere, you can buy food, but you can also put money in your gas tank. You can also maybe save some of it. You can maybe go to a coffee shop. You can go to the movies. There's things you can do with your wage, your daily wage, not just surviving. Now, some of you may be in tight financial positions. You're saying, "Man, I'm just struggling to put food on the table for my family." That's real, but guys, that's not this. This is a war that causes economic collapse, that causes money to be devalued and work to be devalued to where your work doesn't mean you have enough, as much money as you used to have, which means you can't eat as much as you used to be able to eat. The whole dynamic of food shortage is something that I think, I want to say this carefully here so that it doesn't sound insensitive to the dynamic of famine and starvation. But I think it's important to put it in this context, is that this is a judgment event. The same that fed the 5,000 in the book of John is going to cause a global famine before the return of his son. The good father sitting on the throne is going to administrate and oversee and execute this. The son who is tearing the seals from the scroll, is going to be executing these judgment events on the earth. This is not the devil doing this. This is not sinful men ultimately doing this. Is the devil involved? Yes. Is the sin of man going to be a key component in this whole drama? Yes, absolutely. However, ultimately, Jesus tears the seal from the scroll and looses this judgment and initiates the going forth of the black horse. What we're looking at in the third seal judgment is the collapse of the world banking system, the collapse of the global economies, and starvation gripping not just the global south, but gripping the west and gripping the most prosperous and developed countries in the world today. It's going to be something that is just going to be staggering to watch as this unfolds, because we have images of starvation laying hold of parts of the world in the wake of World War II and the rubble of the fighting, both in the Pacific theater of war and the European theater of war. We've seen the impact of the rise of these tyrants that results in a world war, that results in an economic collapse, that results in famine. I think World War II is probably our greatest example of what this is going to look like. You have a demonic dictator leader who hates the Jews, rises up, and goes forth and creates a false peace through military aggression. And as the Third Reich begins to exercise its power in Europe, what took place after that is you had economic collapse, you had food shortage, as you had a massive refugee crisis breaking out across the most sophisticated and developed part of the world at that time. Who would have thought that that would have happened in Germany, of all places? The most sophisticated cultured country in the world, arguably, at that time. And that is where this whole thing broke out. I think it's a very good example of how real these events are. Because I think a lot of times people get lost in the imagery and they think it's not real. This is real. It's really going to happen, and it's really going to look like the events in World War II. It's really going to have similar dynamics. Okay, let's move on to the next judgment event, verse 7. When he opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of a fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades, or Hell, followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill with the sword, with hunger, with death, by the beasts of the earth. Crazy. We need to break this down word by word because there's so much in here. So we see the fourth horse is a pale horse. The actual literal translation of the words used here is pale green or like ash. So it's basically, you see the dead body. This is the description. It looks like a rotting, decaying corpse, this horse, the color of this horse rider. Now, what's interesting about this one is it says, the rider went forth, the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hell followed with him. So Death is riding the horse, it says, and Hell is following him. It's a very interesting imagery. John says, I saw a pale green, like dead body color horse with a rider on the horse, and the name of the rider's name was Death, and Hell was with him, following him, which is a very important, just the grammar and structure of it's important. It actually points to something very specific. It's not just a useless phrase. It means something. Death is what happens to our physical body, but it's lifespan, and it dies. Okay? So death is on the horse, so it means physical bodies stopping to live, and they go to the grave, right? They're buried in the ground, or they rot in the open air, depending on the context of death. It says this, that Hades, or Hell, follows behind her, is with him. Now, Hades, or Hell, is a temporary location, reality, place before it's thrown into the lake of fire at the end of the 1,000-year reign. Okay, the Bible speaks very clearly about the distinction between hell and the lake of fire. Hell is not an eternal reality. Hell is a temporary reality. It's a prison, essentially, that is prepared to be thrown into the lake of fire. This is very crass language, but think about it as a cage that's going to be dumped into the ocean. That's what hell is. We say, go to hell, or someone says, I don't want to go to hell. What you're talking about is, I don't want to go to the temporary location that will one day be thrown into the lake of fire of God's wrath. Now, there's a lot of debate about this right now, and it's super not cool and not vogue and not hip to talk about hell. It's kind of widely accepted now to just reject the idea of eternal punishment in one way or the other. But the Bible is very clear about this, and if you take the Bible seriously, just take the whole thing seriously. Don't try to play games with it. Eternal punishment is not something that I love the idea of. It's if you love the idea of eternal punishment, I think there's something wrong with you. That said, it's in the Bible and it's an integral part of the gospel. The day of the wrath of God is a real reality. And when it says that the fourth judgment event is death being released on the earth and hell is following behind, it means this: the destination of those who are dying in this judgment event is not in the presence of the Lord. It's in a temporary holding pattern before, or that holding pattern is immersed into the lake of fire at the end of the age. Very, very heavy, sobering reality, especially when we move further into this passage itself. This is just staggering. Look at this. Power was given to them. Power was given to death and hell. From who? Who has power like that? Who's the one who's granting power and authority? God is. God is. This raises some massive theological questions, but it's very essential to just take it as it reads. Power. You can say, well, maybe that's the devil and the Antichrist, because it says in Revelation 13, 17, and other passages that the devil is giving his power and authority to the Antichrist, and that's what's happening here. Yes, the Antichrist is involved in this. Yes, the devil's involved in this. But again, God is the one doing this. Jesus is the one releasing these judgments. Power was given to them over a fourth of the earth. Death and hell are given a fourth of the earth. Or to say it another way, a fourth of the earth's population, 25% of the earth's population, is given to death and to hell. The fourth judgment event in the book of Revelation. Look at the description of how death is going to play out in the fourth scene. To kill with the sword, military conflict. With hunger, which is starvation, it means a quarter of the population are going to be killed in military conflicts and in starvation that grips the earth because of the military conflict. It says with death. They go, wait a minute, hold on, that's kind of weird. Why would you say that death, a quarter of the earth's population is given over to death by death? What's that mean? It means that death, for all kinds of different reasons, pandemics, plagues. I'm not talking like pandemics like COVID-19, which will literally be a bygone, forgotten thing that no one's even going to think we're going to look back at it and go, I can't believe that we thought that was severe. We thought that was heavy. We thought that was like a big event, world event. It's going to look like nothing. And when this grips the earth. Think about this, guys. Do the math. 25% of the Earth's population is going to die in military conflict, in starvation, and the impact of just crazy different kinds of deaths that are going to break out at that time. Meaning radiation, terminal illnesses, pandemics. It's like, there's multiple places in the world where there's nuclear incidents and the population was riddled with all kinds of diseases from it. Look, the world has nuclear capabilities today. Those nuclear capabilities doesn't necessarily mean that, let's say Iran is going to Israel, but what it could mean is that's a possibility. But the point is, these places where we have nuclear capabilities are going to be jeopardized. Like, think about the one in Japan, nuclear reactor in Japan. An earthquake breaks it. Are now being literally shaken by the earth. Now, that's a whole another dynamic. The earth is going to be quaking in these days, and earthquakes are going to affect the nuclear capabilities of the world. So when it says that death is swallowing up people by death, it means that there's going to be all kinds of crazy forms of people dying